they used to find was Jaffa, forever blessed, can't be knocked. Hearts in sync, they're playing undetected. In a fantasy world, they're both projected. Emotions rise, though they're not detected. I feel close, still you're looking away from me. In this game, what's it take to make you see? I feel pixel by pixel, their hearts collide, hiding their script in digital realms where their clocks tick. John wields a sword, Nick a spell. Together they conquer, but never tell. In dungeons deep, or on mystic peaks, they battle side by side, their bond unique. Secret glances thrown as their avatars strive, wishing for a moment in the real world to thrive. In the coded world they find their escape, but in their hearts it's a different landscape. Avatars brave, but their truths are veiled, hoping their virtual love will be unveiled. I've got your back, but is that all there can be? Through the headsets, soft laughter we share, yet in silence, about our feelings we're scared. Joysticks tremble like our hidden desires. In the lobby, it's our love that's on fire.
Nick, I love you so. My wife can't know. You are my favorite type of bro. I'd kiss you tight and never let go. John, you're the best, better than all the rest. Much like Jill Eat, for what a man can get, I'd hug you tight. 'Cause you're alright. I'd make sweet love to you every night.
Is about to enter its 5th year, and that's all thanks to you. If you're new here, let me fill you in. XboxEra is a platform for the Xbox community with best-in-class forums, a kick-ass Discord server, and of course XboxEra.com, chock full of the latest news, reviews and more, all focused on your favourite platform, Xbox. It's every Xbox fan's gateway to the best of XboxEra. Our incredible podcast listened to in over 50 countries across the planet, our own digital store for games and codes, our merch store for the coolest of Xbox threads, and of course Day One, where you can track, rate and discuss your favourite games on Xbox Game Pass. XboxEra is built for you, and it's completely funded by you. If you value having a publication truly focused on your preferred place to play, you can support us directly via Patreon. Just head to patreon.com/XboxEra. You get cool swag and awesome perks, and we get to keep doing what we do. Become a part of the best Xbox community on the internet and help us build the next 5 years of XboxEra. Thank you for your support. Despite the fact that the team running XboxEra haven't been to journalism school, we're still lucky enough to be supported by some incredible people. While we adore all of our patrons, we have to give a very special shout out to our executive producers who go above and beyond for this team, allowing us to achieve so much more than we could without them. Assassin Entertainment, Croat56, Frankie C, Jordan White, Kevin S, Korkenstein, Mohammed Sherez, Not Jack, Top, and a special shout out to Grand Benefactor Torn Raptor. You guys are fucking awesome, and we love you. If you want to become legend like this lot, head to patreon.com/XboxEra.
What's going on, everyone? Welcome to episode 209 of the XboxEra Podcast. Unfortunately for you, I'll be your host today, Special Nick. We're here to talk about all the latest in gaming news across the industry, but overall we're focused on your favorite platform, Xbox. If you love what we do, you can support us directly by heading to patreon.com/XboxEra and becoming a YouTube member right here. And as always, keep your eyes peeled on XboxEra.com for all the latest and greatest in Xbox news. I absolutely hated doing that intro. And joining us today is the guy who podcasts with Jez Corden. Rand, how are you, mate?
Hey, you know, you did okay. You could definitely tell there was
I hate it.
You could get better. John is missed, especially in that intro.
I hate it.
But you did a serviceable job. I told you I could host. I could have, said all that perfectly.
No. It's my job. I got to do it.
Yeah. But
I gotta
hi,
do it.
everybody. Welcome to the XboxEra Podcast. The
Yes.
podcast that John and Jesse put on every single week with Special Nick as, special guest, right? So
And Jesse's here too.
he is
Hi,
here.
Jesse.
Hello. Yeah. So for some reason in the volume mixer, StreamYard audio does not want to be loud. So I had to go in and change
Yeah,
it. So
yeah,
now
I
they
had to
can hear you
change it.
properly. Yeah. Weird.
Yeah.
Computers.
So
Hi, everyone.
how have things been? How you been, Rand?
I've been good. Been, how you been?
I've been all right.
You've been all right.
Apparently-
Collingwood doing good. Whatever the heck you like that AFL stuff. Is that all right?
They're doing okay. I sent a tweet to Jesse because we just had our big Anzac Day game. Which
Oh,
I guess what's Anzac Day for Australia?
By the way, Nick,
Like,
they can see your
What?
they can see your light if you want to go turn it on. I forgot.
really?
I forgot I changed it for you.
oh yeah, it's just there, slightly in
Mm.
the corner. I'll turn around in a sec. So we just had
Sugar
our
cake.
big Anzac Day game, and I think Anzac Day. I don't know what the American equivalent is. Memorial Day. What's a day where you guys recognize fallen veterans?
Yeah, Memorial.
Veterans
Memorial
Day,
Yeah,
Memorial
we got a
Day, I
bunch.
suppose.
Okay. So we just had our big Anzac Day game that we have every year that Collingwood and Essendon are locked into. That's the schedule every single year. It's always a very, very, very big game. This year there was like 93,000 people.
That's
And a
most of
player named
Australia.
Jamie Elliott. Yeah. And a player named Jamie Elliott, who's known for taking his high flying spectacular marks or catches for you guys, took an absolute fucking cracking mark. Like, I sent the tweet to Jesse to watch it.
He
and
jumped
like
very high.
Yeah, like the guy he jumped on is 202 centimeters tall, which is, what's that in stupid imperial?
6'2"?
No, Jesus, so much more.
Oh, 6'6"?
Maybe even more.
12 feet?
Oh no, you're right, 6'6". So the dude he jumped on was 6'6", and he was like on his head.
And it
Like,
was
basically
impressive.
almost.
His dick and balls slammed into the back of the guy's head. He was that high in the
To
air.
the back of his head.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just unbelievable. Unfortunately, the match was a draw. Draws don't happen very often in AFL because it's such a high-scoring game. So draws don't happen very often, but when they do, it's a very weird feeling. But we had a draw. Other than that, still doing more landscaping, so I'm sore all over.
Oh no, but we don't
I'm
need a
too
sore
old.
neck, you know.
I'm too old for this stuff.
Yeah.
And other than that, I was listening to you and Jez give me shit on your show.
Oh please, it's all in good fun, as you well know.
I don't understand.
The audience
What do you
doesn't
mean?
always, though, and that's the problem.
What do you mean?
Audience.
The audience knows. They always. I mean, hell, we talk about Nick at least one time every podcast. They know by now. Come on.
I don't know. Jez
Right.
might actually be upset. He's counter-programming us streaming some Fallout 76 right now.
Yeah. It's
He's obsessed with Fallout now, isn't
he
he?
is.
Because of the
Fallout
show.
76
Do
is
you like
good.
the show?
I mean, Jez seems to love it. I know Colt loves Fallout 76.
Mm-hmm.
Do you like the show?
Oh, I love the show.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I didn't mind
Why
it.
you did? Did
was
you not
okay.
like it?
No, I didn't mind it. It was always better than Halo.
Well, that's
Yeah, I
not a
did.
hard bar to clear.
But yeah, I didn't mind it at all. But you know what? Before we go off on too many tangents, before the show's even started, we should probably talk about what we've been playing. So what have you
We should
been
be
playing?
like, hold on one second.
What?
People might be tuning in and wondering where the hell's John.
Dead.
John warned everyone last week. John warned everyone
That
last
doesn't.
week.
We're
Mm.
talking about audiences. They may not know.
They have
Maybe
no
there's
clue.
new people turning in. You never
I
know.
don't know. John's
We're
not
s-
here. I can't.
We're
doing
sick of
something with his
Mechanico.
kids.
You know,
didn't see
the
any of
latest
his
the
tweets
latest
today?
person to be on Xbox 2+1
Mhm.
before
Good
Nick.
episode.
Yeah, I saw that.
Thank you.
Great. Well
It
done.
was good discussions about
I
stuff
didn't get
going
enough
on.
praise, but other stuff was okay.
And we Are you at
No,
that
I'm
point
not
now,
Nick.
Jesse, where like
No.
you have to get praised,
No.
otherwise it's okay.
But hey, look, here was John. He is spending the day with his young little son on his birthday.
Mm.
They went out.
Yeah.
They did stuff. Lots of Minecrafting. Weird
Ah,
jellyfish.
yes, his son likes Minecraft, right?
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
And there's John with the
And
faux
apparently
hawk.
apparently doing that means he can't host the show at 11 o'clock at night.
Yes, because they're
I
going to be in a
think he's-
hotel in London. He's not going to be home.
So I used to do the show from hotels all the time.
He said he might pop on.
Was I your first choice when you messaged me to be on the show? Because you were like, "Hey, can
Yep.
you do the show on Saturday?"
Yep,
The
I
first
promise
choice.
you I was.
Okay.
I don't lie. And I don't
Well-
make stuff up.
He's not smart enough to figure out how to lie. He always leaves that part out.
I don't lie and I don't make stuff up.
Don't lie, and you don't make stuff up.
No.
Okay.
No.
He's
So
just
what do
a
you want
puppet.
to? So before we go into tangents, you want to talk about what games we've been playing?
actually, you know what? There is a super chat. There is a super chat from Inked El Chapo for
El
an
Chapo.
Australian $5.
Okay.
Hashtag let Rand host.
500 Australian dollars might get us to think about it.
500 didgeridoos.
It'd be like 10 pounds.
Yes, let Rand host. Nah, that's not gonna happen. This is my show. Rand has his own show that he hosts or
That's
co-hosts
true.
with Jez.
Co-hosts.
Yeah.
Jez
Yes.
Corden, managing editor, Windows Central.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, another super chat from executive producer Mohammed Sherez. Chatty Nick should host so he can finally talk the whole show. also, hi Rand and Jesse. Nick, any thoughts on the IMDb Miyamoto leak? I literally just saw that on Twitter. Is that a joke? Is someone making a joke, or is that real?
I don't even know.
I
what it
mean,
is.
I think it's real in the sense that it's been updated to that, but I'm pretty sure IMDb, much like Wikipedia, can be updated by anybody.
It
So whether or not like the information is true is obviously the crux of the story.
Yeah.
So
That's the thing. Because again, I saw it. I saw what's his name? Nate the Hate. I saw one of his tweets because we follow each other. So I saw one of his tweets on it, and I'm like, is this legit? Like, I don't envision Miyamoto being the type of guy that logs into IMDb and updates it.
I can't imagine that either.
And what is the
Like,
what is the thing people are talking about?
Well, there's a whole bunch of games that are listed, like an untitled Donkey Kong remake,
Yes.
an untitled Star Fox game,
Yeah,
I
an
believe-
open world, untitled open world 3D
yeah,
Mario
3D
game.
Mario, and
Mario
he's like
Odyssey 2.
producer on the Lego,
I
or
see.
not the Lego, but the Mario movie and stuff. So there's, but are those true? It could be. I mean, the 3D Mario one's probably clearly going to be true at some point.
Yes, that's right. 100%.
You know, whether or not the other ones will be.
Yeah, where is it? Let me
Why
find
does-
his tweet.
Why is it putting a photo of Morbius under Miyamoto?
I have no idea. So it's got untitled open world 3D Mario game, which will be Super Mario Odyssey 2. Super Mario Brothers movie
You
sequel.
think it's
we know.
wait? You think it's going to be Mario Odyssey 2?
Yeah.
You think that's just what they're going to call it?
Yeah.
Okay. Any particular reason why you think it'll be a sequel?
Because the first game was perfection.
Oh.
So it'll get a
Sure,
sequel.
but I mean, is there any story like? You know, they
No,
did Galaxy
why did-
1 and
why did-
Galaxy 2.
Right,
right?
Mario Galaxy, which at the time was considered the best 3D Mario, got a 2.
So just
So
you think just
given
based off of the just call it Odyssey 2. Don't call it something new.
No.
Okay.
Odyssey 2. There's the movie sequel, which we know about. Luigi's Mansion 4 is an interesting one if it's true.
Well, 3
'Cause I-
sold a
because I-
bajillion copies, so I thought that would
Yeah, it
just be a
did, didn't it?
given.
And
Yeah.
I don't know. Have either of you played Luigi's Mansion 3?
Kind of questions that.
It is legitimately one of the best looking games you'll ever see in your life. How they are pulling that off on the hardware they are doing it on, I don't actually know. Like, it is some of I'm serious. It is some of the best graphics you will ever see in a video game. And that's because the game is so small and tiny in scope, and like so Nintendo is making sure that it looks It just, oh my God. You watch it and you're just like, how the hell is this game possible on Switch hardware? It just, unbelievable visuals. I can only imagine what 4 will look like. Legend of Zelda, the unknown Donkey Kong remake for Nintendo Switch. I wonder what that would be. God, that'd be amazing if it's Donkey Kong Country.
Those games are
Ooh,
bad.
surely it's not Donkey. I hope to push it.
Games
What?
are not fun to play.
They are incredible to play. What are
No.
you talking about?
The only reason people enjoy going back to them is because you can do the save states now and get over all the bullshit that was in those games to make them longer. Great music. Looked
Nah,
cool.
man.
Not fun to
Donkey
play.
Kong Countries. I still go back and just play Donkey Kong Country every now and again.
Yeah, but
I
you're
still
you.
go back and just play it. It's so much fun. I'm hoping it's the original Donkey Kong because they already had Donkey Kong Country Returns. And did they remake Returns? Oh, they didn't. So maybe it'll be Returns. Who knows? Untitled Star Fox game, very exciting if it's a brand new Star Fox game. I love almost all the Star Fox games. And Mario Baseball. We have not seen Mario Baseball, I think, since either the GameCube or the Wii. Let me have a look. Yeah, either the GameCube or the Wii. Super Mario. Yeah, I think it's the GameCube. Oh no, the Wii. Super Mario Sluggers was the last one.
I would say you do have 2 bad co-hosts on for talking about Nintendo.
Yeah, I know.
We don't
But
know any of the
executive
questions
producer
or
brought it
have
up.
any interest in any of it.
Executive producer brought it up, so I'm
Mm.
talking about it.
I guess I'll allow it.
So yeah, I don't know if it's real, but at the same time, like I said, it seems odd. I just
Oh,
can't
shit.
see him updating.
You got called out by Mr.
Yeah,
Executive
there you go.
Producer.
Wrap it up, Nick. It's not the Nintendo era, mate. Would be if I had my way. It definitely would be. If
You
I
would have
had my
nothing
way.
to talk about all the time.
Why? I
They
could just
don't
talk
talk.
about.
They had
I could do-
at the beginning of the generation, you'll have some games, but in between games, there's really not much to talk about.
I mean, if there's a time to start a Nintendo era podcast, I mean, Switch 2 coming eventually.
Yeah, that's right.
But then again,
Nintendo has
mean-
never done great 2 generations in a row.
uh-oh.
They've done
Huh?
okay 2 in a row, but they've never done, oh wow, this was our best, and then we followed it up and it's even better. It was pretty much
Oh, yeah,
always
that's
they're always up and down. This one I think might be different, but like you look at the Wii and the DS compared to the Wii U and the 3DS, and the Wii U and 3DS was so bad, but 3DS was fine, but not DS levels, and then the Wii U was just horrible that they had to just say, okay, we don't have 2 distinct hardwares anymore. We just got the one, and even then, you didn't even catch
Yeah,
up to where
well,
they had been.
How bad is Nick gonna bitch when they reveal the name and it's not the Super Nintendo Switch?
Oh my god. Well, how much did I bitch when it was an Xbox 5? It should
don't
have been
remember.
Xbox 5 instead of Series X. It should have been Xbox 5.
Mm.
They completely screwed that up. So now Nintendo's in the position to hit a home run with Super Nintendo Switch.
Yeah, but
Let's
the
see.
problem with that naming is it makes it seem like it's
A new Switch and not a new generation.
it makes it seem like kind of like Wii to Wii U, where it's like something to do with the original Wii, which is I think one of the reasons why the Wii U failed, because nobody knew that was something brand new. A Super Nintendo Switch makes it seem like it's doesn't make it seem like it's something.
You have to be careful with how dumb or
Yeah, I
how
was about to say because
used to naming conventions people are. They're used to just a number
not
going up.
just that the other thing that has to be considered is most of the people that would love the name Super Nintendo Switch are much older and still understand that it's a new Switch. Where my son has no idea why it would be called Super Nintendo Switch. He doesn't know what a Super Nintendo is, and that it was the next console after the NES. He doesn't know that. So yeah, there is that to consider, I guess.
Yeah,
We'll
Switch
see.
2 gets everything you need out in the open.
Switch 2. Man.
It's a boring name, I'll give you that, but it's probably the name that they have to go for to, because like Nintendo, if Nintendo has a bad gen, oh, that really hurts, right? Like they
does.
can't. So you got to market it properly. You got to. That starts with a proper name.
Yeah. Yeah.
No confusion in the market.
I know, but
You
Super
know,
Nintendo Switch is such a
It is a
good
great name.
though.
I'll give you that. Super
Such a
Nintendo
good
Switch
name.
is a fantastic name. But I feel if they named it that, we'd be sitting here 2 years from now being like, hey, how come the Super Nintendo Switch is selling half of what the Switch did in this similar time frame? Do people not realize it's a new system? You know, type of thing.
It would be funny if they named it that and then didn't have back compat. I bet you they will have it, but it would be very funny if they didn't and called it like the Super Switch.
Yeah. We'll see how we go.
You know,
See
I did
how
not
they-
think coming on the show that we would be talking about Nintendo so early
Blame
at all,
Mohammed
period.
Sherez. Blame Mohammed Sherez. Don't blame me. I didn't bring it up.
You know, this podcast is probably going to be long with me and Nick here.
Yeah.
Without John being like, come on, wrap it up, guys.
I'm
You know?
really falling
already-
asleep and I
wait,
got to
we're
do 8
already-
million things because I actually like my family. I was like, ugh, gross.
That's like
20
a combination of a Australian and UK accent
But
there,
if
it
I-
sounded like.
There's a bit
If
of
I
a
want to
blend.
do the John accent, I can go a little posh when he's being posh, which he goes into every once in a while. But yeah, for the most part, no, I don't actually try.
Yes. Actually, I just remember I got to turn my light on.
Show us that cake.
Nah, he's
Damn.
too cognizant of it. He doesn't
Wow.
want.
No stellar blade in here.
Mm.
Yeah, that's right. Now, 20 minutes in, and we've just been talking about Nintendo. So, what have we been playing, Rand? What have you been playing?
What have we been playing? I just finished Tales of Kenzera
Mm,
Ciao.
Yes, I
just
heard it. I
randomly
heard you
happened
guys
to have-
talking about it yesterday.
Gameplay already playing.
Randomly?
Yeah,
Just
it
really
was-
like-
randomly?
I have a playlist
You
of
said overall you liked it.
stuff.
Yeah, overall, I thought it was pretty good for studio's first title. And it's I think it's a pretty good Metroidvania. I mean, when we talk about like where would you rank them, like Prince of Persia, the newest one, Lost Crown, and
Mhm.
some of the others, obviously it's nowhere near as good as that,
No.
right? And that comes across in like Prince of Persia's $50. This is 20. This is
20
clearly an indie game, but it still
Yep.
looks well, and the presentation is still pretty good,
Yes.
right? I think the highlights of the game are the story for one.
Mhm.
Story about loss, grief, and overcoming those things. I felt the
I don't know. I don't know what it's about.
Yeah, I know.
well, yeah, because I don't know. I don't think you can even skip
You can't
the
you can
That's
dialogue.
You can jump through the dialogue more quickly, but
Dialogue can be sped up.
Yeah, it can be sped up.
the big
But
difference for me with this
I will
one
say,
compared to Prince is Prince's story very bad. Like story and acting just thoroughly mediocre. Story and acting in this very good and carried it from being like a 7 up, to the score I gave it.
yeah, I mean the voice acting and stuff is pretty good. Getting around the map is the locomotion of like the abilities when you get some stuff like those can combine and they ended up being good too. I would say maybe the weakest part of the game is how the combat doesn't evolve whatsoever, and it's more just they add like shields onto the enemies, and for a long when I was getting into like the last area, I started to feel like the game was starting to wear out its welcome in regards to the combat, because they start to set up scenarios where you come in. Jesse, you played it, so you'll get to like an area on the map that is like, okay, here's a ledge in the middle and 2 ledges on the side, and it's a bigger room. And guess what? Here come the enemies that you have to fight. And they close off the 2 sides, so you can't move forward and skip them. They do that way too much towards the end of the game. And
Yeah,
it's sort of the game sort of is like, okay, I was enjoying it up to them. I like the idea of like switching between the 2 masks. Like, okay, here's your shooting ability with this mask, and here's your
And melee.
the melee ability. I thought it worked really well for the most part, for most of the game. And then but the enemy variety was really lacking in that regard. And then they just started being like, oh, well, this enemy has a red shield and this enemy has a blue shield. So you got to mix and match and they started to do it way too much towards the end, but at least it was towards the end. And the game only takes about 9 hours to finish. So it wasn't like you're 20 hours in and being like, oh, it's like, yeah, it's a $20 game made by an indie studio first Metroidvania, first game, I think.
Mm.
But it's one of those things where it just it I guess to say I wasn't expecting it to be as good as it was in that regard, but there are definitely some things that they could improve upon for their next game.
Mm-hmm.
But I still think it's worth playing if you're a Metroidvania fan, even if it's on the simpler side, I guess I would say.
Until the end, where it does have some huge difficulty spikes. And one of the main issues I had was it's a little formulaic. You know exactly what's going to happen when you go in an area. It's okay, if you go this way, it's just the story. If you go that way and you can already see it kind of ends, it's just going to be some form of upgrade. And they don't, it's kind of that Suicide Squad thing. You need to hide, like the best ones who have done it a lot, learn how to hide what's coming, even though it's always, you're doing the same shit over and over again. So having that same layout and you just know it's going to be a combat arena you're stuck in for a certain period of time, like even if that happens a ton in games like Prince of Persia, it's not super obvious. One thing that both it and Prince of Persia do that I don't like is you can't just fast travel. You have to find specific things to fast travel, and there's never enough of them.
No.
So I had no interest in going back and clearing the map out once I got abilities that would let me do it. So I actually I think I beat the game in like 6.5 hours or so, because I would have liked to have gone back and done and seen more of the side stuff, but it meant running 10 minutes to a travel thing sometimes, like. And all the enemies were back, so it could just be annoying. But we do get another super chat.
And like I'm playing it, and I'm finding that it's at the moment it's not the pacing of giving you new abilities and powers so far is like really slow. Like I got that ability where you get the spear to be able to hit those targets to open certain doors, and I haven't had a new power or ability since, and it's been a while.
Well, you get 2 new abilities in each. Like you get two new abilities before you fight the first boss, and then before you fight the second boss, you'll get another 2 abilities, and then before you fight the last boss, you'll get another 2.
If I know Nick, they're like, is he really focusing on clearing out the entire map as he's going through? Or are you just following? Yeah, see, that's why you're hitting every little thing you can, prolonging sections that I think Rand and I probably just flew through.
Because that's how you play a Metroidvania. I'm just surprised. I'm just surprised at the lack of little secret nooks and crannies and stuff. Like that's what Metroidvanias are all about. Like the game at the moment, it's not encouraging me to explore. I don't know. And I guess maybe I'm having a Ryan McCaffrey moment who played Super Lucky's Tale straight after playing Super Mario Odyssey. So I'm playing this straight after playing Prince of Persia. So maybe that's affecting how I'm viewing things. I don't know, but
I do the majority of my exploration closer to the end. I don't do a ton of exploration while I'm getting to the end, like while I'm just in the area the first time. I follow the path. Maybe I'll hit some side stuff if it's obvious there, but I'm not going around and trying to find everything until I've got pretty much every ability, and then I'll just go clear the map before I take out the final boss.
I mean, I kind of play like Nick. I usually clear out an area before I move on, and then when I would get an ability that I would need it, I'd immediately go back. So by the time I got towards the later half of the game, I had all the echoes, I had all the spirit temples, I had, all the reflections and stuff.
Yep.
But I don't know, how would you compare this to, say, another indie Metroidvania like Benedict Fox, for example? Because I feel like those two are probably more comparable in the sense of then comparing it to Prince of Persia or Ori. Like, if you were to compare this to Ori, no. Like Ori is on another level, just like Prince of Persia was on another level from this. But I sort of feel like if you had to stack them side by side,
but Ori was still an indie from a small team.
True.
Ori was still an indie.
Ori is one of the best games of last generation, period, and one of the best Metroidvanias ever made.
Yes, it was, and it was still from a small team.
And it was a big jump. Well, Ori and the Blind Forest, good. Ori and the Blind Forest Definitive Edition, much better. And then Ori and the Will of the Wisps, incredible. Like if
Ori
I
and
was
the
going,
Blind Forest.
Blind Forest
Fantastic
was a
game.
solid 8 for me. Definitive Edition goes up to a 9. And then Will of the Wisps, once it was patched up and fixed up, close to a 10 if I had to go through it again. Like, absolutely adored
Well,
it.
I gave it a 9.5.
Yeah. While it was all beat up at launch. It was fine.
So
for
how would
some.
you compare?
but I
How would you compare it to Benedict Fox?
Benedict Fox was
Similar
really
price
broken.
points.
It was
Similar?
really messed up. They fixed
Yeah, is it
it.
still messed up now? They just released a definitive
No,
edition
they
with a
fixed
whole
it up
bunch of
quite a bit.
fixes and stuff.
Yeah.
See, that's the thing about the broken stuff. I guess I've been lucky and I haven't experienced, like, I didn't experience any issues in Benedict Fox. And same with even Ori and the Will of the Wisps before launch. I actually didn't experience that many problems with Ori, surprisingly. There's one persistent issue with this one, which I think, I don't know if I should say that what I was about to say, but there's one persistent issue with this game that's kind of, as a person who obsessively checks the map in Metroidvanias, like
You know, I
obsessively.
ran into it 150 times while I was doing the
Yeah,
review. And
I
complained
also
about
ran
it.
into it so much because I am constantly checking my map.
Yep, always. That's all I do.
Yeah,
I
so if-
spend
if
as
you're
much time
holding
in
a
the map as I do in the game.
If you're holding a direction as you go into the map, it won't let you move until you start moving in the opposite direction.
Yes.
Like you got to move the stick around a bunch.
You
It's
just
very
stop.
annoying.
The character just stops. It doesn't
Yeah.
matter. You can sit there forever. You can jump up and down, but you can't move forward. And I'm like, oh god, this is like, it's getting very annoying.
It
But
did.
hopefully-
It got incredibly annoying to the point where it was like, I got to make sure I'm not moving in a
Yes.
direction before I press the button, which is
Yes.
We
So
have two
hopefully
super
that'll be
chats.
patched out soon. Yes. It's 2 super chats. Jones. When you finally invite my man Special Nick to the Xbox 2 podcast, Rand, so that he doesn't have to force himself on the show again. Got you, Nick.
yeah. He sent a special.
Thanks,
He
man.
sent a super chat yesterday about you.
Did he?
Yeah. But Special Nick has been on Xbox 2, Jones, twice now. He's actually been on. He just hasn't been on Xbox 2 plus 1 yet.
And I haven't been
So-
on Xbox 2 on my own. You've always lumped me with other plebs.
Oh, plebs. I forgot Lord Cognito is a pleb and Cold Eastwood's a pleb. Yeah, I guess so.
Jesus Christ.
I've never been on my own. on
Well, you were
Xbox.
supposed to be.
When?
Well, that one thing where it was like, I asked you to be on because Jez couldn't be on, and I was like, oh, I'll get Cognito. That'd
Yes,
be me,
and then
you,
you
and
ended up getting
Cognito. And then Jez
Cognito
was
and
like, I'm here
stuff.
too. And I'm like, wait a minute. You know?
Oh, that's right. Yes, you bloody got me on for nothing.
Hey, it was fun, though. It was a good time.
Yeah, it was all right. More super chats. Drew Bus, $30 Australian. Isn't that like $6 for you guys?
Maybe.
Morning, gents. What do you make of the rumors of the next gen Nintendo console having magnetic Joy-Cons and the YouTube survey that had the next gen Nintendo named Attach? Do you think that's actually going to be its name? Oh, God.
No.
See, it's not me. Don't blame me for bringing up Nintendo.
Well, you
Super
talked
Chat
about
doing it.
Nintendo.
The magnetic
No,
thing is neat.
it was a
it will
chat
just
earlier as well.
it will drive up the price. The only thing I care about being magnetic in their controllers are the joysticks. They should be Hall effect joysticks like in here, where it's a nice little magnet. No drift friggin' shit, because Joy-Cons are garbage, and the Pro controller, while it feels nice, is also garbage when it comes to drift. Those things, like both of the ones I've had, drift really bad, and they barely get used. The Joy-Con's way worse, especially when they're $80 for a pair. But yeah, it just
I must be the luckiest person on earth when it comes to my controllers. I think I've had stick drift in literally one controller my entire life, and it was a Joy-Con that was dropped by my son. And that's the only reason I copped drift. Other than that, I've never had drift in a controller. Ever. I must be just incredibly lucky.
one nice thing now with Xbox is you can do the calibrate, and you can just make it more of a dead zone to counter it, because we've run into it quite a bit, but we use them a lot, unlike Nick, who doesn't play an Xbox very often.
I do, but I play Rocket League.
Oh.
And that uses the sticks a lot.
Mm.
Like a lot.
Two more super chats. Jesus Christ.
So Attach, that would be a terrible name.
So that would be
That would
par
be
for the
like a
course.
Wii U level name. Nintendo Switch Attach. Oh,
Or
God.
just,
I
would it be the
hope not.
Nintendo Attach? Attaché.
What?
I
Surely
don't know.
not. Surely not.
Mm.
Oh God! They have another one of those generations like the Wii U. My God, that'd be so bad.
Well, the crazy thing about the Switch wasn't just like the hardware did well; it did very good. They were able to combine back and get close to what the DS was able to do by itself, but the software attach was insane. Like they just sold so many games at or near full price. It was just crazy.
Mario Kart 8 is at like 60 million.
Mm-hmm. People are dumb.
And that's the crazy part about the Switch. Like for the first 2 years, its entire library was the Wii U library.
Yeah, because nobody bought the Wii U.
It was just the Wii U library for the first 2 years. I'm like, this is nuts, and people are buying these games. I still say that's my claim to fame, that I knew Nintendo had to go hybrid when everyone was saying, no, it's not going to be a hybrid. And I'm like, it has to be a hybrid. That's Nintendo's only path forward for success. They will never be successful again if they don't have a hybrid console. Boom.
And now they've found the formula: hybrid console and transmedia going into the movies and whatnot. Because even though the Mario movie wasn't great, boy, did it make a lot of money.
It was amazing.
It was amazing to look at, but as a story, it was the most basic hero's journey of all time. With bad music choices.
Xbox knew in advance about the transmedia thing. They're just poor execution.
Well, it's also like not many companies have the IP of a Nintendo. That's like their thing.
Yeah. But more on Nintendo's IP being used in other shit later. Executive producer Ass4ssin Entertainment. With John away, Nintendo will play. To keep Nintendo talk going, you think we will see the Twilight Princess Wind Waker remasters this year?
Don't know. Don't care. I don't think we're going to see anything this year, though. I really don't think they're coming out with much of anything.
I don't like Wind Waker. I never liked Wind Waker. Twilight Princess is like fucking one of the all-time greats. Twilight Princess is amazing. Wind Waker I never like, and yet for some reason I bought it on Wii U.
Because I don't even know why. You are a hoarder. How many games do I give you that you're not going to play, but you just want to have it? That's you.
Man.
Next super chat, go.
Yeah, Mohammed Sharez, executive producer. Super chat for penance of massive Nintendo tangent. That's right, it's all your fault.
Don't worry, there's more.
Another super chat from Inkdel Chapo. What's the Switch 2 release lineup? Sorry, lads, Nintendo owns the show now, and you may have to speak to their lawyers.
New Mario and Metroid Prime 4, whatever it was, or whatever.
Mario Odyssey 2, Zelda Ocarina of Time remake, and I reckon that Donkey Kong remake or new Donkey Kong Country game will be the other one.
All right, next super chat.
Now, before we get to that super chat, because that's another topic. We're still talking about what we've been playing.
Nick, what have you been playing?
So the other thing that Jesse and I have been playing, I can finally talk about.
Nick never actually answered my question.
He doesn't.
I was like, how would you compare Benedict Fox to...
I said it's similar. It's at a similar level. Benedict Fox is another...
Which one do you enjoy more? Or do you think is better?
If
you had to sit there and be like... Someone who hasn't played either of them, right? Which one would you recommend to that person?
Ciao.
Okay.
Ciao. Because Ciao is more a traditional Metroidvania. Benedict Fox, like Bart when we had him on, he was even hesitant to call it a Metroidvania. Because it's not a true Metroidvania and it's not trying to be Benedict Fox. So if I'm giving someone one to play as a Metroidvania, then I'm giving them Ciao. Not that Ciao is better or worse necessarily, but Ciao is still a true, proper platforming Metroidvania. Benedict Fox isn't. I don't even know how to describe what Benedict Fox is. I know on the surface it looks like a Metroidvania, but it's not one in the truest sense. But yes, both good games. I actually need to go back to Benedict Fox too. So the other game that Jesse and I have been playing, and I could finally talk about it, is Topspin.
Topspin 2K25. For many, many years, I've been hanging for a new big name tennis game to return. I was secretly hoping it would be Virtua Tennis. But Topspin is back. Like, Xbox fans will have very fond memories of the original Topspin because that was an Xbox exclusive. It's funny how Topspin has moved from... That was an XSN game originally. Like, it was an actual Xbox... I think it was like an Xbox first-party game, technically. The original, I believe, but I could be wrong on that. And then it made its way over to 2K, but the irony being that Sega started the 2K series, and yet Sega has Virtua Tennis. So 2K, for those people not ancient like me, 2K was actually Sega's branding. So, NBA 2K, what were the other ones?
NBA,
NFL
NFL,
2K.
yeah.
Yeah, that was all Sega. That was Sega Sports. And then somehow, I don't know how that name and that licensing
They
ended
bought
up with
Visual Concepts, the company that made the games. So might have been part of that.
that's right. They did. They bought Visual Concepts. Yes. So there's a little bit of an irony to that. I don't actually. Irony is not the right word. Sorry. So yes, 2K Sports, Topspin.
It's a 77 on OpenCritic, and I do not understand it. I felt like I was being generous when I gave it a 5 because I don't like the way it feels. I don't think it moves well. I don't think it looks particularly good. It has a terrible lack of actual content. Like, it has a fair amount of places to play in, but you have to do a bunch of boring shit to unlock most of them. But the actual back and forth of tennis is not enjoyable in that game.
It's not fun.
No,
it's not fun.
It's very robotic. It feels like the game normally wants to set you up in a position to do a specific shot based on their animations. And it's not, I don't like the way you always have to just pay attention to the meter, because the meter is going to change depending on the type of shot, which is beholden to the type of animation, which you have no control over. And so it becomes a thing you have to focus on the meter above your head all the time. And it's just a pain in the dick.
That's what bothers me about it. That's what's bothering me about it. Like, all I'm worrying about is the meter. I'm not playing the game. Like, I understand what they were going for. Don't get me wrong, because throughout history of playing tennis games, one thing that kind of bothered me in a way in tennis games was that you hardly ever hit the ball out and you hardly ever hit the net. And that happens a lot in real tennis. And video game tennis games haven't been able to quite capture that out, and you hit the net. It looks like they've tried to do that here, but they've done it at the expense of just having a fun tennis video game. Are we out? Did we drop out?
No, should be fine. I don't think anything's dropping. Let me see.
Oh, okay. On my end, we're gone.
Oh, that's weird. My internet's fine.
No. Okay. No. So yeah, it's just it's happened at the expense of just having a fun tennis video game. Like, all I'm doing is focusing on. I'm just watching this meter above my head, and I'm not playing. Like, I'm not playing the game. It's been frustrating. Like, the original Topspin, it did do it a little bit differently to Virtua Tennis. Like, Virtua Tennis is just very, very streamlined, very, very simple. And it always did it in a way where most of the control of your shot was in your left stick. It was just the way they did it in Virtua Tennis was always brilliant. In this game, it's just like, I've got no problem with a meter, but the way they do it in this, I have to watch the meter. There's no feel for it. I've got to constantly watch it, which means I'm not really actually concentrating on what I'm doing and where I'm going to hit my next shot and all that sort of stuff. And even the way they do serves, I don't mind the way they do serves, but then the problem is the movement of that little cursor.
It takes way too long to start moving. You have to get way to the left before it will actually start going.
Yeah, but if you do that, but then when you do that, it moves too much.
Takes off, yeah.
Like the dead zone on it, the dead zone on that little cursor is like busted.
It's like an FPS game that has the acceleration curve way off. It's just not Not good.
It's just disappointing. Like the content thing doesn't bother me so much because I just like playing the simple modes in tennis games anyway. So the content thing doesn't bother me. But I can understand the content thing bothering most people because of how expensive this bloody game is.
Yeah.
It's 120 Australian dollars for this game. I would feel a bit pissed off if that's all I got in the game for $120. But like, even visually, it's like meh. It's just like okay.
Yeah. They're a little like clay faced. Like it's very uncanny valley. They don't emote enough. Like tennis players are very emotive and they'll be yelling and really into things. And everyone here is just kind of like they just had a lobotomy and they're just staring straight ahead the whole time. Audio keeps cutting out. That's weird. Yeah, other people saying it's fine. I don't know. YouTube seems to be having issues because I have not had a single drop of anything or whatnot. But who knows?
Weird.
Yeah.
Have you played Top Spin, Rand?
No. No interest in playing a tennis game. Come on now.
Really? Oh God, I love tennis games.
I mean, I'm not saying I haven't played a tennis game in the past, but
No, I know.
I have zero interest in playing a modern tennis game.
Really?
I just don't really have any interest in playing sports games, period, like Madden or MLB or 2K. I mean, I used to play some of those back in the day, but I just don't really have any interest in playing them now.
I just play Mario Tennis now because that's the only one that's been coming out over the last 10 years. It's just, I just play Mario Tennis.
Did you see how weird Pete Sampras looks too, Nick? He doesn't look anything like him.
He doesn't look quite as weird as you said. I can see Pete there, and I'm happy Pete's in there because I've never played a tennis game with Pete Sampras in it. But I am staggered that there's no Djokovic, no Nadal.
Yeah, they called it 2K25, which normally means it's supposed to last through the year, and they're just going to keep adding people in. But I mean,
it's bizarre that there's no Djokovic and Nadal, though. They are current players. Like, they are the two of the best players of all time, and they're still currently playing. Yet they've got Sampras, they've got Federer, they've got Agassi. It's a bizarre roster. It is such a strange roster. Super chat, Hush Al Ghul. Nick, as a resident Nintendo fan, how does it compare to Mario Tennis? Mario Tennis is much better. Oh, infinitely better. Like, in terms of the actual physical act of playing tennis, Mario Tennis is 1,000 times better. Mario Tennis is amazing. It's so good.
Sure.
But yeah, man, all these reviews that I'm seeing, I'm like, are you guys just convincing yourselves you love it? Because you haven't had a big name tennis game for such a long time? So you're convincing yourselves in your own minds that, oh God, this game's so good.
It's just, it messed up the main thing, the feel of playing tennis. Like, it's super technical. It's like, it's robotic. I actually don't feel like I have that much control in it. I really don't. Sometimes my guy just wouldn't want to move in a direction because he was setting himself up for a specific animation. And when they finally go, oh, you don't want to be there, then I get to move and it's too late. It's like, too often it felt like the game was setting me up to hit the ball in a certain way because that's where the ball was going. And then it was like, oh shit, you don't want to do that? Well, too late. I was like, oh, cool.
Yeah, I'm gutted. As someone who's waited for either Virtua Tennis or Top Spin to come back for a long time, I'm kind of disappointed, man.
Top Spin's probably going to go back away again. I can't imagine it selling any well. So, or
it didn't
it's like,
feel
all right,
like
Top
it had a
Spin's
huge
back
budget.
and it's gone. It's like that South Park meme. And it's gone.
Its focus for progression is almost entirely on cosmetic through season passes. Like, that's about it.
I'd like to believe they'll give it one more chance, depending on how this one does. Like, I'd like to believe they'll give it one more go to maybe hopefully take on some feedback. Mate, get in touch with me, guys. Let me know. I'll help you fix it right up. Let me know. Reach out.
No.
XboxEra.com. Reach out. Because the way it is right now is not fun to me.
I was just very surprised. A lot of very angry people in the YouTube comments saying I'm just bad at it or I'm a hater. And I'm like, no, I like tennis games. I wanted this one to be enjoyable, and I did not have fun playing it at all. Like I really didn't enjoy it. Played a lot.
No Magnum. Nick Kyrgios is not in it.
Nope.
Neither is Kokonakis.
There's hardly any.
Actually,
There's
neither is
not. Yeah.
neither is bloody Tsitsipas. Tsitsipas not even in it. None of the Greek players are in it. They must be racist and hate Greek.
They're Greekist.
Yeah, they hate Greeks.
Because
That
Greeks
2K.
aren't. Are Greeks a race? I always forget what is a race or what is like a nationality.
Oh yeah, Greeks are nationality.
Yeah.
But aren't you still racist against Greek people if you're
Bigoted.
racist? Okay.
But also, one of the main annoying things, your doubles partner sucks compared to the other computer players when you're playing AI. You can do
I haven't played doubles.
you can do full multiplayer local. You cannot play against your friend online. That's supposed to come by the end of May. It's a crazy thing to me. You can only do matchmaking. And matchmaking has like way more modes than single player does. You can do tournaments and shit, and you can't do that in single player unless you're doing My Career, and it's part of the career path. Like, it's such a weird, disappointing release that I did not like at all. There's almost no point to ever doing anything except for Power Shot either.
And that's the thing. Like, even if they ended up with a ton of content, and it was just this incredible package of content and modes and players and everything, the core act of playing tennis still isn't fun.
Man.
And that's the problem. It's all about gameplay, man. Don't worry about content. Like, is it fun to actually play tennis in this game? For me, it's not. I'm gutted because I wanted it to be so good.
I made sure I got you a good copy. I got you the extremely expensive, like $200
$180 version.
Because they've got their $120 version that gives you all the season passes and a golden racket and stuff. And
I was just look. I'm gonna keep plugging away at it to see if I can get.
they might
a
patch
feel
it up.
for the
They
way
might
it plays.
change some things to make you like it more over time. It's going to be a live service game for them.
Like the meter changes. If I'm close to the net, the meter speed changes. So it's throwing you. It's
Yeah, the meter
my
is tied
God.
to the animation. Like the whole game is tied to what animation they've decided you're going to use. You can't move out of that area because it's setting you up for the animation. The timing is on the animation. Yeah, it's very frustrating.
God, I hope Sega brings back virtual tennis.
Out of their super
I
game.
really do. Yeah. Yeah, super game. Anyway, that's Tennis 2K25. Top spin Tennis 2K25. You been playing anything else? Because you're always playing stuff.
I have. I put out more, which, you got another Crab's Treasure, which is all right. It's cute. It's very good writing, which I think carries okay gameplay, but it's got Nick mode. You can make it as easy or hard as you want, really. You can give yourself a gun that just one-shots everything in the game. Every boss just takes them right out. But otherwise, it is a really difficult Souls-like if you don't know exactly which skills to take at first, because there are a couple like parrying and the putting another shell on the end of your fork that like doubles your survivability and doubles your damage, and I didn't take those right away, so it was way harder than it had to be. Really good effort from them to make, it doesn't look incredible, it runs fine, it's very funny, it's very cute, the story's actually pretty by the numbers a bit, but enjoyable. And it's on Game Pass, so it's a very easy recommendation. If you want it hard, you can make it hard, and it's real rigid and tough. And if you want it a little softer, it'll caress you. It'll let you do more damage, let you take less damage, let you just kill everything in a hit if you feel like it. And yeah, solid, not great, but not everything has to be great.
It looks like SpongeBob Souls-like.
Pretty much.
Just looking at it.
That's
looks
what
like a SpongeBob
they were
Souls-like.
going for, that weird, goofy, under the sea vibe. It is very silly.
Yeah.
You're always finding different pieces. It's all about trash in the ocean. Your souls are microplastics that are, inherent to everything because we've put so much plastic in the ocean. You're finding shells that are just like garbage we've thrown out that's fallen down to the bottom. Quite a bit of fun to be had in that one. And then the other thing I got to play a little bit of, I don't have any footage or anything. The Hades 2 tech test. A lot of people got into that. There was no NDA or anything. If you liked Hades 1, this seems like a nice evolution on it. I think they've said in their marketing, like it's probably going to be next year if you're waiting for 1.0. But very soon after the tech test ended, which it just did, they want to start up early access. So I'm hopefully we can get access to that and we'll have coverage on the site. It'll only be PC and early access, but it will be probably on everything again when it releases in full. So yeah, that's been that.
Cool. Very good. So I think that's all we've been playing, yeah?
Now we can talk.
I
Oh,
think that's everything.
I can say I will have reviews for Indica, which if you look up the trailer for, really weird. And then I'll have a review for Little Kitty Big City. So it's a very big tonal shift between those two games. So my head's been kind of spinning. But that's it.
Yeah. Very good. Man, that was a long opening sequence. And we've still got super chats and stuff too.
Yep, and it's also all you.
But no, it wasn't. Now, Rand,
Mhm,
I know
yes.
that I got you. How's control going? I got you onto control. How's the control going?
I mean, I haven't really had it again since I bought the first one, but control's pretty good. I liked it.
Mate, you then make sure to get yourself some more if you haven't bought any since. Go to www.xboxera.com www.drinkcontrol.com/XboxEra and use our code to get 10% off, mate. John's is on the way, by the way. If he was on
Oh,
right now,
did he
he'd say-
finally make the plunge?
No, I've organized the care package for him because every time we
Ah.
talk about it, he's like, "Oh no, why don't I get any control?" And so I finally organized some control for him. Did you get yours, Jesse?
Yes, I've shown it to you. It
Did
had the strawberries and cream on it.
Oh
It
yeah,
was
the
very
strawberries
good.
and cream.
Yeah.
Yeah. You need to buy some more, Rand. Jump on the website and get
Gary
some more.
Barwick knows all about control.
Yeah, Gary Barwick's like the control expert. Like knows the ingredients and
You
everything.
could fill a
with it on
swimming pool
control.
with it and just dive in the powder.
Mm. Yeah, Apple Smacks is so good.
Mm.
What was the flavor you had, Rand?
I tried a lot of them. I tried like the cocoa
Crunch.
one. I tried
Yep.
Fruity
Fruity
Pebbles
Flakes?
one. Yeah.
Yeah, the
I
fruity
tried
flakes.
the.
Oh, so nice.
There wasn't there like a cinnamon one as well. I tried that one.
Cinnamon toast. Yep.
I forget which other ones
So
I
good.
tried. I tried like
So good.
4 or 5 of them.
Oh, love it. Now, super chats. There was more of them. My God,
Mhm.
so many super chats. As soon as Rand's on, all the super chats just come in. Now, Hush Al Ghul. What will the Xbox handheld be called if it comes out? If it does not come out, what about Xbox's next generation of consoles? I give up.
Series XXX and Series
I mean,
S.
like
give up.
the naming convention would lead you to believe it would just be called
Series.
Xbox Series something.
Yeah.
But who knows with Microsoft? They could immediately
Yep.
we need to pivot away from the name or because
Yep.
for whatever
'Cause it failed
reasons,
miserably. Yep.
you know.
Well, could it be they go to the yearly thing where it's the Apple iPad 2021, 2023? Like it's just a year thing. Like would it just be Series X 2026? Series S portable.
But that's not how the name series works. This is what's stupid about the whole thing. That's not how the name series works. Once you have set up the series, you then just go Xbox X, Xbox X2. Then there's the S, Xbox S, Xbox S2. The series, BMW doesn't call every single car series, 3 series, blah, blah, 2.0. There's the BMW 3 series. And within that series, there's the 320, 325, 330. They don't go, BMW 3 Series 2.0, 3 Series 3.0, 3 Series 4.0. Like, they don't...
You care a lot more than me.
I understand, man.
I mean, they
do.
named it Series for a reason. Now, maybe they had other plans. Maybe there would have been hardware coming. I don't know what their plans were when they named it this in 2020. Phil did talk about doing like more consoles as like kind of like more like a cell phone upgrade path where like maybe you would get more consoles more often. But obviously that's not going to be the case for whatever reason. So you would think, all right, well, then the next set of hardware that comes, whether it's a console or a handheld, would also have to be called Xbox Series. Like, yeah, if you had to be like, all right, say it's a console.
Yep.
It's like, all right, that one's Xbox Series X2. I mean, it would fit like the nomenclature. It would fit in line with
Series X2. It should just be Xbox X2 as part of the X series.
Well, I mean, I don't know. That's how they're naming it. I don't know. You know, in a handheld, where would you even name it? What letter would you name it, or would you call it Xbox Series Go?
Series P. It's a P series.
What, for a handheld? Portable?
The Xbox Switch.
Yeah.
I don't know though, because Xbox Series P doesn't really indicate that it is a portable.
Why? It's P for portable.
I know it's P for portable, but I don't know. I just think that would be a bad name for it, personally.
Microsoft's all about bad names.
That is 100% true. You've nailed it, and I'm sure maybe they're thinking about like, oh, what do we name these things? Naming is really important. I don't know.
Like a goddamn bullet, like they should have last time, and just call it Xbox 6.
Well, because the naming is it's just supposed to be Xbox. This is just Xbox, but it's Series whatever. So, you know, where do you go? I don't know. Like, they have to think. Do you call it X2? Do you call it XL? Like Series XL? Like, boom.
Just call it the Xbox 6 and be done with it. Seriously, just call it the Xbox 6 and be done with it. They missed their chance on 5. They could have used the One X as the 4th console and then said, here's Xbox 5 now. And then you got Xbox 5S with the S. And you're done. You're set. And then you just go Xbox 6, Xbox 7, Xbox 8, and you're aligned with PlayStation the whole way. Come on, man. This stuff's not that difficult. Fucking hell. Seriously. The handheld, who the fuck knows? Probably P, but honestly, at this point with Microsoft, I'm tired of trying to predict how they're going to name this shit.
Yeah, they also might think like Xbox Series P may not be a good name because like, oh, P, Xbox Series P. Yeah. Look at my little like Xbox Series P, dude.
I know, like this is just... It's like how they called it the Xbox 360 because they didn't want to call it Xbox 2 because it would be less than PlayStation.
Yeah, it'd be less than That's why I think a name for the handheld should be Xbox Series Go.
They had a Surface Go. Didn't they have a Surface Go?
And they cancel it right as it's in the trucks ready to go out in honor of the Surface Go.
Come out.
Yeah.
No, that was the Mini. That was the Mini that got
Mini?
cancelled.
Oh.
Didn't they end up having a Surface Go? Or am I mistaken?
Call it the Xbox Go.
You got the wrong co-host on for that. I don't know anything.
Yeah,
I don't know anything about the Surface.
They've got a Surface Go.
You call it the
Microsoft
Xbox phone, Windows Phone, and then Jez is happy. P for phone.
Oh man, Windows Phone. I'd love to have that back. Okay.
You and Jez.
So it's Satya.
Yeah. Now, executive producer Mohammed Sherez, another super chat. So should Top Spin be more lampooned in game style? What's that mean? Yeah, I know. There's so many have been coming in. Lampooned in game style. I don't know. It just needs to be dumbed down more. They've gone for something technical and it doesn't work. It doesn't work. Cody Bishop. What would a AAA Star Trek game look like to you? Oh my God, I don't think I could care less. I couldn't care less about a Star Trek game. I've never been a Star Trek guy.
I mean,
Are either
the best
of you
type would be
Star Trek?
Yeah, Star Trek can be really good. It's the more thinking man's political, space stuff. So it's not for Nick. It would very much be Mass Effect. Happier Mass Effect. Because people like Star Trek when Star Trek's pretty positive and happy. It's been too brooding and angry lately. So they want the Star Trek audience is also like 100 years old now. So, but you missed 2 super chats before the 2 you just read.
Really?
Yep.
What a horrible hosting job where he's doing right now,
Cody Bishop. Where is it?
No, I read them all.
Did you?
Oh, hold on. Yes, Drew Bus is
there
one.
It is.
Drew Bus is one. I didn't want to read that one out before because everyone keeps bringing up Nintendo. Drew Bus. Do you think either Nintendo or Xbox will dabble in VR next gen?
No.
Or is that a proven financial failure?
It's gone. No one wants to dabble in VR.
You know what I could see Nintendo doing? Not VR, AR.
Cardboard VR.
AR. I could see Nintendo including AR in the next Switch.
If it's going to cost more money, I don't think they will. I think they're going to try and keep their hardware as cheap
They
as
had
they
a
can.
camera in the Wii U, and they had a camera in the DS.
Yeah, they want to keep costs
And
down now.
Pokemon Go is a smash hit.
It's got to be a decent camera, though.
I could see them including AR in the next Switch, not VR. And didn't you hear Microsoft is doing VR? Oh,
The amount of
Are
people
they
that
though,
didn't,
Nick?
no, the amount of people that got that story so wrong. It was like, no, and I just saw headlines, Microsoft making a VR headset, and I was like, no,
yeah.
Quest is making a VR headset that's inspired by an Xbox, so it'll be like
Yes,
black and green and have their color
Yes,
scheme and
it's a
shit.
limited edition Xbox branded MetaQuest.
I did ask for them to send me one. I'd love to look at it.
Send me one. I'll take one of those. Do all my web
I only know
browsing
Meta,
on an Xbox.
I know
headset.
Meta PR US, and they only deal US. I have tried. John got in touch with Meta PR UK. You feel like getting in touch with Meta PR Australia? All yours.
I think I did, and I haven't heard back from them.
Yeah, they probably don't get much of a budget.
Probably not. But yeah, I don't envision Microsoft bothering with VR. I mean, even PlayStation's barely bothering with it. Like, the VR2 hasn't done the greatest, and they're barely supporting it with their own games. They can barely get enough games out for the PS5, let alone for the VR2.
It was
as well.
bad enough that they gave in and are going to let it work on PC, which they were always vehemently against.
Yeah, so that goes to show you where PSVR's future lies. There probably won't be a PSVR 3. So if even Sony are on the verge of probably or down the path of abandoning it, why the hell would Microsoft jump on board?
Yeah, and Meta, who has had the most success, is now like, hey, everyone, please start using ROS in your own headsets because making this hardware is really expensive. We're not making our money back.
They're trying to be the Google of VR headsets by having their OS on all of them, just like Google does with their OS on phones and stuff. So yeah, I don't envision. I mean, I always said VR's future's not in games, man. It's not in games. It never was. It's in tourism and sporting events.
Yeah, that's what the
That
Kinect
is
does
VR's
quite a bit of. Or there was a guy who did a surgery with an Apple Vision Pro on his head so that he could
apparently
look at information and a 3D model they had made of the guy's heart and all that stuff, or organ.
Yeah. Which is what wasn't Kinect able to do that stuff too originally?
Yeah, Kinect is used a lot in like museums and stuff for just reading people.
Yeah,
what they're
it
doing.
does. Madame Tussauds use it. Madame Tussauds wax museums use Kinects, like actual the one that came with the console Kinect, not just a version of the tech, like an actual Kinect unit. But yeah, man, VR, sporting events, tourism. That's the future for VR, not games.
YouTube ghost hunters use Kinect, according to Senior Bean. That's funny.
Oh, really?
Well, if you're scanning
yeah,
for you're scanning the IR.
Yes, because the Kinect has all those IR lasers that it shoots out, and it makes it all look creepy, and you can see go. Yeah, he's right. I've actually seen that. Okay. Wow, it's like one of the longest cold opens to the show ever.
Cold open.
Like ever.
I feel like I haven't
man.
even talked. It's been about Nintendo the whole time.
I know,
I'm
that was
bored.
the cold
You know what?
open.
I'm going to say something, and Nick's going to vehemently disagree, and it's that Nick has talked about 95% of the show so far, and he's going to say no, he hasn't.
Mm.
No.
I mean, it's okay. I mean, it's 6 o'clock for me. I got a book to read. I got a Stellar Blade I bought and I'm gonna play. So I mean,
Did you really get that game?
yeah, why not? It's I like action
have
games
no
like that. I mean, why?
I have
Am I supposed to be upset? It got censored or something?
You can't see the
I don't know.
vagina.
I like I like boobies and butts, and I still have no interest in that game.
Yeah, I would
don't know.
imagine you'd also feel a certain way playing that game and having like your kids walk in or something. Like, Daddy, what are you playing?
yeah, that would be awkward.
Dude, why is he getting that?
All right, sit down. Let's have a conversation about this.
Yeah, the birds and the bees through Stellar Blade.
Yes.
When a mommy
Stellar
robot
yams.
loves a daddy robot.
Yeah. Oh god. Anyway, I get enough of that with Chun-Li in Fortnite. Now, where are we going first, Jesse? Because there's a lot here. We don't have to hit all of this, do we?
These are news topics you might be interested in. It's John just picks what he feels like talking about.
There's only one here that I'm really interested in. But
What do you want to talk about, Nick?
I do need to mention. Do we need to mention our Sub-a-thon, Jesse?
It would definitely help. It's the type of thing you normally would like to do. Yes.
Yeah. So we are having. I'm going to let Jesse talk because I don't actually know what this is. so I'm going to let Jesse talk about it.
May 9th on the channel. It's already scheduled. It is also the pinned comment on this stream. We are doing a subathon because John really wants to go to LA, and then John, Nick, and I are all going to Germany. We are accredited for Summer Games Fest. We are accredited for Gamescom. At least John and I are. Nick probably isn't yet.
No, not yet.
Yeah. We're going there. We're going to be doing previews. We're going to be doing in-person shit. Like, it's going to be fun. We'll be stopping and staying at John's house in England, do a live podcast from there.
Oh, that's gonna
go
be
to
the worst.
Germany, and no, we got to eat English food. It's going to be really rough.
No, we got to eat English food.
And
It's gonna be
I'm not
shit.
eating beans on toast. I'm not going anywhere near a brekkie.
I'm not eating.
I don't
I'm not
want
eating
blood
any of that.
pudding.
Yeah, I don't want any of that
Yeah,
garbage.
but so yeah, May 9th, starting at 7 a.m., going for maybe a day. We'll see how long we go. There's a PayPal link that's in the chat already pinned there. If you want to donate anything, thank you so much. PayPal is a bitch, so you can't do it from every country. But pretty much anything you do, if it's watching streams, if it's visiting the website and letting ads play, if it's Superchats or Patreons, like Mohammed Sherez upped his Patreon to executive producer, it all helps cover our probably like £8,000 bill of travel in hotel rooms. So thank you. That'll be,
Just write that off for taxes next year.
I mean, John probably
know what
can,
we'll-
but we still have to actually pay
You know
for
what we
it.
need to eat at John's?
Yeah, we'll
Like-
have John just cut you a check from.
He's got
all
a company
the-
credit card, but I
Yeah, there
think he
you
doesn't
go.
want to have that
Boom.
hanging over his head too long.
Boom. You know, then write it
get
off.
Macca's.
Is it an operating expense? Business stuff?
John did
Write off
just
all the.
have,
you
he
know?
just had a $15,000 bill for
Shipping
the
the
books that we had to ship late, and shipping costs all skyrocketed. So I think he just got that paid off. So I think he's trying to keep anything else from like hanging over his head too much. I get it,
Mm.
but it's him, so I don't
Oh,
really
yeah,
give a shit. It's not
great.
me.
$8,000
Oh, yeah.
bill to go to ETH Summer Showcase. That's a big bill.
John going to LA and getting a hotel room, and then Nick and I and John all going to Germany and getting hotel
Germany.
rooms. Yeah.
Are you
Getting
going
Nick
to
to
Gamescom,
Germany is a
Rand?
lot of fucking money.
No,
Why?
I have no interest in going to Gamescom. Zero.
Why? Why?
Why? Because I don't.
Come on, go.
I have no interest.
I would have no interest in going for the public stuff, but we're going just for the press stuff, which is less smelly, and we don't have all the timing and everything, so we just go right into stuff that we set up. It's nice. I wouldn't want to go as public.
I'd like to go to Summer Games Fest next year. I've always wanted to go to America. Just hope I don't get.
It is
Sure,
it's
over
LA,
there.
so chances are high you would.
What?
LA is horrible. That's one of the reasons I was the one invited, and I was like, I'm not going to LA. And John's like, I'll go. And I was like, okay, yeah, you go. I don't want to go anywhere in LA. I'm fine.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, the big thing is Gamescom. That's like the big bill. Like the LA stuff is small, but getting myself to Germany and getting John to Germany, very small. Getting Nick to Germany, very big. And then
Well, you know,
hotel
you can
for everyone.
not
so-
have Nick go to Germany. Save some money.
For some reason, John really wants him to, so we're stuck.
No, I should go. I should go.
Well, John's willing to pay
yes, Gary-
for regular airfare, and Nick can pay for an upgrade if he wants.
I will need that upgrade. Gary Barwick's right. Take control with me to John's place so we can have something decent.
Hmm.
And we'll get Macca's. We'll just get Macca's and have control, and then we'll be fine.
I don't know how England Macca's would be though.
I don't know.
You know what?
Okay.
tikka masala was made in the UK, so I'll try and find that.
Was that?
Yeah, I'll get some poppadoms and whatnot.
Yeah. Okay, now, do we want to talk about Xbox being on the verge of bankruptcy?
I mean,
The-
it's your show.
the
You talk about what you want.
Their console sales have just
And they're
tanked.
deceptive about it too. Console sales
they're
bad,
hiding it.
deceptive about their numbers going up. They only went up because they bought ABK. Do you know that? I don't know if you know that. But the numbers in the
It's-
stagnant gaming industry, they only went up because they bought their way in. Gross.
Well, it is technically true. ABK does represent all that growth, but
Mhm.
it's one of those things where I'm seeing people get irrationally upset about it, and it's like when a sports team recruits a good player and starts to play better as a result of recruiting that player, you don't get upset and go, "Oh, you're only winning because you recruited Ronaldo." It's like, but that's why we recruited Ronaldo, so we can win. That's why we
Yeah.
did it. So I don't understand why people are doing it that way. It's like, yeah, that's what part of why Microsoft bought APK, so they can make more money and the numbers can go. I'm not saying you have to like it or not like it, but
It's the industry and the way it's been going is nothing's going up. So how do you get something to go up? You take a bunch of money that's just sitting in the bank losing value to inflation. You invest it into an asset. Like people look at, oh, they had to pay 70 billion. Though it's like, well, yeah, that 70 billion wasn't doing anything for them. Now it has become something that is doing something for them, and their margins were 16%, which is pretty good. They, obviously the higher the better. Nintendo end of their life cycle on the Switch is like up to 40 sometimes, but the PlayStation, who everyone fawns over because they're selling so many consoles, they're doing that at a huge loss, and their margins were under 5%. They were terrible. They made a ridiculous amount of money in a quarter, but then barely kept any of it because their margins are so bad. So in the long term, the healthier brand financially right now is Xbox. Now, PlayStation can get their costs
even though
down.
they cheated to get there, they
Yeah.
cheated.
It's like they have the thing that PlayStation is pivoting to right now, which is just a metric fuck ton of really healthy live service income. Like just things that just essentially print money all the time. Now you have to pay a lot to keep that going, but they have been going. They bought a bunch of them. Like they bought Minecraft and made Minecraft into that. Minecraft was not that before they bought them. It was big, but everyone looked at
I was
$2
about
billion
to say,
for
it was still pretty
Minecraft.
big.
But people looked at
Minecraft
$2
was
billion
pretty
for
big.
Minecraft and like, that's insane. And then they made it back almost
A bargain.
right away. Yeah, it was a ridiculous bargain.
Bargain now.
Because
That's an absolute bargain.
They took a huge game in Minecraft and made it the biggest thing in gaming history. Like that was under their stewardship. Like they've been pretty good at running stuff. They obviously they would love to have sold 5 times the consoles right now if those people were going to spend money. Because that's actually one of the problems Sony has had, where they're keeping their audience from last gen, but that audience doesn't spend as much as Nintendo or Xboxes do. So that's why they're canceling tons of shit and desperately trying to cut costs and firing their CEO. But when you look at the people who report the news, they're like, oh, well, this was the surprise. It's like, no, this was actually the guidance. The guidance from Xbox, if you paid attention in January, was they expected to sell less than they ended up doing. It's like, oh, it's not great that they've dropped hardware, but it's not a surprise. Because, like, Kotaku's headline
And it's
and
generated
IGN's
that
and,
discussion again, though.
Yeah.
It's generated that discussion of, are they going to make consoles going forward? Like,
and it's funny because
did you guys talk about it on Xbox 2, Ray?
this was the guidance,
Yeah.
not new.
One of the things I didn't know when we were talking about an Xbox 2, I noticed that the Activision integration lost them money again. That's 2 quarters in a row. The Activision, like the immediate ROI, I think they've lost so far almost $800 million on the Activision in the 6 months that they've owned them. I think it's
How does
something like that.
work?
It was
Didn't they just say they made money?
The cost of integrating
Cost
Activision,
of running,
you
yeah.
know,
Cost of like running.
of bringing Activision in, all the paperwork and all the lawyers you got to pay for, all the things you're doing, all that integration cost. They're still, as a division, they made $5.4 billion.
Yeah.
So it's not
like
enough, but it lowers
this
the
last
margins.
quarter. Activision brought in net impact from Activision was 1.97 billion. Minus 6.7 for this and 3.1 for that. So then their cost of revenue is like $1 billion, but their gross margin is 0.99. But their operating expenses was 1.34 billion for a loss of $350 million. I think their loss like last quarter on Activision was like 400 million.
Mm-hmm.
That was even more.
So, or whatever it was
Don't
last
understand
quarter.
how any of this stuff works. I have no idea how any of it works. None of it.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tale of two numbers, isn't it? Like, game revenue's up 50%, content and services are up 60%, and, like, you can see, like, okay, clearly what's the most important thing, what they've been saying forever about, like, business isn't about selling consoles, business is about selling software and services and all those things, and you can see it reflected in the revenue, and they're making more money than they ever have, but, of course, the way numbers have always been reported about hardware are always like the hardware is always like you sell this much, and it's an easy way to place like who's doing what, who's doing well. And Xbox hardware once again is down 30%. Like
31%.
it was like 30% last year, or just the revenue. And so it's like, okay, so like you look at that and it's like it's been basically trending down since the end of 2022. Right? Like just down. And it's like, okay, well, it's going to keep on going down. But then they talk about how like Satya's like, we got high console usage. Like, and Jez specifically asked PR, are you talking about Xbox plus PlayStation plus Nintendo? And they're like, no, this is specifically only about Xbox consoles. More people are playing on Xbox than ever before in the history of Xbox.
I know.
Even when there was
use
like the
our console.
360 and all that sort of stuff. So it's like, okay, so the hardware is not selling, and we could discuss why the hardware is not selling, right? But the people that are on the platform are playing the platform more than the platform's ever been
I was just
played.
about to say, the people that are buying the console are actually using the console.
Sure, but when you look at like here's PlayStation, and it sold last quarter, 4 or 5 million PlayStation 5s. And then you look at Xbox, and it only sold 800,000 estimated around that number.
By our friend Welfare.
Yes,
Estimated at around 800k units. That's an estimate that could be accurate or could be way
it could
off.
be.
Again,
Let's just say for the sake of the argument, it's accurate or close to enough, right? Or even let's say give them benefit of the doubt, and they sold 1 million, but PlayStation's over there at 4. PlayStation over the course of last year is like 21 million consoles, and Xbox is probably, I don't know, 5, I don't even know what it would be, 5 million, whatever. Like, you look at those two numbers, and you're like, you would think just looking at it, be like, well, this one's doing way better than the other one. But then you sort of like look at everything that's going on. It's like, well, Sony's margins are incredibly thin because we all know the reasons why. And it's like, we don't know what Xbox's profitability margins are really. And it's just like, okay, well, is there any chance to stem the tide and get the hardware back? Because I know people, because I get people DM me all the time about their concerns about the Xbox strategy and about how it could affect them down the road. They're worried that if less and less people buy Xbox hardware and becomes less desirable, and then you introduce new hardware in a couple years, and nobody really wants to buy that because you're putting your games on other platforms, which devalues reasons to buy that specific piece of hardware. They're worried that essentially they're going to be buying into a hardware platform that is essentially going to get supported less from third parties in the future. Because why would third parties want to support Xbox if the hardware is constantly declining, especially if the rumors are true about a Steam store on the same device as an Xbox store? You could make the argument that, some developers may look at that and be like, well, what's the point of even building an Xbox version for this device when we also have, those people who own that device, if they want the game, they can just buy it from the Steam So there's these questions about like what's going on, and people think, all right, well, if it continues this way where nobody's buying the hardware, am I going to buy into this thing and then the rug will be pulled out from underneath me, and oh my God, I won't have my Resident Evils. I won't have my whatever big third-party games that you're looking forward to, because some of the devs may be like, it's not worth supporting Xbox. And, Christopher Dring and others have reported that there are talk among that. So it's more about concern for the future of the viability of the hardware platform that people have invested in. That is the concern for people out there, right? Because obviously Xbox as a whole ain't going anywhere, right? Because they're $20 billion in 3 quarters. It's the most they've ever done and all that sort of stuff. But like when people focus on specifically the hardware, which is how it's always been,
That's right.
they get antsy because it's like, oh, change is, people always fear change. And clearly the industry itself is changing, right? Everybody's sort of like, Sony's embracing PC a little bit more. Xbox is maybe embracing multi-platform. Things are doing differently than they were in the 360 PS3 gen. And people don't like change. So you end up with this thing where it's like people are just questioning whether or not they should just, maybe I should just build my library in Steam, or whatever you would want to spend your money on. These are the type of things questions I get from Xbox fans all the time, that their concerns are about the platform. And, it's like, well, 30% down, Rand. I mean, like, it's, another 30% next year. And it's like, well, yeah, I mean, I don't know.
It's a valid concern, though. It is a valid concern. Like, we're not upset about the idea of our Xboxes going away because we hate Xbox. It's because we like Xbox consoles that there's a worry that the hardware goes away. Like,
I will say,
especially for the people that have spent a lot of money on their digital library.
one thing is that this was actually better than the guidance they gave in January. So if the people really are worried and they're keeping up with this one, they should have kept up with the last one, because they would have known they were expecting like 40% year-over-year drop. Main reason being they're not discounting. Like normally this late in the gen, you're already chopping prices down. That way the people who are waiting finally jump in. And they're not doing that. They don't want what Sony is doing, which is constant price cuts, which are absolutely destroying their margins. And they're not making nearly... Sony's making a ton of money and barely keeping any of it. And as Phil said, Amy Hood doesn't let them operate that way. And they don't want to. They're at the point of the gen now. They want to make money. They're seeing people using the consoles more than ever. Like, I know change is scary, but also it's a bunch of people worried that have no idea how any of it works. And it's not like we know how it works either. We just know how it's been reported on in the past. But what actually works now, what matters now, like, it is very different. And it's not this, just make great games and people come thing. That's just not the way the industry works. And it's the one thing people always point at. And it's like PlayStation's still selling more than ever, and they haven't had jack shit. Like, Final Fantasy Rebirth didn't pull people in. That game barely sold.
They can't. I know, but they can't completely ignore their console sales.
They don't.
Like, I still think they should at least attempt to address or arrest the console sales situation.
Well,
Like,
I mean, you could make an argument, Nick, and we did this on Xbox too, that we could see this fall with a Call of Duty marketed, branded with Xbox, specifically if they cut off last generation. Because Call of Duty has yet to cut off last gen. Well, hold on. When you also compared this quarter, January, February, March, to last year's, what was the huge game that actually sold consoles last quarter?
It was Hogwarts Legacy.
Hogwarts Legacy came out last year, and it was current gen only. The Switch versions and the PS4 and Xbox One versions didn't come out until months later, and Hogwarts Legacy was a complete juggernaut. It sold consoles because you could only get it on the new ones, right?
Yeah.
And that's part of the reasons why, the comparisons from last quarter to this quarter, or last year to this year, are bad, because not only was Hogwarts not there, but neither was like Resident Evil 4 and some of the other bigger games that happened. So when you look at games that can force people to upgrade, right? People always look at Grand Theft Auto 6. Current gen only, because there's still tons of people playing on PS4 and tons of people playing on Xbox 3, Xbox One, and Microsoft doesn't care that those people on Xbox One haven't upgraded yet, because they're still spending money and doing all those things. And honestly, I don't even know if Microsoft has given people a reason to upgrade it within their own ecosystems anyways. The 3 next-gen games that they've put out, one of them was, well, Jesse will disagree, was a complete disaster.
No, it was
right?
a disaster, but it was fine.
Yeah. And Starfield, you know, I love Starfield, but in the realm of like expectations of what people thought Starfield was going to be and what it ended up being, it didn't meet it. And those are the only ones that's like the next gen offering, the only ones who get there. So like they really haven't, even to their own customer base, given a reason about why you should upgrade from the one, and neither have the biggest games. Like Call of Duty, the biggest game is still cross-gen, right? So is this the year finally that they're going to cut that off? And if they do cut that off, and if it is branded Xbox, which, you know, you would assume it would be, obviously, like thinking that like they can actually, like, I don't know about the contracts. Maybe they can't market any Call of Duty until the beginning of next year, but whatever. Let's assume that they can market it, and it's current gen only, and it's marketed with Xbox, and it's Game Pass. That could bring in a wave of people who haven't purchased a next-gen console yet, and then you could see sales rise and all those sort of things. That's obviously looking on the bright side of things, of like a game and a franchise that could potentially sell newer hardware simply because you're cutting off people on the previous hardware. You know, because you know Grand Theft Auto 6 is going to do that when it happens next year. But I think it's because Microsoft has been really spotty with their own releases this whole gen. Like, it's like you start off, you don't really have anything in 2020 for hard, you know, like new releases with the system. You have a great 2021, right, with games.
Yep.
And then you have nothing in 2022 at all. And then 2023 is like a hodgepodge of like, here's a great surprise release that nobody bought, not only on Xbox but also PC. And clearly also not on PlayStation or
PlayStation.
Right? Fantastic, amazing game, top 5 of last year, but it didn't really seem like anybody really cared that much or bought it. Then you get a Minecraft Legends that was basically a fart in the wind. People forgot about it 2 days after it came out. A Redfall that was a complete disaster for Microsoft on every level. A Starfield that really did great numbers, sales-wise and Game Pass-wise, but expectations for its critical stuff was a little bit muted because people were expecting 90 plus meta like previous Bethesda games. And then Forza Motorsport came out, and very much like Minecraft Legends was also a fart in the wind. And you haven't had anything since then because Hellblade 2 is not out yet. So I think this generation, Microsoft has been very up and mostly down when it comes to their own releases, not giving people an actual reason to buy an Xbox, at least upgrade. And I'm going to make this analogy, and people are going to be mad at me, okay? But I think it's true. Xbox and PlayStation, perception-wise, about the power of the brand aren't the same.
No.
PlayStation, so the analogy I make is, you know, when you're shopping with your kids, and you're going down like the aisle, and you got the cart, and you want to like get them something for breakfast, and right there at kind of eye level is, you know, like Cocoa Crisps or like Rice Krispies or like the name brand cereals that are higher price. So you get the Cocoa Krispies, right? They're the Cocoa Puffs, and the kids all want it because it's in the nice box. They know it because it's marketed. So like, Dad, Nick, please. You know, whatever your kids call you, Poppy. I don't know, what do they call you? What's the Greek word for father?
Baba.
Baba. Cocoa Cup, Cocoa Krispies, whatever, Cocoa Puffs. So you put it in the cart, right? Now, that's PlayStation. You know what Xbox is? They're the breakfast cereal underneath Cocoa Puffs that aren't in a box, it's in a bag, and it's cheaper. But you have to bend down to get it. But no kid really wants that because they don't know what it is. They just know it's the off-brand of the major brand. And that is PlayStation versus Xbox. PlayStation is the dominant brand name and Xbox is the off-brand. However, Xbox and PlayStation are always essentially priced exactly the same. But when you look at sales of the hardware, people don't value Xbox at the same price point as they value PlayStation. Xbox needs to be way cheaper for PlayStation for people to give a crap. Nobody would buy the off-brand cereal if it was the same price as the brand name. It has to be cheaper. So when Xbox actually sells well outside of like the beginning of a generation, it's usually when it's significantly cheaper than PlayStation, because then people start to notice. And we have, like Jesse said, it's harder to drop the price of components this generation, so the prices have stayed up higher, and I think that has been to the detriment of the uptick of Xbox consoles, despite the fact that there is a Series S out there, as that the Series X still sells for $499 or whatever it is, when really for them to actually get a good momentum going, they probably need to be it probably needs to be $399, if not $350. I mean, we saw it this past holiday when PlayStation was going for $499 and PlayStation and Xbox was going for $399 and $350. PlayStation still outsold them, but it was closer. Because that's how consumers look at those. Consumers were like, we might choose Xbox, but Xbox has to be considerably cheaper than PlayStation for us to do so. I don't know if people are upset about that analogy or not, but I think it's pretty apropos.
No, there's an element of truth to it.
Jesse, what do you think?
It's not a stronger brand.
Globally, yes. In America, not as much. But it's a scale. If you're in Europe, then like PlayStation's top shelf liquor and Microsoft's bottom shelf, or Xbox. So, yeah. Depending on where you are, absolutely.
Do you think that they need to drop the price? The price is a factor in
No,
the
because
uptick?
that strategy has decimated, or not decimated, it's only 10%. That strategy has completely fucked over Sony. I would not want them to adopt it.
I agree, but do you think it's part of the reasons why people maybe gravitate more towards PlayStation simply because they are the same price?
The way I always look at it is PlayStation has the Apple prestige, but the Android customers. And then Microsoft has the Android prestige, but the Apple customers as far as actually paying money per person.
Spend.
Yeah.
That's spend.
So in the end, I don't think them going for the casual strategy that PlayStation 5 wants to just be the gaming system everyone thinks of when they think of video games. But the casuals don't spend that much. They play a game or two, they're fine with it. Maybe they do some microtransactions, they're okay. That's not the audience that's worth going after, because you end up having to spend ungodly amounts of money to be that, and it's not worth it. So no, I wouldn't want them to ever pursue that type of strategy. They did for a long time. It never worked. It's not going to. They need to be what they're going to be.
I still wish they'd let ABK, like you've made the stupid move out of buying ABK. Like I wish they'd let ABK bear some fruit. Just let it bear some fruit. Let it
what
have
does
an
that
impact.
mean, though? You wanted
about,
it to. You wanted them to do this. You wanted them to go head to head with Sony. They've already moved away from that years ago. That was never going to be what they were going to do.
I don't know.
You wanted to list war, and they don't give a shit about the list. They don't want to outdo.
I asked Britt before because he's like, it would eat into their margins. What would it? I didn't say anything that would eat into their margins. All I talked about was them doing something to arrest the console sale situation. That's not necessarily drop the price. There's all sorts of things they could do to improve the console sales situation. Like Rand mentioned, COD marketing. COD marketing would help. COD on Game Pass should help. Does anyone else not find it weird that like hardly anything ABK has appeared on Game Pass outside Diablo?
No.
And it's been 6 months.
I mean, I do think it is, but also I would imagine maybe they want a bigger splash with if it's not announced at the summer showcase with all the eyes on them that we're going to be there about some announcement of like when people can expect the ABK games to hit Game Pass, then that would be a significant problem. And yeah, it is. I don't know how much work goes into it. right? Clearly, all the games are already there on console. You can get them in the console Game Pass, but they're
That's right.
clearly it's like they want to time it up with PC releases somehow, and they have the BattleNet login, which they did for Diablo. So I'm sort of wondering what's the holdup for some of this stuff, because I think most of the
Yeah.
Call of Duties are on BNet, right, Jesse?
So definitely they don't want to. The servers on Diablo, I think, got absolutely smashed. It was 10 million hours of playtime in a week. BattleNet sucks in general and just falls apart all the time. I know some people are like, they should just use BattleNet for every game. It's like, no, it's got like 15 games on it and can barely support them. You don't want that. For everything that's not on BattleNet, it's mostly on Steam. So they've got to do the Bethesda thing and make ports, which takes time and isn't cheap. If it was just flip the switch and just start bringing 360 games over, awesome. But if you start doing the old Call of Duty ones, which are all hacked to shit, and people just start getting banned and having issues with their Xbox Lives account, it's like, I know they fixed them so they work again, but they haven't fixed them so that all the hackers with the messing up your save files on the 360 are fixed. So like getting Xbox One and those versions in would probably be easier than jumping all the way back to the back compat ones, because the back compat ones can potentially screw people's accounts over pretty hard if you get into a hack server and matchmaking or something. I think there's definitely reasons for it. They could really want like Modern Warfare 3 in, and they've got to figure out a way with that with PlayStation, because that marketing was supposedly through this year for that title. We don't know what the marketing is for other titles. We don't know if it has the you've got to offer it at the same price to PlayStation first for this many years type of bullshit. We did see, was it Spyro Reignited showed up on the PC store with a PC
Did
listing.
it release on PC Store?
I don't
yet?
think it
thought
did. No, it's just listed there unavailable. But also like they just put Rise of the Tomb Raider Definitive Edition, which never made it to PC, is now on the Microsoft Store in Play Anywhere. It's just there. So I am curious. Like I think they're doing a ton of shit behind the scenes, and they're just being patient with it until they can get everyone's eyes on them, and then do some very big hits, and then start bringing things in more over time.
That's why I think we see an announcement in June about it, when everybody's down there and everybody's watching. Well, I mean, at least I don't know if it was according to Tom Warren or Tom Henderson's, but I know one of them said, which I forget which one, but they said that the new Call of Duty game would be debuted at the Xbox Showcase this year.
Showcase.
Which, usually that was the case for a long time until basically Call of Duty had their own events later in the year. But this one, okay, we're going back and it's going to be at the show. I would imagine it's like that's also when you expect announcements about Game Pass. That would be like all the eyes are on you. Like people are wondering what's going on, and it's like it's time to do that. I'm not saying you need to drop them all, but I think you give people a time frame.
Start. Yeah.
Like hey. July is celebration of Modern Warfare, and here's all the Modern Warfare games. And then like August or September is celebration of Black Ops. Here's the Black Ops games or something.
I really do think Modern Warfare 3 would be the big one they want to get as soon as they can.
Yeah, and they probably can't though. It's probably at least a year.
New Sony CEO, there's always a chance. I'm not saying it's guaranteed or likely, but they definitely got rid of Jim Ryan for a reason. I don't think like they were super happy with where things had gone, where they were just super high. Then under his leadership, just making less and less money, having more and more issues. I'm not saying the guy will be like, yes, let's work together all the time, but he might be like, oh yeah, just give us a bunch of money and like, we're not going to have the COD marketing anymore anyways. We've already got what we can out of it. Sure, you can give us a bunch of money and now you can have the game on your friggin' service or something like that. It's a chance. It's not likely, but it's like, if instead of being 0%, it's like 1%. So you never know.
Yeah. I don't know. Hopefully.
Hey man, all these discussions will pop up every 3 months.
I don't know.
You get another. What was their projections for hardware next?
It's dropping 30% again.
Here we go.
In 2 weeks, you're going to hear that Sony had projected their hardware is going to drop year over year as well. They said that 3 months ago. So,
yeah, so
not
Xbox in 3 months. So in July, right? You'd be sitting here being like, Xbox hardware dropped another 30%. In
Yeah, year over year, compared to last year, they're predicting like another 30-ish. But they're predicting the numbers to be very good again overall for the division.
Yeah, because of the obviously the comparison of last year to this year, and ABK is the I mean, I don't know, I do find it weird. It's like, oh, they're high. It's because no shit, it's because of ABK. Like, what do you think they purchased them in the first place?
Yeah, to make a lot of money.
It's like, come on now.
It doesn't matter where you get it; just matters if you have it. Like
that's what acquisitions are for. It's all about growth.
That's why I made the sporting analogy. You don't get upset and say, "Oh, it doesn't count that this soccer team improved when they recruited a great player." That's why they recruited the great player to improve.
When LeBron James went to the Heat, it's not like those championships don't count because they signed him instead of drafting him. It's like, it doesn't matter.
That's why they got LeBron. They got LeBron to try and win championships. That's the whole point. So Microsoft recruited ABK to start making money and do better. That's the whole point. I understand that doesn't jive with everyone, the hardcore gamer bubble's idea of winning, because they haven't increased their console sales and all that sort of stuff. But Microsoft, so the problem is we don't care about Microsoft's financials, at least not directly, because we're not invested in that shit. But Microsoft, that's all they care about, how much money they make. That's it. That's all they give a shit about, just how much money they make. At the same time, there's a deeper discussion, and one we've kind of already had about that correlation long term. Like, that's great that they're making more money, but I still think the console install base is integral to that. It's not the sole thing, but it's still integral. Like, when Xbox has a history of having the highest spend customers, which they've had for a long, long time, you'd think you would try and capitalize on that by increasing console sales. It's like, oh, our customers spend the most. Maybe we should generate more customers. Do you know what I mean?
Think, unless they think the cost of making the new consoles is so prohibitive of trying to get those new customers that it's not worth it, that the numbers don't equal out, or...
No, I think their problem is they're not willing to take the short-term hit required to generate those customers. That's what I think.
What do you think the short-term hit would be? What do you think they would need to do to acquire said customers?
I've said it 100 times. I've always said, lock everything down. Lock all the stuff you own down. I know there's a short-term hit. I'm well aware of that. I just still think the long-term gain will more than counteract it.
Every third party is going everywhere now because it works way better, and people realize how bad it is to just focus on exclusives. Doesn't work unless you're Nintendo. They're the unicorn. They're the only one it works for. Look at Epic Games. Does it help that they lock so many games down? No. People just wait for them to run out on the contract and buy them on Steam because that's where they want them. Locking it down wouldn't do shit.
I don't know.
What do you mean, like locking it? I mean, just Call of Duty then? Assuming,
mate,
like...
If it was me, I'd lock it all down. I'd lock down Minecraft.
Oh, well.
I'd lock it all down.
Not sure the Xbox division would even exist if Minecraft wasn't multi-platform for all these years.
Mm-hmm.
Like, Minecraft have been carrying Xbox and the division with all the money that franchise makes.
I just think there's some stuff that's so big that it hits a point where you'll just be forcing people to buy an Xbox.
Doesn't work.
Or a competitor comes in and makes a Minecraft clone and actually becomes the new Minecraft because you can sell it everywhere. I think that's the issue, is it not? Isn't that sort of one of the reasons why Halo was supplanted as the go-to shooter game? Because you could only sell it on Xbox, where Call of Duty came out and you could sell it everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
And then, like that, Halo got supplanted by Call of Duty.
I would argue Halo got supplanted by Call of Duty because Call of Duty was just a better game.
I mean, okay, subjectively, yeah, but also at the time, Halo was considered probably the creme de la creme of shooters, and then Call of Duty came
Halo,
out.
it was Doom, and before Halo, it was Doom.
But Halo was doing that as an exclusive, and then Call of Duty came out and it was like, we're multi-platform, and then they never looked back. And you're right. Like, okay, did Halo's quality suffer?
Yes.
Yes. Is that a reason for its decline in that regard? I mean, the next, like Bungie still made ODST and Reach,
Yeah.
and Reach
and most
was
people didn't like ODST, and no one liked Reach. I loved ODST, but most people didn't. Most people didn't like ODST. I adored it, but the majority didn't, and no one liked Reach.
true. I think if Microsoft had made Minecraft exclusive, just pulled it and was like, all right, it's just Xbox only, I think you would have seen so many people try to make a competitor that eventually one of them would have stuck and become the new Minecraft, and then Minecraft would have languished on the Xbox.
Maybe.
I mean, we'll never know, right? If that's the case,
It's possible. I'll fully admit that is possible. I don't know. I just think some stuff is big enough to a point. Like, how long has Battlefield been trying to compete with COD? I feel like if it was that easy to do, it would have been done.
I mean, Battlefield 1 was enormous. Then they spit the bit with the next two, where 5 is actually the best playing Battlefield, but it just didn't have the content that people wanted. And then 2042 just didn't have the content people wanted.
And by Rand's argument, Roblox should never have been the hit that it is. Roblox is on Xbox and PC.
Well, yeah, but now it's on PlayStation.
Now it is years later, but for the first few years, it was only on iOS devices or like mobile, PC, and Xbox.
Yeah. But also Roblox is a completely different game than Minecraft. I'm thinking of a competitor that comes in and does what Minecraft tries to do.
Yeah, but you act like there's never been Minecraft clones. There has been.
Yeah, and none of them have been successful in the way that Minecraft has. And I think some of those would have been if Minecraft was regulated to, one thing.
I don't know. Unfortunately, we'll never know, but
fortunately,
again,
for us as customers, I don't think there's any tangible benefit to that old system. There's just not with the way anything works. My kids and all of their friends don't give a shit if something's on one particular console. They just want to be able to play with each other, so they want it to be everywhere. I think that's where most things have moved. Like people, Phil talked about it. They know better than we do. We are in a specific situation where we grew up where things were one place. You had to go to that place to get them, and those places were inherently different in how they looked and worked and felt. And everything is so homogenous now that I don't think if you lock a game down to one platform, all you do is severely hurt what that game can do for you. More often than not. There will be some things which it just doesn't make sense to put everywhere. Anything that is monetized and live service focused just makes sense to be everywhere. Halo Infinite would be doing way better now if it was on everything, but they're obviously not going to do that because people would not be ready for that. They would lose their shit big time.
There was a discussion about it.
Yeah.
There was a discussion about the multiplayer once upon a time.
There would be a discussion about every game if it's 3 seconds or 3 months worth of talking. It just comes down to what makes the most sense for the actual company. We can look at it. Well, what makes the most sense for what we like and what we're used to, but also like Sony won, and as Jeff Grubb has said, they look at it and like, oh, this didn't actually help us. This hasn't helped us grow. We're struggling to maintain the audience we already had. We're not growing any new audience. And then Helldivers, day and date on PC, they've grown an enormous PC player base, one that was way bigger than they have on PlayStation. So it's like being in more places for certain games just makes the most sense. A game like Minecraft has to be everywhere. That's the only way it works, because that's its entire thing is being this enormous package that Microsoft has very carefully, worked on and grown over a decade or so now. Like they're just very smartly grown that game, making it its own thing that just prints money and can pay for other stuff all the time, which is what they had hoped Halo would be, and then it wasn't.
I don't know, man. I hope the next console is only a hybrid. I hope it's only a hybrid.
Like a handheld, like a Switch?
Yep.
Ugh, no.
That's all I want consoles to be going forward.
Yeah.
Oh God, go to hell.
It'll be next gen will be a console plus a handheld.
I'm okay with that too.
I think the Series
I'm
X,
okay with that
the
too.
Series X successor will be the console. The Series S successor will be the handheld. So
Yeah,
you have
'cause-
one
Well,
console and one handheld.
that was the rumor both I and Mag had heard. that
Yeah,
there'll
but
be
I
a
think you guys
normal
also
console.
said that they were both be exactly the
Yeah,
same
which
power
is
level.
insane. It makes no sense.
That's what I'd heard. I had
Yeah.
heard they were going for the same spec. That's what
Bad rumor.
I heard.
Boo.
Maybe it was a plan that changed. I don't know.
That'd be a bad plan.
I don't know. We both heard it independent of each other, so there must be something to it.
I used the
Maybe
voice
it was-
changer so you guys couldn't tell it was me both times.
So maybe it was just something they were looking into, and maybe it doesn't happen. I don't know.
And I highly doubt, Gavin, it would ever be a dual OS. It would just be, it would be an Xbox. It works as an Xbox, but it has access to Windows, and you can play Windows games, but it's never surfaced, and you don't have any direct access to it because security concerns and whatnot. It can't just be a computer you buy. That would also really piss off OEM partners to a point if they're like subsidizing a really nice computer for you to just use as a computer.
Okay. Now, speaking of companies that like to fudge numbers and hide stuff, Embracer has decided that they're just going to split off into 3 companies now. Like, is this for real? Like, they're just going to be, there's no longer Embracer, it's these 3 different companies, or is it going to be these 3 under the umbrella of Embracer?
I mean, I don't think it was 3 different companies, right?
3 really
different listings
badly
on
named companies.
NASDAQ?
Yep.
Or whatever.
Like,
The
I-
That's what it
Garfield and
sounded
Friends
like.
of Gaming. But yeah, it would be so the look is it is essentially 3 different companies to get 3
Yes.
different investment groups into. So instead of Embracer,
Asmodee,
yeah.
Asmodee Group, Coffee Stain and Friends, and Middle Earth Enterprises and Friends.
And friends.
And
They're big
Friends.
Garfield and Friends fans. So
Like, man, this is just bizarre. Like, with this Embracer situation, one day we're going to look back on this and be like, what the fuck was Embracer? And what the hell happened with all of that? Like, I'm looking at these divisions, and Microsoft definitely needs to go for Middle Earth. That is the one Microsoft should be targeting. That Middle Earth group that's got Eidos, Crystal, the Lord of the Rings IP. Like, that is the one
I
they
think
should.
they have
be going
like
for.
4A, right? They got 4A. They got
That's the All Star team.
Dead Island devs, I believe, right? It's Deep Silver stuff.
Let's have a look. Hold on. Where are they? Middle Earth. Where are they? I'm trying to find which groups they have. Coffee Stain, Middle Earth. Who have they got? They got the Lord of the Rings IP, Crystal, Dam Buster, Eidos, Flying Wild Hog, Vertigo, Tripwire, Warhorse, and 4A.
and
Cool.
Dan Buster were the Dead Island 2 devs who made a very good game.
Tomb Raider,
in
Metro, and
reuse.
Lord of the Rings.
Yeah.
Like, Middle Earth is the group to go for. Like, I mean, I don't think Microsoft will do that, but that's definitely the group they should have a look at. I just wonder why they've done this. Why? To get 3 separate investment things. What is it?
Yeah, it's to make so it's 3 different publicly traded companies, which gives you
Yes.
3 different avenues to try and get more investment because they had pretty much already maxed out as Embracer.
So
Their
dodgy.
entire strategy has just been find people to give us money or take out loans. That's been it. Because like they can have a game.
What end?
He
To
wants
what end?
it was to try and make. He likes making video games and he wants to make a lot. He just has no idea how any of it works. It seems. This is the exact same strategy they already did. It's just doing it 3 times at once. It's not going to work.
No, it won't. Oh my god! Man, this whole Embracer situation, the whole time, man, just save Crystal and Eidos. Just save them. Seriously,
I think at this point by
Um,
now that ain't happening.
I know.
They've kept people
know.
from being fired by having both companies help them on games, but I don't know about much more.
If they hadn't bought ABK,
ABK makes way more sense than Crystal or Eidos 100 times over from an actual business standpoint.
yeah, but not for us.
for me.
There
Unlike
was a
you guys, I
super
love
chat.
Blizzard.
There was a super chat back on the topic we had earlier from executive producer Assassin Entertainment. If games like Avowed, Indie, Fable, Perfect Dark, etc. release high quality only on Series X, no Xbox One, like Starfield, could the Series X sell? Nah. I don't think so. Not in the short term. And let's be honest, they're not going to review that well anyway.
What's not going to
At
review
least-
well?
Sorry?
What would you say wasn't going to review well?
Everything.
None of them. None of them.
None of what?
Avowed,
Xbox's
Indie,
entire
Fable,
slate this
Perfect
year.
Dark. Like, none of them will review well in so much as, 90 plus amazing games. None of them will.
Mm.
You got Flight Sim
Let's be
2024
real.
hitting. That one will.
Let's be real. None of them are going to review 90 plus.
A lot of games don't review 90 plus, Nick.
Correct.
Most of the games that do are either incredibly horny if they're Western, like Baldur's Gate, which is a good game, but most other games would have been hit real hard for all the bugs at launch, or they're Japanese, like Resident Evil 4, which I really enjoyed, but I still think it's a little higher than it should be on the Open Critic, and Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, which I've heard good things about, but I think is still there are games that just have fan bases behind them that are weighted higher or are top critics more often, because you can look at a lot of games that have come out recently that get really good reviews, but they're not top critics or they're not weighted heavy. And then a couple of big names come in, shit all over it, and it goes from an 80 to a 70. It was like I did one thing, really enjoyed it. There were three of us who had all given it at least an 8, and then IGN came in with a 6, and it was a 61. So it was like 8, 8.5, 8, 6. But because of IGN's weighting compared to us on Metacritic, it was a 61. It's like insane how much more important that site. And then OpenCritic is very odd with their who is and who isn't a top critic. You never know. I've seen sites that had like 20 reviews but were a top critic because they had a big company that owned them. So it's like I've seen sites that had 3,000 reviews and weren't a top critic because they were small and independent. So I hate.
And did you see the
aggregation.
dude from IGN feigning ignorance on their 7? He's like, 7's a good score. What's the issue? It's like, dude, don't do that.
Well, also
Don't
the
do
thing
that.
that killed me with there were reviews around Dragon's Dogma, and I'm pretty sure Jez agrees with me. I don't think a lot of people that reviewed that game, especially the ones that gave it a lower score, actually beat it, because the way they talked about it in the ending was very clearly the middle part of the
Yeah,
game.
Jess says he could tell by reading the reviews,
Yeah.
specifically
Yes.
a couple, that he was like, he pointed them out to me because he told me how the game ended or whatever.
It has
right?
a true ending,
And he
that you
pointed
have
out
do a
to me and he's
specific thing
like-
for.
He's like, dude, I can tell by reading these reviews that these people didn't beat the game.
And the review guy told you
And I
how
was
to
like,
get
oh.
the true ending because they wanted to make sure, because you need the true ending, because it's like at least a third of the game from that point on. So if you review it, but you didn't do the true ending, and so you give it a 7, you're like, this is too short, and it was unsatisfying at the end. It's like, well, yeah, you just didn't. People review scores mean way too much. I know it's like a nice, easy way for people to see how things worked in people's heads and just get a nice quick hit. But the emphasis both from us and from the industry itself on review aggregates is dumb. It's very stupid.
Well,
and I don't like it.
you know, games aren't cheap hobby.
I know.
People want to know if their $70 is well spent.
The actual
know,
review
like-
text is infinitely better at letting you know that. If you actually
Yeah, but
find people you
don't
like,
read.
oh,
People don't read.
then they don't deserve.
And that's the problem, though, man. That's the problem. I feel like I'm wasting my time with my reviews explaining what I try to explain.
Well, with our new ad
I'd
partner,
like-
we actually make a good amount of money on them, so it's worth it no matter what.
No, I'm just saying, like, I did the TMNT review. I beat that game 3 times for my review.
Wow, 3 hours of
How
gameplay.
You can beat that game in an hour. Hey, I beat it 3 times on all difficulty settings to be thorough in my review.
You called them out on their shit about extra levels too.
Yeah, I did. They were
Mhm.
like, there's 3 extra levels. I'm like, no, there's 2 extra levels. It's not 3. I was very thorough in my review. And I was like, I was trying to break down how it feels, and I was trying to say, like, And I feel like it's a waste because everyone just goes to the score and that's it.
Even if
And,
the
like, I
majority
gave-
do, like, there's still enough that go and read that it's worth it.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I saw this IGN dude feigning ignorance that, oh, what do you mean? 7's good. I'm like, dude, don't do that. Like, IGN is the reason the new scale exists, which is the 5 to 10 scale, like that we've always spoken about. And I saw Gavin House mention it's 5 to 10 now. There's no more 1 to 5. That doesn't exist anymore.
Well, unless
Outside
it's
of like extreme outliers.
certain people who like giving big games a 4 to get attention.
Yeah, like, I mean, this IGN dude was like, oh, what do you mean 7's good? And it's like, well, hold on a second, dude. One of your main reviewers gave Starfield a 7 and then proceeded to shit on the game for months as if it was a garbage game, but gave it a 7. So is 7 good for you guys? I don't think it is. And the IGN's been this way for years. Anything under an 8 from IGN is basically the same as game sucks. And I hate that. I hate it. There's some amazing games in the 70s range. Some amazing games in the 70s. Depending on who you are, there's some amazing games in the 60s. Crackdown 3. Rise. There's some amazing games in the 60s and 70s too.
Did Rise even make the 60s?
Yeah. Rise, Son of Rome. Yeah. Rise Metacritic.
I'll stand by forever that Redfall's Metacritic is bullshit. Don't care, Rand.
Right on 60.
Oh,
Rise
okay.
is a 60.
It had a
that's
4 at
criminal for
GameSpot.
Rise.
Yeah.
That's criminal for Rise. If Sony had made that game, it'd be sitting at an 85. Like, it's no different to how Sony does it. And yet on Xbox, it's a 60. Visually gorgeous, ticks all the boxes, lots of cutscenes. Come on, man. Come on. That's just...
Get a super chat.
Yeah. Super chat. Isn't there a couple? Or is it just the one?
I think it's just the one.
Executive producer Ass4ssin Entertainment. Hot take. Xbox should stop giving review codes for their games. Want to know if it's good? Get Game Pass and find out yourself. Not going to happen, but still, yeah, we've said that before. I agree.
They still want
I
people to
agree.
buy on console and on PC, so like not everyone's
Yeah.
going to do Game Pass, but
And the reviews and the games themselves are like a marketing beat.
Yep.
So they want people to know that something's out,
mhm.
and they want that to be talked about. And one of those things starts with, like, I would imagine when Hellblade review codes come out, you're gonna see people tweet like, "Start Hellblade 2. Here's a start screen." People get start of like the hype.
They're bad at that
around
though.
it,
They
and then-
actually so it was funny
they-
with Pentiment. I couldn't say I had Pentiment.
Oh, I know. Yeah, I'm just saying they've gotten better with it because Starfield
Yeah.
let you say you were playing it.
Mhm.
Most of the time, Xbox is like, you can't say shit
Yeah,
until the
not only that,
embargo's up.
They let you say the embargo, so I was able to set it as a premiere that like almost 1,000 people watched. So,
Yeah, so it's like part of everything. They've gotten better with it, but they want people to be talking about it. They want people to review it because I think they think that reviews matter, right? And so they want all that to happen. So just like not giving out review codes is, I think, not because they still want good. They still want their relationships with the companies and stuff, and
Bethesda's
Not-
pettier. Bethesda will,
yes,
will hold
much
off.
better.
And you saw it. Starfield was an 88 until all those late reviews came in that were 4s and 3s and 5s and dragged it to the 83 everyone points at. And it was like, well, yeah, for the first week, though, it was like an 87 by the end of the first day. It got dragged hard.
83. Is an 83 good though?
I mean, an 81 can
Or
get
does
your
it
Game of the Year
depend on the
nomination.
platform you're on.
But yeah.
Because I can't wait for
I think-
Hellblade to be an 82, and everyone's going to talk about how much it sucks.
And I think, Jason, they said they internally they had Redfall in the 70s. I don't know if high or low, but that's where they had it. But it was also obvious when they completely redid their organization. They're like, we need better communication with the company we just acquired. So let's completely redo our executive structure to try and help with that.
What's Stellar Blade?
Stellar Blade's an
83.
82.
83 on Meta and 82 on Open, or 83 on Open and 82
82
on Meta. Yeah.
Garbage game. It's
Well, I mean,
82.
we did get a super chat. I was like, well, why is Starfield considered a flop at an 83, but like Stellar Blade
right.
considered good at an 82. And I said, I think it's because of what the expectations were for Starfield, that it would follow in the footsteps of their previous games and be 90 plus game of the year contenders. I think so.
There's always a goalpost shift. When Halo was the same Metacritic as Spider-Man, but that's Halo. There's always a caveat.
And we've already seen it where
Xbox
like
has
Hellblade
a
1
caveat.
Hellblade 1 was a
Come
high
on, man.
70s low 80s game. It's Hellblade 2 might end up being around that as well. You don't know. It's not some enormous product, but you've seen people say this is the most important release in Xbox history with a straight face and really mean it. And you've also seen people say this looks so good, it deserves a release on PlayStation. And it's like the Hi-Fi Rush thing where Metro is like, yeah, I can't give this as high a score as I would like because they just haven't put out a bunch of other stuff I like lately. And it's like there's always going to be dumb shit that people will... I mean, it's like these financial numbers where it just immediately jumped to people focused on the negative, didn't bring up the positives, or if they brought up the positive, there's always a caveat. Like people will always find a way to make the thing they want
There's always
good,
a caveat.
look good, and the thing they want look bad.
Halo literally has the same Metacritic as Spider-Man. Yet apparently Halo Infinite sucks and Spider-Man's amazing. Why? Is Insomniac
Well, I think
not
that's
already a
only
studio?
for like the hardcore PlayStation fans who would say that, though. I think most people would say that they're both good games, right?
Right. The majority of people are normally not idiots. We are just stuck dealing with the dumbasses all the time, and so that clouds our opinions and our feelings on stuff. Where
when I was talking when before Starfield came out, and I'd be running polls about what did people think Starfield was going to score. Most people thought Starfield was going to score between 90 and 95.
They're insane.
I didn't.
I put it.
I'm just saying, like they thought that it was going to be higher rated. So when it comes in at the lower end of it, there's a sense of that it didn't live up to expectations. Where Stellar Blade, I believe this is a game from. Is this their first game, Jesse?
Yeah, they've done mobile
Shift
games
Up?
before.
I think so, yeah.
They
So
did
it's
a
their first
mobile
game,
mecha game or something,
and
their
it's an
first big one.
82. So when you compare, so like some people would, so like be like, oh well, this is good and this is bad because one's the first game from a team. 82 is pretty good. I think we'd all would say that a first game from a team. 82 probably pretty good. And then like, but you have like, hey, this game from this stalwart developer that's defined genres in the past that is expected to be in the 90s is now down here. I think is the expectations that sort of create that dynamic.
Also, people are used to games, and they look back at like every BioShock was in the 90s, and games were always around 98, and it's like that just doesn't happen anymore. 90s rarely happen. Like,
dude, they gave out 90s in the 360 gen like candy. And I wanted they don't do it anymore because those same reviewers, for the most part, are so jaded, and the industry hasn't evolved very much from the 360 gen. I was actually in a conversation with my buddies. The Xbox One and the Xbox Series X are basically 362 and 363. It's basically been just the industry has not changed since the 360 and PS3 gen. It's just iterations of the same generation.
I would argue the generation where they were giving out 10s like candy was actually Xbox One and PS4.
Oh no, that was hard. I didn't
On
think
the
there was
average,
that many.
it was a lot lower. Like if you go back to like original Xbox, PS2, GameCube, like even before that, because there were far fewer people on like this N64 and stuff, like scores used to be way higher just by default. A lot of them were 5-point systems, and all the best games just got a 5. Like the score has been slowly declining over time.
I think what's happened is there's been a shift in the toxicity. So I don't think as many games were getting 10s, but back then 75 wasn't seen as trash during the 360 PS3 era. That's the difference.
I think it's because there's a lot more B-tier games back then, right? But when you look at like, hey, a God of War Ragnarok getting a 94 and people celebrate it because it is such a it doesn't happen very often, but if you go back and look, every game of their mother were getting 94s and 90s and 94s, and it wasn't a special thing back during the 360 era to see multiple games in a year get 90s, 92s, 94s. So like when you get when you get a big game to reach that, it seems more important because it doesn't happen as often.
Mm-hmm.
Now, is it because games are worse now?
Nope.
Like, if you were to compare why were games getting higher reviews back during the 360 gen, and ever since then, I think it's been lesser or lower and lower. Is it because games are worse now? Like, are they objectively worse than they were in 2008? Or has something changed in the review process?
Better payola back
Have
then.
reviewers gotten more jaded because it's basically, you know, very similar to what you've already played? Is it too many franchises where it's like, well, Gears was, you don't think so?
I'm gonna go against you here because when you said that, I'm like, hold on. I'm looking at all the highest rated Metacritic games of all time, and they're all from now. They're all from
Are
now.
you on
It's
OpenCritic
now
or
that they give
Metacritic?
out tens for every on Metacritic.
Hmm.
It's now that they're giving out tens like candy, not the old days. It's now.
I don't know, Nick.
I've
Well,
looked at the
proof is
I
there.
looked
Proof's
at the
on Metacritic.
average. I've looked at the average like by year, and games used to be a lot higher. Like there used
Elden
to be
Ring,
more
Baldur's
90s in a
Gate
year.
3, Witcher 3, God of War Ragnarok, Hades, Tetris Effect, Resident Evil 4, Final
Yeah, but
Fantasy 7 Rebirth, Balatro.
what's
It's all
the-
games now.
Yeah, but what are you looking at? Like, what's the actual thing you're
The
looking at?
score, the Metacritic score.
For what? What's the category of score you're looking at?
Hold on, let me just.
It can't
let me
be by
adjust
all
it.
time because all time is almost all GTA 4.
Yeah, because Grand Theft
Mario,
Auto, Grand Theft Auto 4 is meant to
Yeah.
be in there, so maybe I'm looking at the wrong filter.
Yeah,
Hold
no.
on.
I mean, like what is this? That's Ocarina of Time, Soul Calibur, Grand Theft Auto 4,
yeah.
Mario Galaxy. I mean, the Wii.
Here we
We
go,
forget
here we
the Wii was part of the 360 PS3 gen, and you have a 97 for Super Mario Galaxy and Mario Galaxy 2, right?
It's not that there can't be a 95 or a 96 now. It's just that there's far fewer.
Soul Calibur, a
generation.
Dreamcast game, is second. That's so amazing. That's so amazing that a
as
Dreamcast
someone-
game is the second highest rated
As someone
game
who
ever.
really dislikes score aggregation, I've gone through and I've looked, and scores used to be there used to just be way more 9s and 10s, like just by default, but also far fewer people were reviewing. You can get a game like Elden Ring now that has 210 reviews on OpenCritic. Back before, you get like 20 or 30. It's like looking at old movie scores on Rotten Tomatoes. Something from the 50s got like
Damn.
5 reviews.
Little Big Planet was a 95. Oh, they're giving that they're giving that
Really?
stuff away for like candy, Nick. I'm telling you, bro.
Wow.
Mhm. There were far fewer.
Little,
like,
Little
we
Big
didn't have all
Planet
these
is the same rating as Last of Us 1.
I don't know.
I'd probably rather replay Little
God,
Big Planet at
Tekken
this point.
3. Tekken 3 is a 96.
Yeah. I promise, Nick, I have looked at these before. It's really, they used to just hand out high scores like candy, and they
Yeah,
don't
look at-
now.
Gears of War 1, 94. Batman Arkham City, 94.
Arkham City's pretty great.
Call of Duty 4, 94. Bioshock Infinite,
that's-
94. Halo 3, 94.
Bioshock Infinite is fine. Bioshock Infinite deserves it. Sorry, Bioshock
It's
deserves
not.
it.
It's not the
first Bioshock.
subjective. Does it or does it not deserve it? It's just how many were there, and are those
Modern
games
Warfare,
actually
Modern
just
Warfare.
better?
Yeah, back in the day when Modern Warfare would be in the 90s every release. Modern Warfare 2, 94. Metal Gear Solid 4, 94.
It's very fun
You
for
know,
the
like-
short periods of time you get to play it, and that's a really bad
Super
movie.
Smash Brothers, 93. Like those from the 360 PS3 Wii gen. So
Yeah.
all these.
And it's not like I personally think games
Oh,
have
there's a
only
lot of
gotten
PS2 and
better.
Xbox games here.
No, there
That-
are.
but
There's
that's
a
what-
lot of
But that's what
PS2
we're
and
saying,
Xbox games.
John, or Nick. Jesus Christ. What the point is that they used to hand out high scores like candy, and it's gotten
Especially-
a lot lower now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Man, there's some interesting games here on this list. There's some really interesting games. Quake is a 94. The original Quake is a 94. Man. Ninja Gaiden Black. Metal
Like,
Gear
look
Solid.
at how many reviews they actually have.
The older games wouldn't have as many.
Yeah, that's why it was easier to have a higher score. You didn't have 150 people all with their own subjective takes because every score is subjective. Like, it's just the more people you put in, the lower the average is going to end up being on most things. Just math.
Hmm. Interesting. Very interesting.
And it's not even that they don't deserve the scores they had. It's just that it is a very different system now. You don't get those types of scores often.
You know, these timestamps are going to be so interesting because this started as Embracer.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but there's
This
not really
started
much
as
to
the
say about Embracer, you know? It's just like,
Can't wait to
This
see him
started
fail
as
again.
the Embracer topic, and I can't believe this is where we ended up. But anyway, what else do we give a rat's about? Do we care about Assassin's Creed Hexe?
I do, but you probably don't. Hexe.
Isn't it?
I mean,
like
we
a horror
haven't.
game?
Red's not even here yet, so it's like we didn't care about the one after that.
It's interesting. It's going to be it sounds very different, but knowing Ubisoft, I would say that they'll probably chicken out and just make it a regular one. Because they had interesting thoughts for Far Cry 5 and then didn't do any of them.
It will lean heavily into witchcraft, with the game rumored to be set in Central Europe during the 16th century Holy Roman Empire. Insider Gaming understands that the game is still relatively early stage of development and is expected to be released in 2026 on the Infinity platform. Hex is understood to be more linear experience compared to its predecessors. Oh boy, I'm in. With some elements of open world exploration, somewhat akin to some of the earlier Assassin's Creed games. As already reported by Insider Gaming, Hex is poised to have a single female protagonist, currently named Elsa. Let it go.
John
Who
made
has
that
some
joke on headlines.
supernatural abilities. So it's Frozen. It's basically Assassin's Creed Frozen, by the sounds of it. I don't know. I still think I prefer Red.
Well, that's the nice thing. They're going to be pretty spread out, so you don't have to prefer one over the other. They'll be pretty far apart.
Well, Ubisoft Forward's going to be interesting this year.
Hmm.
Like, if we're already hearing about Hex and then Red, I
Well,
may have
this is a
heard a
leak.
little bit of info. Yes, I may have heard a little bit of info about Ubisoft Forward, which I don't think I'm allowed to reveal yet. It's quite exciting, actually. I'll say that much, because there's a lot of doom and gloom around
Put her
Ubisoft.
cell, baby.
But I heard some interesting news about Ubisoft Forward that I'm quite excited about. I'll find out if I can say anything, because I don't want to. My source may come back to me and say, "No, let it go. Don't say anything." So I'll
Like
ask some
Elsa.
questions, but but I'll ask and I'll see if I'm allowed to tease, hint, whatever. But don't worry. Look forward to Ubisoft Forward, guys.
I am
Look
just
forward
to
it.
see more Star Wars Outlaws because they'll probably be there, and I'm really anything Massive makes, I'm there. They made me like
Look forward to
Avatar, and I hate Avatar, but that game was very fun. So,
Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown's Game of the Year 2024.
I mean, you're not wrong, Nick. I out of the stuff granted, I haven't played like Persona 3 Reloaded or Infinite Wealth, and I have yet to start Rebirth, which is I'm going to be playing after I finish Stellar Blade. But if I had to give a game my favorite of this year so far, yeah, it's
Lost
definitely
Crown.
Prince. Like that game is
Fucking amazing.
so damn good.
Prince of Persia and
It's fucking
Balatro.
amazing. Yeah, Balatro's up there.
I still think Ori Will-O-Wisp is better, but like
Slightly.
yeah, but like Prince of
Slightly.
Persia's. You know what really did it for me with Prince of Persia is I love a good parry mechanic.
Yeah.
Oh, and like that made combat so much more interesting
Oh.
than it would have without it. You know, so it's just like
And you know what I'll say about Prince of Persia over Ori?
Hmm.
If I had to pick one of them to replay from the start, it would be Prince of Persia.
Well, I would replay Ori because it's been a long time since I played Ori, so at least some of my memory would be at least.
And it would be
No.
better
As
than
a-
if
as
they
a-
haven't played it since launch because they patched it up so much.
As a first-time playthrough, I'd give Ori the edge. But if I played them all and then had to play them again, I would prefer to replay Prince of Persia over Ori.
Hmm. Are you a fan of
Prin-
Hollow Knight?
No, hated it.
Any particular reason why? Like the map system?
Yeah, John and I have spoken about this. I didn't like the fact that for the whole start of the game, it didn't even have a map. Every area looks the same, which makes no map even worse because every area just looks exactly the same.
If we could get Nick roughly like 10 hours in, because I tried Hollow Knight like 5 times and I couldn't get into it. Then one time for a review, I forced myself because it was on Game Pass and was like, I'm just gonna do it. And I just got to the point where it's like, oh, okay, now this went from being incredibly frustrating to just being incredible, but it took me like 10 hours. And if you get a guide that tells you what to do, you can get that stuff pretty quick, like in a couple hours. But in the early exploration, I think turns a lot of people off. And then if you stick with it, the boss fights and everything about it is just so goddamn good. But it is too slow of a start for most people.
Very slow of a start. I got caught up in the hype and bought it on Switch. I'm like, cool, Hollow Knight. And then I started playing it. I'm like, the fuck is this? I don't know, man. Like Metroid Dread, incredible. Prince of Persia, incredible. Ori, incredible. Like, it's crazy that 3 of the best Metroidvanias of all time have come out in the last 4 years.
Did you like Metroid Dread?
Oh,
Yeah, he loved
God. Metroid Dread. I adored it.
It's like the one Switch game I actually do really want to play.
Oh,
It's pretty good.
God, look, if you could deal, like, I hate stalker mechanics, which took a little bit of the shine off Metroid Dread.
Stalker mechanics in a sense, like Mr. X chasing you.
Yeah, you can't kill
somewhere.
this thing chasing you.
Yes,
Can't
you
sh-
can't
I
kill.
like
you can't
that
kill.
though. It builds a sense of tension and
Dude, you're gonna love Metroid Dread.
yeah,
You're
but those
gonna
are always easy.
love-
They're all sort of easy always to get away from the thing. And
Well, the thing about Metroid Dread at least is there's not a ton of Emmy or Emma bits, whatever the robot's name is, and they're restricted to one room, one section of the level. So it's not like she's just going to chase you for like ages. It's just in that section there, and once you're out for ages. So it's not too bad. But Metroid Dread, like it like I said, man, it's crazy. Dread, Ori, and Prince of Persia, all in the last 4 years.
how do
3
you
of the
feel
best
about
Metroidvanias ever made.
escape sequences in these games?
Not a massive fan of them.
Now, Jesse, how do you feel about the escape sequences in Kenzera?
They were the worst part of the game because it was not tight enough on. It didn't let you see far enough ahead, so things could just pop out of nowhere and kill you before you could react. And it wasn't tight enough on the actual, like, pixel perfect platforming where I would go back, look at my clip, and I didn't hit the spike, but I died anyways. Outside of that, the controls were good enough for it. They just needed to. And it's probably expensive when you're a small team and you don't have a bunch of focus testers. They needed to get rid of the parts of those escape sequences where, unless you had already done it, you were just going to die because something just popped out of the side that you had no idea was coming and you had no time to react to. So
Yeah, I don't think Prince of Persia had an escape sequence.
No.
Ori had a bunch, and I thought Ori's
Yeah.
are always super well done. But yeah, like Kenzera has 2 of them.
yeah, first
And
one
they
okay.
are-
Second
First
one
one's
bad.
the second one is awful, awful. Which it's only awful because they don't give you they give you a checkpoint at some point. It'd be easy because you have to make these intricate moves, which, like Jesse said, the game's sort of not really equipped for pixel perfect thing, especially when you have like spikes, which instantly kill you. Like I don't know if you did you do all the
challenges, yeah.
parkour challenges?
Mm-hmm.
There are a couple of those, especially the ones that combine like the flying.
Mm-hmm.
That were like, yo, your game's not really equipped for this,
the
bro.
Flying,
Like,
the flying, like you have to let go because otherwise you can hit the ceiling.
Yeah.
But then it takes too long to initiate
Uh-huh.
again. So you drop like a rock and you can't press the button in time. So it's like you have to perfectly have it so you drop in this direction so that you don't die too fast. And it's like it's too much trial and error. Trial and error is not fun. Just being hard enough that I have to, if I'm good at it, I can still one-shot it is my favorite thing.
yeah, like
I can't win unless I know.
I
what
love
have to
the
do.
escape sequences in Ori, and I was like, oh, escape sequence in this, and I was just like, yeah, it's just like, oh, not good.
No.
I'm watching Jesse's footage of Metroid Dread, and it's making me want to play it again. Like it's so fucking good, and the way Nintendo
playing's not
has
very
this
good.
way. Nintendo has this way with Metroid, where the game, and they do it in Zelda as well. They actually do it really well in Zelda, but much better in Metroid. Nintendo has this way with the progress in a Metroidvania where they make you feel like you found something special, like that you weren't meant to find. They have this way of making you feel that way. It's not true because you're meant to find everything. but they have this beautiful way of making it feel like you've discovered something.
Well, you were just a
weren't meant to
dummy
discover.
shooting at random walls for hours on end.
And just they lots of secrets, and just that they progress it well, and you get powers at a good clip, and it's just Metroid Dread is so good.
I know you're not going to do it,
so
Ran.
good.
I would highly recommend emulating this one. Like with anything Switch, it's really easy with Ryujinx. That one's still around. It's one I always used, where I would legally dump my ROMs and everything. I own the games, but these things at 4K 60 look and run and feel infinitely better than they do on a Switch.
Yeah. Oh, you're right, Scourge. Before these three came along, Shadow Complex, one of the best.
Shadow Complex.
Oh,
I was always disappointed we never got a Shadow Complex 2.
2. Mm.
Hi, that game
Shadow
was really
Complex.
good. Yeah, Shadow
Oh,
Complex.
so good.
Xbox
That
Live
was-
Arcade, baby.
Yeah, man. And then we got remastered on everything.
Yes, we did.
Yeah, before these three came along, Shadow Complex was right up there for me. Right up there. That was a fantastic game. Strider. You played Strider?
Yes. Yeah, Strider
Oh.
from Double Helix, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right before Killer Instinct. Or just
Great
after
game.
Killer Instinct.
That you know what's
Strider's
funny
great.
about that game? That one exposed a huge flaw in Microsoft's during the Xbox One. Remember how Xbox One originally came out, and they had like their guide set up, and you can like sort of. There was this really bad security flaw. So like, I remember this because this is how I got to play the game. I think it was like Giant Bomb or Jeff Gertzman was playing the game on his profile, right? And if you looked at the profile, you could click on the game and it would take you to the store page.
Mm-hmm.
And even though he was playing a review copy, you could download the game and play it for yourself.
Yeah.
Oh, I remember reading on GAF at the time, I think it was.
Why didn't anyone tell me this?
Jesse, you know what I'm talking about? And that,
I remember
and then,
it,
like,
yeah.
I think they patched it like 6 hours later because it was like and that was like, it was like a huge security hole. But I remember, like, I think I remember everybody on GAF was playing like Strider because they just would go to someone's profile and just get access it to download it and start playing it. Yeah,
I love Strider.
Strider was really good.
So good. So good. Such a great way to have a modern take on Strider. Because the original Strider wasn't a Metroidvania. But that new one, I got it on PS4. I may rebuy it on Xbox, I don't know. But
Man, you know, it makes me upset that the Double Helix got bought by Amazon and then basically...
Yeah.
Because who knows what they would have done with Killer Instinct and then, like, Strider, clearly, they were a dev on the up, and then nope.
Yeah,
just
they
gone.
were just... Yeah, they had arrived, like they had just arrived Double Helix. It's like, here we are now one of the top tier developers. Look how good Strider is. Look how good Killer Instinct is. We're just going to get better. And then Amazon's like, nah, fuck you. You're going to do nothing. You're going to do
We're going to buy you and have no idea what to do with you. And eventually just gut you.
Yep. Oh, devastating.
Got a couple super chats.
A couple? Yeah, Jason had one. Jason, my friend, where is our promised overhaul of the achievement system? End of year? And what does Rand think it needs to be? Well, who promised it? No one promised anything. I just said that I had heard that there'd be an achievement overhaul.
And did Phil also mentioned it lightly to Jez that they had heard people about achievements?
I had heard. I had told Nick. I had heard that it was put on hold.
I wouldn't. I said that last time we spoke about it. I wouldn't be surprised if it's been put on hold or cancelled.
I don't know. What does it need to be?
Platinum.
I mean,
just give me a platinum, man. Trophies are so much better than achievements.
They don't. None of them mean anything though, because there's so many games just given to you for free. They don't mean shit.
I know. I bought the My Name Is Mayo trilogy on PlayStation.
Xbox does need to do something about, like, you know, when you talk about their next gen plans about like other stores being on your console or whatever. They need to then have like differentiating features about why this one versus that one. And I think like something that originally was pitched a long time ago that Mike Ybarra sort of talked about on Xbox 2 back in the day was a career system where like you would want to build up your profile and all this stuff. Like, yeah, the games are differentiating and like services and stuff, but also like make your profile special, right? Have it stand out. And that's maybe something Xbox hasn't really done too well of, considering they created the achievement system. The entire gaming industry copied them.
Mm.
And Sony, I would say like Sony's got the numbers, and Sony's got like they treat trophies differently than how Xbox treats achievements, where achievements is one giant list. PlayStation has it separated by like DLCs.
Trophies are so much better.
They got
So
like the
much
levels and all that sort of
You
stuff.
can get a Jim Ryan
Yeah.
bobblehead with them.
Yeah. So none of them really mean anything. Achievements and trophies don't mean
Of course they
really
don't.
anything
Nothing means
anyways.
anything.
You know, but there's more Xbox could have done with them that they decided not to for various reasons. And I know there've been achievement overhauls throughout the course of the year, a course of generations. Because when Nick said what he said, I was just like, I'll believe it when I see it, because I know of at least 3 other times where projects got pretty far
Yeah.
and then it just got abandoned because priorities shifted.
Yeah.
So when it comes to that, I've been in that thing where like I know what they were planning on doing before, and it didn't, and it sounded pretty good, and then it didn't happen, and it's like, all right, well, they're going back to look at it again, and who knows if they do it. So I don't know what it needs.
Last time we spoke about it, I said I wouldn't be surprised if they don't end up doing anything. I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, I don't know. I think
I
they do
just-
need to do something though. I think it needs.
They
to
were
be...
the pioneers of it, and yet they never bothered evolving it.
Yeah, because I wonder if it was just one of those like, just off the wall, like, oh, what about this, and then it became bigger than they thought it would be, and
You know who I think does it really well? And if someone could combine it, like if Sony could steal from Ubisoft, that would be the ultimate system. I love how Ubisoft does it. Have you noticed how Ubisoft
mean, like-
does it?
You get the coins
With
to
their-
buy stuff in game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you can unlock in-game rewards as well. So in Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown, you unlock outfits through Ubisoft Plus through doing stuff in the game. I reckon that's a great way of doing it. It is a
Ubisoft Connect.
brilliant
Someone will
way
yell
of
in the
doing it.
yes,
comments. Say you said
Ubisoft
Plus.
Connect. Ubisoft.
Oh,
Connect.
sorry, Ubisoft Connect. Sorry.
And
Ubisoft
usually you
Connect,
could
that's
spend the coins and get like
wallpaper.
there was like a bundle of like in-game things you could.
Yeah, you get currency,
yeah,
you get
you know.
outfits, you get
think
some
it's-
weapons and Assassin's Creed games and stuff.
I think that's a
skins.
fantastic way of doing it. And Immortals had some stuff you could unlock. Assassin's
Every
Creed has
game
some
they
stuff.
do has, and you can
Yeah,
earn the
I
coins
love
in any
it.
game and spend them in any game. So
That's a
It's nice.
fantastic system.
Yeah, they have their own like achievement system, because you'll do
Yep.
something and they'll be like, oh, something unlocked, and then it adds to your
Yeah.
profile and stuff.
So I did something in Prince of Persia, and all of a sudden I got this awesome purple outfit when I went
I
on to
wonder
Ubisoft Connect.
The reason why someone like PlayStation or Xbox couldn't do that is because they couldn't force everybody to support it. Not everybody would want to section things off and create things specifically for people buying coins.
So do it for your own games.
and then people
do it for
complain
your
it's
own
not for
games.
every game. It's like, well, I'm doing it on this system.
Yeah, then people can. Well, I know like most devs don't like most devs and publishers do not like trophies or achievements. They wish they
Yeah, because it's
didn't
extra,
exist.
extra work for them. It's
Well,
extra work for them.
they also consider that it only helps the platform holders. It doesn't help them. So it's
See,
like
that's not true. I
That's what-
disagree.
I mean that's what they're thinking.
I disagree. That's how I ended up as achievement consultant for Benedict Fox.
Ah,
I think if you do it well, don't shake your head, Jesse. Am I not in the credits of Benedict Fox?
It was because he wanted to
I
make
am.
fun of you that you had to skip every achievement, that you had to watch every cutscene. That's the reason you're in.
do you remember the Xbox challenges back when the Xbox One launched? 0-point challenges for doing
Oh my
specific
God.
things within its
Yes.
specific time frame.
yes.
They
Yes,
ended
yes.
because one, nobody cared, and two, because the publishers and developers themselves didn't care.
It was like
You
the
know?
cards on PlayStation 5. No one does them.
Oh
No one
my
gives a
God, those
shit.
fucking cards.
Or remember
Destroyed
when
my
whenever
dashboard.
you got an achievement and it would record a clip, and then it was like, this is unbelievably frustrating, and I hate it. And like now PlayStation wants to
Oh,
bring that
and
back. I'm like,
remember-
I don't want no one wants that.
Remember how Microsoft gave achievements for using apps?
Yeah, Netflix
YouTube
and whatnot.
had
yeah.
achievements and Netflix had achievements. I'm like, what are you doing? I just,
The changes between the 360 and the Xbox One. Whoo! Remember the party system on the when the Xbox One came out? Like if you were in a party of like 6 people, but then went to play Rise, it would boot everybody else out of the party except for the 2 people that were playing Rise or whatever, however it was. Or if you started, if you're in a party and you started playing Rise, it would pull in the other person who was in your party who wasn't playing Rise because the system thought you were about to play Rise together.
Oh, Jesus. Hush, I'll go with a super chat on this. Rand, Nick, what do you want changed about achievements? At least copy Sony and give me some sort of completion marker for completing the base game.
They used to do that, by the way. Xbox, the 360 gen had a tile that actually had all your completions, and it had the icon of the game itself there. They got rid of it for whatever reason. I don't know why, but yeah.
Even beacons were good on 360.
Beacons.
I like the beacons.
I've forgotten. The beacons were what? Setting something up for...
So, for example, I had a beacon for Daytona, USA.
So if anybody played it, you get a notification, right?
Yeah, it was great. So it would say, hey, Don Cabezas playing Daytona. And it's like, oh, cool. Hey, Jesse, let's play Daytona together. I thought that was a great system.
Nick sends Jesse a message and he's like, this guy...
Blocked.
I don't want to play...
I loved beacons. I thought beacons was clever. And then it became looking for groups.
Mm-hmm.
And no one ever used that.
I think a lot of people actually use looking for groups.
It's pretty big.
Depending on the game, though.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, the Rainbow Six Siege community on looking for group is like,
I mean, looking for group is way more active than, say, the other one that they started at the same time, clubs.
Right? Yeah.
So
no one goes clubbing anymore.
At the same time, I understand why clubs exist, though. If that makes sense. I kind of get why clubs exist. But beacons were great. Everything they did on the 360 was better. You can the Xbox 360, you could tell it was a console designed by people who got gaming.
Until the end, the end of it, when they cut productions of first-party games to focus on Kinect and moved more into TV focus, and then you got the next console. So, yeah. It was great up to a certain point, Nick.
I know, but I still maintain that Xbox One was ahead of its time. And for all the bagging that Xbox One cops, that console sold 60 million, man. That puts it up there as one of the better selling consoles. For everyone acts like the Xbox One was this massive failure. It actually wasn't. It actually was a reasonably successful console that was ahead of its time. You know, one guide to this day gets copied by everyone. One guide. That was Microsoft saw where it was going with streaming and were just too ahead of their time. They just Anyway.
Which is one of the reasons why people are worried that they're too ahead of their time right now by putting games on other. I think people realize that like the future of the industry is that, but I think some people have the worry that Microsoft is too early to the game for that.
And I would be the opposite, and I would say they're a little behind. Because it's already been.
They're the only. What do you mean? They're the first ones to do it.
Because the actual things, the things that make money, are all just everywhere. It's already happened. It's like, there might be people who look at it and say, "Well, you still need your exclusives and games sell consoles." Like, well, no, the industry is completely driven now by things that are everywhere.
It's their Gen Z research.
Yeah,
it's their Gen Z research.
We're not driven that way, but enough people are that it's how it already is.
But you know what I found funny about that? Like, Microsoft's research tells them that Gen Z doesn't give a fuck, but at the same time, but then my son's not Gen Z. I think my son is Gen Alpha. My son just wants to play virtually everything on his PS5.
He's virtually
everything. Huh? Oh, man. I failed miserably.
You have failed.
Yeah, you want him to be
why do you think I lied? Why do you think I lied and made up Helldivers on Xbox?
That's who knows?
Because I couldn't save my son from being a PS5 owner. But
you would have wanted him to be on Switch before anything else.
If I can help some other father keep their son off PlayStation, then that's my duty. That's what I have to do.
You failed your own son. Now you'll save other people's sons.
That's right. I need to save other Xbox fathers from their sons becoming PlayStation.
Why did he choose PlayStation in the first place? What
I don't even know.
I actually don't know. Friends at school?
I don't think so. I don't think many of his friends have a PS5. I just think it
Mm.
goes back to what you said earlier. PlayStation's just the brand that
It is.
that
It is just
everyone
the brand.
knows.
Oh, it's like my daughter wanted an iPhone, and then she tried, like, finally got her to use one. She's like, I hate this, but it was
Yeah,
a
but it's
status
about them
symbol.
blue text bubbles,
Yeah,
bro.
it's a status symbol thing.
Yeah, man.
At which point I said, if any of your friends care about that, they're probably dipshits you shouldn't be a friend with.
Yeah, I have an
Like-
iPhone and I couldn't care less. I had an Android. I had a Windows phone, then an Android, then a iPhone, and I don't really care about any of them. I just
Like the other day, like because Sony's child account system is fucking stupid and broken. So my son can't actually buy V-Bucks on PlayStation 5. So the only way we can get him V-Bucks is to buy the V-Bucks separately or buy Xbox credit, get the V-Bucks on Xbox. So the other day we went and got him V-Bucks and put it on his Xbox account. So we had his Xbox on. And he's like, okay, I'm going to play Fortnite on my PS5. I go, dude, you're already on your Xbox. I forced him to play Fortnite on his Series S. I just forced him. I'm like, dude, you're already on your Xbox.
Does he have a 4K TV?
No.
No.
It's a 1080 TV.
Oh, then he's an idiot.
I go, just play it on your Xbox. You're already here. He's like, oh, but I'm not as good on Xbox. I'm like, man, what are you talking about?
you'd be better if you're on Xbox with a better controller.
Yeah,
you know?
it's
So,
just-
like,
the
I know people
controller's better.
love the immersion of the haptics on PlayStation, but it has worse latency. Like, I saw a lot of reviews from people like Sweden and in Europe that were like, man, Hi-Fi Rush is really hard to play on PlayStation. I swapped over to computer and on Xbox. Yeah, it's always a problem in the fighting game community. Like, the actual latency on their controllers is higher. It always has been.
What about this for a Nintendo segue? I don't know if this
What?
you talked about it last week or whatever. But you mentioned Fortnite about how like
No. We'll talk about that. It's a topic. It's a topic.
Oh,
We'll talk about
It's
that. Talk
literally
about
the
that.
name of
It's
the
literally like the
podcast,
name
yeah.
of the episode.
Mm-hmm.
It's
I mean-
the name of the episode.
we're literally talking about Fortnite though. That'd be a perfect
I
time
think it's
for
time, Nick.
No, I know. We were
we're
talking about
3
Metroid
hours-
earlier, so that would have been an even better
We're
time.
3 hours in, so if you want to get to the last news topic, it's probably fine.
Well, okay, so let me read this last super chat. Senior Bean. Question for Rand. On the podcast, Jez mentioned Perfect Dark dev has been a nightmare and would be surprised if it came out and would be good. Is that based off new things he's heard?
I would say it's probably more based off of like what's been going on, like how the initiative started and then everybody kind of left, and then Crystal Dynamics took up the game because of it. Not necessarily because of everybody leaving, but because that was the plan. But then Crystal Dynamics went through their own sort of thing with Embracer and everything that's going on with there. There was times we were hearing that like dev was going pretty good on the game, and times where you hear like it's going not so good. So, but I think that's just game development in general. So
God,
maybe it's.
I hope.
I don't know. We'll see.
I
I don't.
hope
I don't expect Perfect Dark to come out until 2026. Anyways, at the earliest. So even if like game development's not going greatest at this point in time, but that doesn't mean like the game won't shape up to be something fantastic by the time it's ready to release.
I
don't know.
hope it's still on the path that I heard about. The things I had heard about Perfect Dark sounded so good.
I mean, who
I don't
knows
know what Jez
anymore? I
did.
mean, there was. I don't know.
Yeah. You remember? Because it was something I mentioned. I don't know if it was on a rumor mill or just in discussion that I had heard. It was very John Wick-esque, kind of like Mirror's Edge meets John Wick.
Mm.
And I was so excited when I got told that. Like the stuff that was being described to me back then was like, that sounds fucking cool. That sounds so fucking cool. But
I mean,
you know,
John
it
Wick
turns out
meets Mirror's Edge would be pretty damn cool.
Oh,
I'm not sure how you build a whole game around that though. That would be pretty tough to build like levels around that idea of parkour and John Wick. Almost sounds like it would be Ghost Runner-esque, where it's like you do something and shoot some people, but if you don't, then you immediately die and start over, kind of thing. I don't know.
No. I don't think it's anything like that.
No,
I don't
I'm
think
just
it's
saying,
anything like that.
how do you? I don't know. How do you make a John Wick-esque Mirror's Edge parkour experience and build a game
like I said,
around
man,
that idea.
The stuff that was being described sounded great. It sounded great. But anyway.
Yeah, Crystal Dynamics is also building the new Tomb Raider game.
Yep.
And they had some layoffs, and they're going through all the stuff with Embracer. So, and the initiative is. I mean, I don't know. Hopefully, we see Perfect Dark this year because it'd be 4 years. It's a long time since we've seen the game. You would think.
We've never actually seen the game.
We'll see.
Well, I mean, see it since the last time.
But yeah, have them actually say something about it.
Isn't that the rumor? The rumor is we'll see it at the showcase.
Yeah, I think I think we will too.
Yeah, I think.
Hey, speaking of another game, we got to see we saw more about Rare's barn than ever. That people were making. Get to see the new barn.
Man, that was on the topic list, and I'm like, I don't want to talk about that.
The barn. You don't want to talk about the barn.
I don't care about the barn.
Do you care about Everwild?
All right. I do care about Everwild, but God only knows what's going on with that game.
They're making it.
Again, though, the stuff I've heard, if it comes to pass and if it's, man, there's actually a decent chance Rare might have listened to me.
I always listen.
Don't know. You might want to take that back.
Me or Jesse?
Jesse. Last topic. Most important topic. Fortnite. The topic of the whole show and how stupid Nintendo are. So Donald Mustard, who was one of the main figures behind Fortnite, was interviewed recently, and they asked him about Nintendo characters in Fortnite. And he said there was discussions about getting Samus in Fortnite, which would just be, perfect. But he said Nintendo, as much as Nintendo wanted Samus in Fortnite, they only wanted Samus showing up on Switch. Kind of like how Rocket League did it. Even now in Rocket League, the Mario, Luigi, and Samus cars are only on Switch. You can't see them on other platforms. And I think Xbox and PlayStation do it the same way. Because Samus would just be a perfect fit for Fortnite. Just an and you're giving that IP the extra exposure that comes with being in Fortnite. Which I feel like Metroid deserves. Metroid should be bigger than it is. Don't you reckon?
It should be, but it's kind of like the redhead stepchild of all Nintendo's IPs, right? Like all the other Nintendo IPs for the most part are these huge sellers, or I mean not necessarily Donkey Kong, but like Mario's up here, Smash is up here, Pokemon's up here, Animal Crossing, Zelda, right? And then you have like Metroid, who like I think the best-selling Metroid is maybe 3 million copies or something like that.
And that's Dread.
Yeah.
That's Dread.
There's a big disparity between... And I just sort of wonder, do you think that has to do with the type of game Metroid... I know a lot of this podcast we've talked about Metroidvanias, right?
Yeah, we have.
Right? But I think Metroidvanias don't particularly sell very well. I'm not necessarily sure it's a genre that really speaks to a mass market consumer, or even a casual one for that matter. So I wonder if the reason Metroid isn't popular as the other is because it's in a genre that it helped define that wasn't really popular with casual gamers and a mass market audience. So when it made the transition to essentially a third-person shooter, but it was on a console that, let's be honest, wasn't really known for shooters, right? At the time. So while the other franchises kind of evolved and got bigger and bigger, Metroid was kind of just stuck in the mud. I don't know. Does that have any... why is Metroid not as popular as all the rest of them?
Yeah, I know. But then Ori, Ori's a Metroidvania, and wasn't that a pretty genuinely successful game, or no?
I don't know. I have no idea.
Nintendo standards on success are very different than.
It was playable. Anybody with Game Pass could play it, right?
It's not cutesy.
Is it the guns? Could it be the guns as a reason why in comparison to the other Nintendo franchises?
But Metroid Prime is literally just a Metroidvania in first person.
Right, but I'm saying like I'm trying to like we're trying to talk about why it's not as successful as the other ones.
It's not as cutesy. You can't see the character's face. Like, it is very different.
Is it because it
than
was
other
more
games.
grown up
Yeah.
than their
Maybe.
other games?
Maybe. It is weird because in terms of quality, man, the Metroid games are great. All of them. They're all great. Even the worst Metroid game is still a fantastic
Other
game.
M.
Yeah, I liked Other M. Although that wasn't made by Nintendo. Oh, but then neither was Dread. I didn't mind Other M. Everyone bags Other M. Other M is a perfectly okay game.
And I doubt Metroid Dread cost a lot of money.
Nah, it wouldn't have cost much at all.
So-
Like
yeah.
Metroid Dread would have made good money. God, it's a good game. I feel like playing it again. It's so good. But yes, very stupid of Nintendo not to put Metroid in Fortnite. To me, that is the IP. It's a shooter, so it fits. It's not like you have to be funny about Samus holding a gun. And they were happy to put Samus, like Metroid, in Rocket League, which doesn't fit at all. Yet they put a Samus car in Rocket League.
Well, the Rocket League cars
makes-
are those ones you don't see on other platforms, I thought. You don't see
No,
a
you
Halo.
don't. I said
Yeah.
that before. You don't.
Yeah.
You don't see them.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like to me, Metroid needs that exposure. Like there are literally IPs out there and songs and stuff like that that kids know from Fortnite. They're like, oh, that's the Fortnite song. Oh, that's the dude from Fortnite. Like to me, Metroid should have that exposure. Like chuck Samus in Fortnite and have a Zero skin. You can have the Zero skin version and then have the Metroid Dread edit and have the original edit. And there's all sorts of stuff you can do with Metroid. Nintendo needs to relax on that stuff, man. Like that's
Yeah.
just silly to me. Like Fortnite's one of the biggest things on the planet. Why wouldn't you want an IP that's struggling a little bit of yours to have that kind of exposure? And the money, I'm sure Nintendo would get a cut of every Samus sold. Surely. Like it's money as
Do
well.
we know how that works? Like, does Microsoft get a cut every time someone buys a Master
You would
Chief
think,
outfit or
if you're
Gears
giving your
outfit?
IP ups, you have
you'd
to think they
assume
get
so.
them, Yeah.
Or is it just a
You'd
straight
assume so.
licensing fee?
Mm-hmm.
Is licensing
Oh.
fee, you know?
I don't know if
I'd
they've
be
ever said.
surprised. Given the prices that Epic charges, I'd be surprised if a part of the reason they charge so much is because they have to give a cut to the license holder.
Yeah. Well, so why
Because-
would Nintendo not want everybody playing as much? You think there's being like,
That's right.
well, if
That's why I
people
said they're
think
stupid.
if people think Samus is running around, and you know, to be fair, there would be pretty cool armor to have in Fortnite, right?
Oh yeah.
Oh
yeah.
Would they think? Does this mean people won't? I'm trying to think of their logic here. Is it?
I don't think Nintendo works on logic.
mm,
I don't think Nintendo works on logic. I don't think they care. Like for Nintendo, it's not just about money. It's not Nintendo has this thing where they're very protective
True.
regardless.
Well,
Like, they're
Metroid
just
fits in
super
this scenario. Got guns. I don't know if Mario or Luigi work in that scenario
No.
where they're going around with guns and maybe not
No.
even like Zelda or Link or what have you.
No,
But
Metroid
yeah,
fits.
Metroid
perfectly.
does. Dude, you
It
even get
is
a blaster. Like
Yeah, man.
it does. It
and
would
you
work.
could do back bling. You could literally have a Metroid back bling, and like it's
Uh.
literally the perfect Fortnite. Like of all the Nintendo IP, Metroid is literally the perfect one to go into Fortnite. It's absolutely
So
perfect.
Xbox characters in Fortnite are who?
Master
Is it
Chief,
Master Chief.
Gears of War,
Gears of War.
as in Marcus and Kate. We've had the dude from Elder Scrolls.
Is Doom in there?
Yep, Doomslayer is in there. Yes, thanks
Doomslayer.
for reminding me. Doomslayer, and there's meant to be a Fallout one coming.
Okay, and PlayStation has
Kratos.
Alloy?
Ooh, looks like the stream has died. Yeah, Aloy.
Yeah, it's something weird with YouTube.
Nathan
I don't know,
Drake.
again, because I'm fine. You're fine with me. I'm fine with you on StreamYard, but I never know anymore.
Yeah. PlayStation has God of Kratos, Nathan Drake, and Aloy. Yeah. That's it at the moment. But just I'd love to have Samus. I just think it's a missed opportunity from Nintendo. I just think it's a real missed opportunity. And you could have an emote where she rolls up into a ball. And it could have that music of when you collect the new upgrade, that like just so much potential in a Metroid Fortnite skin. So much potential
Yeah.
that I think is just being wasted. Absolutely wasted. Anyway. Nintendo sucks. What are you going to do?
Yeah, the stream
Anyway.
is stuttering, but as you can tell, Nick, with me to you, it's fine. It has been on YouTube's side with people saying it all day that YouTube's been having problems. We're very lucky that YouTube doesn't break more often with how many people use it as much as they do.
Anyway, let's move on. I guess so. Are we still calling it Name a Game, Jesse?
Nope.
Or are we calling it something else?
It's gonna be something different. I don't have an animation for it or anything. Because
I was about to say Pre-Drake
Yeah.
wouldn't have made an
I
animation.
asked,
So
but
normally
I
now we
haven't
would
got
do
it back
Name a
yet.
Game.
Yeah.
Yeah, we would normally do Name a Game now, but we're gonna. I meant about maybe changing it up, and instead of Name a Game, we're gonna do a version of it. What are we gonna call it? What year, my dear? Or
What
something
year,
like
my
that.
dear, is gonna be the name of the game. This one.
Yeah. What?
This one's a little
Yes.
more basic. Instead of
Yep.
being focused. Oh, and I got to give you guys the buzzin.live code. Let me get that real
Buzz in
quick.
code.
Now put
This is
that
the
in the
first time
private
Rand
chat.
is actually a contestant this
Yeah,
time.
yeah. So you're going to go to this website, Rand, and you're going to use
Okay.
that code.
Yep.
All right.
God, yeah,
Join
YouTube
game.
keeps saying we're having an issue. We're having an issue. Like, nothing I can do. Thanks, YouTube. But yeah, so you're going to buzzin.live. You just put your name in that code. And this one's going to be a lot more basic. This one is just I give you the name of a game, and you tell me what year it released. That's it.
All right. That's quick.
Right? Yeah, it's going to be a lot faster
Yeah,
than name a
so-
game. So it's a higher score threshold. We'll do like first
right.
to 6.
Yeah. So
Okay.
with this one now, Jesse just gives us a
Can you,
game.
can you give
Yeah,
us
what year?
a range of like years? Like
A topic, a theme?
I did
no,
not.
but they're like,
I
hey,
just grabbed from.
it's like low. Like this will cover years 1960 to 2024.
Yeah, it's pretty much Nintendo and Genesis through now.
Okay, so like basically, all right.
It's a lot.
Anything.
Yeah.
Basically anything.
Yep. And it's any
Um,
platform, arcades, especially because that was a big thing for a very long time. But
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
So apologies to anyone on dropping
So are we
frames.
gonna
It's
do it?
just
Are we
on
gonna-
YouTube,
so
so there's going to be more
on
name
the
a game
radio
admin.
station, on a radio station that I stole it from. If someone doesn't get the year, then they award it to the person that gets closest without going over.
Hmm.
Are we going to do that, or are we just going to go? Nah, you have to get the year right.
Okay. If you get the year right in your first guess, you're good. But then if you
But if-
don't get it
let's say
right,
me
the
and
other
Rand-
person can
so-
try. Yeah.
So let's say it's Mass Effect, right? And Mass Effect was 07, but me and Rand get it wrong. I say 06 and Rand says 05. Do I win because I got closest to 07?
Sure. Closest without going over.
Okay, cool.
okay.
But it'll obviously be if you buzz in first and you just get it right, you're good. Otherwise, the other person gets a
Yes.
chance, and whoever's closer.
Do I need to change anything in here where it says timer 10 seconds, sound, blah 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 blah?
no. You will just
buzz
be
with the-
hitting
You can buzz
buzz.
with the space bar. You
Yeah.
can just
Alright.
buzz with the space bar if you want.
Space bar, huh?
Yeah, yeah. And the
Alright.
good thing about this is that... Oh, no, they can. Okay, John can still cheat on this. Okay.
All right. Number 1 in what year, my dear, is...
Okay.
What year did Daytona USA come out in the arcade? Nick.
93.
Rand, you get a guess. What is your guess?
Daytona USA, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Say Daytona USA. Because I remember seeing it at the
Yeah.
arcade, but how old was I? I'll
Actually,
say
I might have got that wrong. I might have actually got that wrong.
How about Rand?
I'll say 94.
Rand is correct. 1994. Bing.
I was 1 year too early.
All right.
I was 1 year too early. Damn it.
What year did Gears of War 2 release on the Xbox 360? Rand.
Fuck.
2008.
Correct. Bam, bam, bam.
Damn it.
All right. I got a lot of buttons to click in between questions, so... Oh, fuck. Next one's kind of long. I got to make it fit.
What?
Just the name of the game. Some games have long names. What year did The Legend of Zelda: The Wind Waker release on the GameCube in the USA?
Oh, shit.
You're throwing Nintendo stuff in here, and I'm just not
that's
good with
everything.
Nintendo. GameCube.
Wind Waker.
Wind Waker would have been.
When did the Wii come out? 2006.
Nick.
Wind Waker would be 2000 and I want to say 3.
Correct.
Mm.
Oh, I
2
was
to
like
1.
02 or 03. I'm like, which one is it? Oh boy.
All right. The next one. Potential dominance lead for Rand or Nick catching up. It is. What year did Axiom Verge release on the PlayStation 4?
Oh, Jesus.
A great
Christ.
Metroidvania.
I mean, I didn't play it.
Neither did I. Axiom Verge.
Axiom Verge.
I know we just got 2 last year or the year before.
They can't all be massive. They can't all be... I mean, it is a great Metroidvania genre we've been talking about all game.
2013 onwards. Axiom Verge. It was
Starting the
fairly
timer.
early in the gen.
Nick, what is your guesstimate?
Because again, if I get the closest without going over, so 2015?
Yep, correct.
Mm.
Oh,
You nailed
really?
it. Yeah.
I thought, oh, wow. I thought it might have ended up being like 2016. So I figure if I go 2015, I'm closest without going over. Okay.
Right, well, you nailed it. No need
Oh,
to worry
boy.
about being close. You just hit it. We are tied at 2.
All right.
The next one. What year did The Witcher release on PC?
Oh, The Witcher
The
1.
first Witcher. The first Witcher.
Yep.
Oh, shit. I have no idea.
I don't know either.
Oh, God. The Witcher.
How about this? When neither of you... I almost wonder if you guys should always both... Oh, no. The buzzer versus you both just give me a guess and who's ever closer, but...
Oh, yeah. That's another way we
Because
can
you can
do
both
it.
DM it to me.
Yeah, but the problem with that, and
Yeah.
even the problem with like saying, even with the problem with saying like, just whoever's closest is, it would just whatever Nick would say he says 2013, then I'll just say
It's Price is Right
2014.
rules, baby.
Yeah, it's just like it really.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You
if,
know,
if it's
because-
coming down to if it's gonna come down to that, then you DM it to me and I'll say it for the audience.
Yeah, maybe we should do it next time. Maybe we do it that way, where we just DM the answer to Jesse, and then Jesse says, "Nick said this, Rand said this."
Okay,
And
when it comes
this is the
down to
answer.
nobody knows, instead of buzzing and just guessing, just both of you DM me your guesses on The Witcher for PC on Discord,
The Witcher for PC.
because you can
Holy
get it
shit,
right away if you
be
buzz
early.
and get it right. But what would The Witcher
would
on
be-
PC be?
This would be early to mid 2000s.
Take a guess.
No, it's definitely mid 2000s.
All right, I've
Yeah.
got Nick's guess. Rand, what is
Yeah.
your guess?
I'll just go with. Hold on, I'm in the wrong DM here. Hold on. Here we go. I'll
What?
go-
Rand is guessing 2023.
There you go.
You DM'd me, Rand.
We have a tie. Nobody gets a point. You both guessed 2005. You are both wrong. It was 2007. No point awarded.
Oh,
Oh,
man. Okay.
All right.
Shit. Okay.
Next one.
Yep.
Nobody. Oh my god, this does not want to copy. I gotta make this easier to do. The next one. What year did Beyond Good and Evil release on the original Xbox?
Oh my god.
There's not that many years.
I played
I know,
it. You know,
it's not that
I
many
played it on GameCube though. I think.
Did you really?
I think I played it on GameCube, and then I played it again on the 360 when it came to on the 360. Didn't they just release it on the Xbox Series X and S
They
too?
accidentally released a test version of the remake.
Oh yeah.
Nicholas, your guess.
On the original Xbox, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
2003?
Correct.
2003.
Damn. A commanding comeback from Mr.
Mhm.
Nick. In his first 2-6. If nobody gets it, everyone loses.
Was it 3-2?
3-2 right now.
All right.
Nicholas is in the lead. In what year did Shadow the Hedgehog release for the OG Xbox?
Oh my god.
You're just making games up now.
He had a gun. He looked pretty cool.
Shadow the Hedgehog.
Mm-hmm.
Holy shit. Again, games like that would have released before the OG Xbox died. So
Nick, your guess.
I'm just gonna say 2004.
All right, Rand, you get to guess. What year?
I'll
do you
go
think it released?
2005.
Rand wins. That's the danger of dinging.
Oh,
05.
yeah.
Tied at 3.
I had a feeling it'd be 04 or
See,
05.
that's the give or take on if you buzz in, but you don't get it right.
Yeah.
The other guy gets a guess. But if you get it right, you just win. Bam. Bam. Bam Al Thor.
We'll massage the rules for next time.
This,
We'll
I think
massage.
this works fine, actually. If there's a give and take, you can always ring in. But if you don't get it, you're helping the other person. It's kind of like with Name a Game when you give John half the name.
Yeah, it's true.
What year
Yes, sir.
did Okami release on the PlayStation 2?
Oh,
Jesus.
Nick.
06.
Correct?
Yeah.
See,
I
that's the
remember
benefit of
buying that
playing
game.
when you buzz in and you get it right. All right,
I
keep
never
going.
played
buying that
Okami.
game. I bought it on PS2 and returned it 2 hours later.
Ooh.
Have you beaten
I
it?
very distinctly remember doing it.
Hmm.
I just
All right.
didn't enjoy it.
Ah.
It just didn't click with me.
What year did Devil May Cry release on the PlayStation 2? Nick.
2001?
Correct.
I thought it was 2002.
I almost said 2002. Almost. 4-3 or 5-3? 5-3.
Nick is now up 5-3 for a potential win. A game I doubt either of you have played, but I thought of because it's got such a stupid name. They can't all be obvious things, Nick. When did Chakan, the Forever Man, release on the Sega Genesis in the US?
On Sega Genesis.
Yep.
Yeah, Chakan.
A terrible game.
Oh, wasn't that bad. Chakan. Shaka Khan. So the Saturn came out in 96 and Chakan was a late gen Mega Drive game.
I'm gonna start the timer. Neither of you guess. Whoop, Nick with the buzz.
95.
Rand, what is your guess?
92.
Correct.
Was it 92?
1992.
92's right? Oh my.
Mhm.
Really? That early?
Yep.
Wow. I thought Chakan was a late gen
Wow.
Mega Drive game. Holy
All
shit.
right, 5-4. Nick is up over Rand. Is this going to be a win or is this going to be a tie when I ask, what year
on.
did Halo Spartan Strike release?
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Nick.
Spartan Strike?
Oh, wait. Spartan Strike. That's not. Oh, Assault was the Xbox One game, wasn't it? Spartan Strike was the one after it. The one that didn't
think
release
they-
on Xbox.
Well, didn't they release two of them on Xbox?
Spartan Strike's only on PC.
Spartan Strike. Yeah, Spartan Strike never came out on
Starting
it was
the
a
timer.
Windows Phone. 20.
5, 4.
20.
Just make a guess. 3.
15.
What year?
15.
Correct. God damn it. Nick got it. Who
Those
wins?
games are actually good. Spartan Strike and Spartan Assault are actually genuinely good games. Good twin stick
Yeah,
shooters.
they're decent fun.
They're
not
really
great,
good.
but they're okay. Who are you playing for, Nick? They won. They can now message me on the Discord or the
Oh, yeah,
forums, and
shit.
I'll
I
get
forgot
them
about
again.
that. I was playing for Kevin Mann, and Rand was playing for Meshare Shahin.
Kevin Mann, message me.
Kevin Mann won.
We got a few more.
I let you down.
Yeah, John always lets people down, so they're used to it. We got a few more. We'll get through them real quick. What year was
You did
Legacy of
admirably.
Kain Soul Reaver 2 released?
Legacy of Kain Soul Reaver 2.
Yep.
Oh. That was not on Dreamcast. Soul Reaver 2.
We'll go through these fast because I know people get bored. Nick,
2004?
Rand, what is your guess?
Soul Reaver 2?
Mm-hmm.
That's got to be earlier than 2004.
Not much earlier. Because the first
I'll
one was on
go-
Dreamcast. The first
I
one
don't
was on
know.
Dreamcast.
Yeah, but
So it can't be
Dreamcast.
that much earlier.
I'll go 2001.
Correct?
Really?
Mhm.
01?
Yep.
For Soul Reaver 2. Holy shit.
All right. Another one for funsies. What year did Mario Kart Wii release?
Mario Kart
How's
Wii.
that game?
You're not allowed to look at the box.
It doesn't have the year on it.
It has the year.
Yeah,
It
it
has a
would.
copyright. Of course it does. All right, quick.
Mario Kart Wii.
Nick, take a guess. Bum, bum, bum.
2008.
Correct.
Phew.
All right, last one for fun is what year was Crackdown 3 released? Nick.
Ooh. 2017.
Rand, what year was Crackdown 3 released?
Oh, what?
2019.
Correct. Get
Why did I think it was
so
2017?
embarrassing for you, Nick. Oh my goodness. Wow.
Why did I think it was 2017?
Wow.
2017. Maybe you're thinking Recore? Oh, no, it was Recore's 2016.
And then Definitive Edition was 2017.
Why did I think Crackdown was 2017?
Wow.
That's weird. That's weird. I don't know why I had 2017 in my head for Crackdown.
I was shocked when he said 2017. I'm
Me
like,
too. I was
huh?
like, wait, what?
For a minute there, I'm like, am I wrong?
The defender
Because-
of Crackdown doesn't know the year?
Yeah, I don't know why I had 2017 in my head. Is that because that's when it was meant to release originally?
Yes. Originally supposed to be 2017.
That might be why. Yeah. I think it was, and it got
Mm.
delayed by a shit.
Now it makes
Okay,
sense.
I think that's why. Okay.
Okay, cat, get the fuck away from my computer. And it's time for John's least favorite segment.
No, not yet. So before,
Oh,
that
oh
was
no.
that was what year, my dear? We'll have to come up with a video intro for that, and maybe we just interchange between name a game and
Yeah,
what
I
year.
wanted
But
to
we'll do
jump
what
between
year for a while.
multiple games and stuff because I've used every trick in the book I can think of to think of names you guys can get.
Yeah. What year is good? What year is? I like what year. What year is handy?
It's snappy.
Yeah. So, as part of what year, my dear, we play for our patrons, and we, Jesse and I, we love our patrons.
Mhm.
Rand is even a patron, and I love Rand sometimes.
Sometimes.
So, yeah. So,
Unlike John.
John doesn't like our patrons, so it works out well that John's not on. So, we love the support of our patrons, especially our executive producers and our Torn Raptor, our grand benefactor.
Benefactor. He's on the screen the entire show
Grand
now.
benefactor.
150 a
Yeah.
month.
So we truly appreciate the support from all our patrons because they are very largely responsible for everything we do. You get, if you sign up to Patreon, you get merch, you get I mean, there's lots of moods actually.
Yeah, every
There's-
3 months.
We're now starting to do.
The $12, $30, and $50 tiers. Every 3 months, you get merch. You get access to all of our Sick and Nick flicks, which we try and do every month. You get MP3 access to headlines every week. You get into a special area of the Discord for YouTube members and patrons, where I do a lot of giveaways with stuff when I can. You're also you get the shout outs during the show, and you are generally every single person on Patreon. We love you because you are the only reason we are able to do this so much, if not at all.
Yes. And we've only skipped 1 month for Sick and Nick's flicks, which was March. I don't know why that happened that way, but that was the only month we skipped. We've done a Sick and Nick's flicks every single month since we started it. Next month will be interesting in terms of what we talk about. I've watched a lot of movies and TV shows lately. That Baby Reindeer, man. Oh boy,
I think
have you seen it?
you and John are definitely going to want to do that one. I'll watch it.
Oh my God, Baby Reindeer. We're up to the last episode. We haven't watched the last episode yet. Holy shit, that show takes a turn. It's weird. Have you seen it? Jesse?
No, I have not yet.
Baby Reindeer?
It's
Rand,
on my
have you
list.
seen Baby Reindeer?
I have not
On
seen
Netflix?
Baby Reindeer, no.
Fucking hell. Like, it starts about one thing, and then it kind of sort of becomes about another while still being on the same track. It just does this pivot. It's like, holy fuck. It's full on. But I haven't seen the last episode yet. It looks like Brit probably likes it. You can't talk about Baby Reindeer to those who haven't seen it. I don't think I spoiled anything just then.
This cat very badly wants to be all over my computer and me right now.
But it's
So if we go off
it's a
the air,
very good
it's his fault.
It's a very good show. But the primary benefit, I would argue, for our patrons is that they get to ask us community questions. I think Rand has asked us one. I think.
I'm not
Once.
sure I have.
Haven't you? I thought you did. I thought you jumped onto the forum once and asked the community question.
Nah,
But anyway,
I don't think so.
it's time for community questions. John's favorite part, except it's not. First community question is from Jesse Brother. Welcome, Rand Al Thor. I finally saw John's episode on your Xbox 2+1 show. I found it genuinely sad to see how affected he was by the Starfield situation. What about me, dude? I cop what John copped all the time.
Maybe
Come on.
you ask for it. You love it.
John did it once, actually twice. He copped it with Bungie as well, which we ended up being correct about.
Even if we
Funnily
were
enough.
correct in the wrong way.
In the wrong way. Like we took the wrong path to the right destination, basically. But you know what that Bungie situation should show people, and why I wish people would be a bit more mature about this stuff? The Bungie situation shows you that publishers and developers will flat out lie if they need to. Like, the Bungie CEO came out and flat out lied and said, no, this isn't true. Microsoft's not interested in buying us. And then the FTC documents came out and Pete Parsons flat out lied. So when you say, oh, the developer came out and said, Nick, what you said's not true, just think that maybe that developer could be lying for a specific reason. Okay. And based on what he said about my brother, it seems like Jess's official title should be XboxEra's SEO manager. And I have to say, John's score for Harold Halibut may have actually been a tad high. I've already uninstalled it. Is it really like that? Not great.
It's it needed better pacing and better editorial from what I've read.
That's a shame. Because it's such I want to install it and play it just because of how it looks. I did reinstall Fallout 4, even before the update. That show seems to have given so many the fever to play it for the first time, or again. And as a Massachusetts native, I feel extra enticed. I bought that game after watching the show just because it was on sale. I'm not going to play it. Speaking of that show, I've noticed almost every hack on YouTube making a Fallout review, reaction, or even gameplay video uses a thumbnail of themselves doing the tired, cliched Pip-Boy thumbs up, which annoys me immensely. My question this week is, what's a cliche you gents dislike that your fellow YouTubers typically do? Oh my God. It's good that we got Rand on the show. Please feel free to name names and cast aspersions, since diplomatic-minded John isn't here this week. And on the subject of YouTubers and aspersions, Nick, I know I was a bit hard on you last week, but please take comfort in the fact that you're neither the Australian that annoys me the most or even the one that I find the most attractive. Hello. Those, ironically, are both named Alana Pierce. So ciao, you lovely lads. I'm better looking than Alana. Come on. Don't be like that. At least we'll say, I don't know, maybe the best looking male Australian then.
You're better
How about
looking than Aussie Man Reviews.
Yeah. And Skill Up
Mm,
as well.
eh,
Come on.
eh.
Yeah.
Isn't he tall?
Now, what are things that annoy us about other YouTubers? I don't like it when Rand and Jez insinuate that I lie and make stuff up.
And we had that conversation before where I literally said on my show that I think Nick isn't lying and he's not making things up. So that's not fair, Nick. That's not fair at all.
I heard your show and you're like, ooh, it's early, could happen. I don't do that. I don't do that.
No, I know. I never said you did, but that's just how I'm having fun with trying to entertain the audience. You know what I mean?
If I'm told, I just say what I'm told. Oh, yeah, Trev, NMVG. Oh, look, I love Dim, but come on, I'm better looking than Dim too. Come on.
I cut all your hair off. You look really similar.
Are we talking about things like YouTubers do that annoy us?
Yeah.
Practices, that sort of thing. Like the one, I know why people do it. Algorithm likes it, but the one title I hate for video. Well, yeah, there's the open mouth thing, right?
Nice.
But it's like, my honest opinion, or the brutal truth, or whatever about some game.
Failure.
Yeah, like
Disaster.
implying like that it wasn't going to be the truth if you didn't put it in the headline, right?
Yeah.
I don't like. I think I've used those a couple times or whatever. So
You feel
like,
dirty.
you see it and you're like, let me try this. Let me see if it works. But I really do hate like the open mouth, like, oh my shocked expression.
Oh my God. And there's that dude, there's this one YouTuber, and I can't remember his name, where he's got like 3 or 4 templates that he just rotates and he replaces the game that's in the template. And he's holding the game and looking at it like this.
Yeah.
He's like,
there's also like a way people on TikTok speak. It's like a speaking pattern that also I don't like. It's almost like they're speaking to a child or they're speaking down.
I don't have TikTok, so I don't know.
Oh, well, I'll see it sometime in YouTube Shorts. Just the way sometimes like YouTube Short stuff is presented, it's just I just hate that speaking style some people use.
The only thing I liked on TikTok was the Bugs Bunny thing that was going around for a while.
Oh yeah, right.
The Bugs Bunny challenge.
I'm sure somebody in chat will know what I'm talking about like that style of talking.
Did you not
YouTube,
see the Bugs Bunny challenge, Jesse?
No idea what you're talking about.
TikTok Bugs Bunny challenge?
Nope. I don't think I've ever opened TikTok.
What about the NPC stuff? Remember the NPC meme?
I saw that because people I watch were watching it and laughing at it.
We made fun of it on the show, remember? What was it like?
yeah.
Nom nom, yum yum,
Yeah.
spicy,
Ice cream. Yum yum.
Oh, yeah, that's
Yeah.
After we go offline, Jesse, do yourself a favor and just look up the TikTok Bugs Bunny challenge.
I'll do it right now. Have the stream drop, I'm sure. It's funny. I actually have 500 down and 35 up right now. It's like the best internet I've had in a while. But it's still dropping frames because YouTube is dropping itself.
Yeah, what do you mean? Hold on, Magnum. I don't talk like a cast member from Acropolis now. I don't talk like a cast member from Acropolis now. Do I? I don't think I do. Like, I know how Nick Giannopoulos and George Campagnara sound. Like they really accentuate that Greek ethnic accent. I don't do that. I don't sound the same as MVG. I have a little bit more ethnic to me than MVG does, but I don't sound like a cast member of Acropolis Now. God, Acropolis Now was a great show, though. It was such a good show. Okay. Next question. Have you looked up the Bugs Bunny challenge?
No.
Oh, okay.
I'll look it up later.
You should. Oh, you should. Hytham G. Since May the 4th, which is a Star Wars holiday, well, it's not a holiday, that is coming in the next following Saturday on next week, on your usual days of Xbox Era Podcast, here my question is this. If you gents were a Star Wars character, who would you pick and choose as your own Star Wars character? For me, I would have gone with General Grievous, but I'm more of a Chewbacca the Wookiee, roaring in Wookiee sound. Brrr. But who is your own Star Wars character anyway? P.S. Which Star Wars toys do you gents like, the Lego or the regular action figures of Star Wars? But your gents pick of those two kinds of toys anyway?
Nick is Bib Fortuna.
Who?
Rand is Kit Fisto.
I'm not
Bib
Kit Fisto.
Fortuna.
I mean, who doesn't want to be Han Solo, though?
Most,
Right?
I mean,
As if I'm Bib Fortuna. I just saw that. I'm not Bib Fortuna. I'm the Mandalorian. I'm
No,
Mando.
I thought you were gonna be like, you're gonna say he's Thrawn, or you're gonna say you're Thrawn.
Oh no, Thrawn's
Right.
smart.
Who's that? Who's that? Who's Thrawn?
Grand Admiral Thrawn.
I don't even know who that is.
He was an enormous Legends character, and then they brought him back for Star Wars Rebels, and now he was in Ahsoka.
Oh, okay.
He was a
Nick-
Grand
I'm mad.
Admiral. of
Nick
the-
is Grogu.
Grogu.
Grogu's useful sometimes, though.
And Grogu's cute. Okay, I'll be Grogu. Grogu's cute.
Oh, you're Cara Dune.
Who are these people? You're making
Gina-
up
Cara
names.
Dune
Gina
is Luke
Carano.
Skywalker's. No,
Oh, Gina Carano's character.
I was gonna say for whatever reason I thought that was Luke Skywalker's girl, but that's
Mara
Cara
Jade.
Jade, right?
Yeah.
Mara Jade.
Yeah. I'll be
I'm
Mara Jade.
fine
I'll take that
being-
hit.
I'm fine being the Mandalorian.
Oh,
be Mandalorian.
just name yourself friggin' Din Djarin. You don't even know his name.
Din Jin.
Whatever.
I haven't watched Mandalorian since the end of season 2.
It's better than one
course you
was.
haven't. Of course you haven't watched it. It's finished.
Is it?
Season
Well,
2
didn't have season
hasn't
3.
been to season 3 yet. Did they?
I thought
They
that
haven't
was
had
season
season
3 was
three,
the
have they?
last one. Yeah. Season
Right.
1, bad. Season 2, pretty good. Then
Season 2 ended with Luke Skywalker coming back.
Yeah,
And
so
they did-
season-
and then
yeah,
they did
season three was the
Boba
last
Fett,
one.
and then they did season 3. I didn't watch
Yeah.
Boba Fett or season 3.
Boba
wow,
Fett
you
had
haven't
good
watched
moments.
season 3.
Season 3 was all right. I prefer
season 3 was good.
Andor way better. But obviously Andor is just like peak friggin' TV most of the
Andor
time.
was fantastic.
Yep. Andor,
Oh, wow,
the
actually-
top. Ahsoka, very good. I really liked Ahsoka, but you have to be someone who watched Rebels because it is a direct sequel to Rebels.
Yeah. Season 3 was exactly a year ago. It finished exactly a year ago.
Yeah,
April
season 3 was all right.
2023. I got
Better than
confused for a
Kenobi.
second there. I think I got thrown by Boba Fett, which I did not like. I didn't enjoy Boba
Boba
Fett.
Fett had some cool parts, but then it very much had like very cringy parts that pulled away from it a lot.
The best episodes were the Mando ones. They were literally the best episodes of Boba Fett. Anyway.
Mandalorian's pretty boring as a character. Our next one, go.
LeeLayfield. Hi, blokes, plus Rand the Bland. I like that name.
Wow.
I'm already starting to get excited about E3 again, and more importantly, gaming's, including the Box of X, future. The best part of E3 is your episode beforehand dropping all the hints and giving your wish list. I'll be sure to do more predictions of E3 this year.
I will be cutting you off every time you try.
I've just finished Harold Halibut and truly enjoyed it. It may not be for everyone, but was a great palate cleanser for me. Let Zhao begin. Question.
Zwa.
I'm off to Greece. Yeah, no, Zwa. Question. I'm off to Greece Athens for a while, Nick. Is there any food chains I should try? Or better yet, any slurs I should know? I'll be bringing the Dusty Switch along, so any game recommendations? Haven't turned it on in 2 years. I'll pass on Princess Peach. I took my Switch to Greece too. Get Balatro, because Balatro is like amazing to have on the go. Balatro.
No, Bay. Like,
Whatever.
it's your Bay. I ruined my
Oh,
joke.
Balatro.
Bay.
Okay.
Latro, yeah.
Any food chains? No. Greece isn't about food chains. Like, you've got Macca's and stuff over there, but my God, when I had Macca's in Greece, it was terrible. And
so
the
it's like
KFC
American.
was even worse. The KFC was even worse.
Mm.
Just
America.
Just go to the proper restaurants. You can't go wrong at most of them. Like, almost every restaurant we went to in Greece, the food was really nice. And the souvlakia are so much better there than they are in Australia. Like, I discovered mustard in souvlaki over in Greece. I didn't know you can put mustard in a souvlaki. And now I can't have a souvlaki without mustard in it.
You could potentially put anything into anything if you wanted.
Oh, I know, but certain things belong in certain things, like pineapple on pizza. It belongs there. Like,
You're trying
fun
to
fact.
piss people off. I agree.
Fun
I actually
fact.
like pineapple on pizza.
Fun fact: pineapple, the fruit, was invented in 1976 specifically for pizza. Did you know that?
I did. Why do you think
So-
people wouldn't?
That's right. Like, so of course pineapple. It was invented for pizza only like in 76. It's a very new fruit.
It's like the those cross-bred strawberries I have that are pine berries, where it's pineapple strawberry. They're very good, actually.
Yeah.
And they're like
Lychee's
white.
great.
They're white strawberries that are kind of taste like pineapple.
I wonder what lychee would taste like on a pizza. Have you ever had lychee, Rand?
Nope.
Dude, do you like grapes?
Not really, no.
Jesus Christ. What food do you eat?
Deep dish pizza. That's all. It's
I
every
mean,
meal.
you said grapes. Like, because I don't like grapes. Like, suddenly it's like, what food do you eat?
Yeah, Nick is very all
Not
or
that there's
nothing.
like tons of all these other foods out there you can eat. You're like, you don't like grapes? What do you eat? Just pizza and Taco Bell, dude? Doritos and stuff?
Isn't Chicago known for deep dish pizza?
Sure, it is. I don't particularly care for deep dish pizza.
It's not really pizza.
Really?
It's more like a pie.
I love deep base. Why? No, it's not.
I've never had it. I just like saying that because you.
I
get
just don't
annoyed
like
every time.
I really just don't like the tomato sauce they put on deep dish. But whatever, you can
Huh?
just get regular pizza.
No, I like deep. I love it. When
You know,
base
pizza
is
was
nice.
invented in 1976 to be used with pineapple. I don't think many people know that. All right, next question.
Ugh.
By a Greek Canadian. A Greek Canadian invented Hawaiian pizza.
I am always surprised to find out that tikka masala was invented not that long ago in the UK.
Yeah. Yeah. Anorexic lychees are too much work. Yeah, they're tough. Like, there's an outer shell on them, a spiky outer shell. But man, once you get in there, holy
It's
shit!
like a pomegranate, one of my favorite flavors, but they are so much work to eat.
Oh my god, gross! Pickle on pizza is underrated. Ugh, pickle. I take the pickle out of my McDonald's burgers.
I don't like sweet
Yeah.
pickles. I like dill. If it's a dill, I'm all in. If it's a sweet, I'm out.
Oh, you know what's nice on pizza? Shrimp. Little tiny shrimps on pizza.
It's bread.
Some garlic, chicken.
You can eat a lot of stuff on bread with cheese.
Man, so good. Food, but no food chains in Greece. Just go.
You know
with
what's good?
restaurant.
And they were 30 cents a bar on Amazon. Ferrero Rocher
Ooh, they're
chocolate
nice.
bars with hazelnut in them. It's like 30 cents a bar. I was like, okay, I'll buy some.
I feel for my son. My son can't eat stuff like that because he's anaphylactic.
Little baby.
Severely anaphylactic to touch and ingestion.
Of what? Chocolate?
Nuts.
No, nuts.
Oh, okay.
Hazelnut, peanut, cashews.
You
I feel for him.
You ever see that one comedy sketch? I forget who it was, but it was like, they were talking about peanut allergies, right?
Mm-hmm.
And how he's like, It's like, this might, get some people upset, but, we could, breed this out of the, out of the population if, like, everybody kind of just looked the other way for a single year.
I don't think that would work.
It's like, oh, yeah, it's look the other way for a single year. Everybody with peanut allergies would die. Like, oh, guess what? No more of that in the human gene pool.
We could get rid of the common cold if we just had everyone stay indoors for 1 month straight. No one leaves their house.
Well, that didn't happen during COVID.
I know. No one would freaking stay home.
Yeah, I know. So many people just kept going out. No, but
2
peanut
weeks.
allergies because no one knows how they manifest.
Demons.
My wife and I, it's not in our family. Yet my son ended up with it, and my daughter didn't.
Have you ever seen
So
Late Night
I
with the Devil? That's how you get him.
Oh yeah, it's such a good movie.
Someone
seen
in
that
your
movie,
family
Rand?
prayed to Abraxas. That's it.
Have you seen that movie, Rand?
I have not. No, last movie I watched was Dune Part 2. Part D.
That, and
One
that
of
was
the
that
greatest, one of
was
the
other
greatest
half.
movies of the last 10 years, maybe
Yep.
15 years.
That was the other
I
half
haven't
of
felt
our
I haven't felt this
Sick
way. I haven't felt this way about a movie since Lord of the Rings trilogy.
Really?
I've watched it like 3 times since
Mhm.
I bought it. But also, I'm a huge fan of the books. I love like.
How are they going to do the next one? I don't think the next.
I have no
book is
idea how
very
they're
good.
going to do the next one. I
It's
know
just-
I know the final scene that he's going to end on. I know the last shot. The movie will end on for sure. But
You think
I
they
do
go
not
through the
know.
whole thing?
I don't know how he's going to do Messiah.
Because he said he's
I-
only doing one. He wants to do
Yes.
one more and get through Messiah, and that's it.
I
I'm like,
am the fact that people out here are clamoring for Dune 3 brings such joy to my heart. Because most book readers don't like Dune Messiah because most people don't understand the message of Dune.
Mm-hmm.
And Brian Herbert was like, or not Brian Herbert, Frank Herbert was like, I need to make sure that people understand this, and wrote Dune Messiah to very, very much point out that, hey, Paul's not a hero. Like,
No.
so
And
I'm,
I think
and it's just,
he planted those seeds pretty well in 2.
yeah, but dude,
but
I watched
I
a
know.
lot of reactions, and it flies over so many people's heads.
Paul, the rules. He's taking over.
Like, I
It's
get, like,
oh my
yeah,
God,
people love the
no.
revenge story and stuff, but like, so many people, I think media literacy is like dead. You know,
Well,
and
it's
maybe
never
some of
been
it's
good.
because they're watching themselves and recording it and whatever, so they're talking over sections and whatnot. But as someone who loves Dune and all that stuff, I can't believe I live in a world where people fucking are loving a Dune movie and are anticipating an adaptation of Dune Messiah of all things.
Mhm.
Because they're never going to go beyond Dune Messiah.
No, it gets way too weird.
You could do Children of Dune, but you absolutely cannot do God Emperor of Dune at all. Like it is too ridiculous.
That's the only thing I know from Doom Part 2.
What do we do?
Least Nagaib.
Aston Butler, what do we do? That's all I know.
I can't believe you
That
didn't
was
like
in
it. But I'm not
He slept
surprised.
through
Your
most.
taste
He
is
fell asleep through all the good parts. Every time we're like, "Hey, did you see the sandworm?" Ryan's like, "No, I didn't see that." Like he missed every cool part that he
saw
would
him-
like,
I saw him tame the
but not
big
the
sand.
big thing that it went. Not the big scene with it. Like, yeah, he missed most of the good stuff.
yeah.
Well,
Nick,
it's all
you know,
good. He missed the stuff that would appease his lizard brain.
I mean, the
Yes,
action
I-
stuff.
Yeah,
I
like that.
fell
things?
asleep. So
Mhm.
I watched the bit where he was riding the sandworm, the big one, and they said, "Oh, that's too big for you first time." I saw that bit, and I fell asleep not long after that.
What are you watching
And
these
I
things
woke-
at 2 a.m?
I woke up and he was fighting Austin Butler at the end.
No wonder you didn't like it. You missed the whole movie.
Yep.
Yeah. And then like he screwed over Zendaya and went with Florence Pugh.
Which is a change from the book. A significant change.
Yeah, in
They-
the
they
book, it
changed
wasn't
Zendaya's
like a
character.
choice. It was it was like she's a consort.
I mean,
It's-
hell, the final line of the book is, I think Jessica says to Chani that in the future, we will be called wives because they're both concubines. There's the whole concubine thing isn't really explored that much in the movies, but in the books, it's a big thing.
Mhm.
And Chani is like Chani has no problems with what Paul does
Who's
about
Chani?
like Zendaya's character. Has no
Oh.
problems whatsoever with what Timothy Chalamet does by choosing Erlon, because it makes them they know it's like they changed it because I think they knew modern audiences wouldn't understand or get that point, so
Why?
they changed it.
Modern audiences love Zendaya in a
Yeah, but
threesome.
and they didn't.
Yeah,
want,
but
they didn't want to
they
see
don't-
Zendaya as the cuck in the relationship.
Yeah, they didn't want to see Zendaya be accepting of Timothy Chalamet being like, I'm with her now. You know, essentially.
It's more the West. It's more the Eastern idea of like multiple partners and less, you one person Christianity type stuff. So
Okay.
next
Well,
question.
our latest episode,
wait.
of Sick and Nick's Flicks is June Part 2 and Late Night with the Devil. We cover those movies. But anyway, that was a question about going to Greece. Somehow we ended up talking about movies.
And we have a super chat we missed, I believe, from Risk It for the Biscuit.
I know, I saw that. Is a draw good or bad? Asking for a friend. We talked about it earlier in the show. I mentioned that Collingwood had a draw with Essendon, mate, and Jamie Elliott took Mark of the Year. Such a good mark. So good. So yes. Get Balatro on Switch, and you can't go wrong with Super Mario Odyssey. All right. Executive producer, J White723. Hey guys. As you've talked about in one of your recent videos, there are a lot of different options that Microsoft / Bethesda can take in terms of creating another Fallout game before Fallout 5. I haven't started Fallout 3 again because I could have sworn I heard there were talks of a Fallout 3 remaster. I think that was Fallout 1 remaster.
I thought it was 3.
So I was happy to be reminded in your video that it was mentioned in the FTC leak, and I'm actually not crazy. I've joined the bandwagon and started playing 76 for the first time, and it's actually great. I'm ashamed I didn't give it a chance sooner.
It wasn't as good
My
earlier.
question my question to you is this. Do you think Microsoft will consider developing remakes, remasters of Fallout 1, 2, and Fallout Tactics? I've never played them, but I love turn-based games. And with PlayStation Square Enix moving away from the genre, it would be an interesting strategy to make these games now. The only issue I see is how those games might be too similar to the Wasteland series, which I absolutely love too. Would you want to play those games? Would you rather have them focus on another project like a Fallout 3 remaster, New Vegas remaster, or new bigger Fallout 76 updates? I thought Fallout 1 was getting a remaster.
No, I think the rumor was 3.
Oh, I thought
Yeah, it was just
1.
3 was the rumor.
They'd be remastering their own stuff. If it was like one of the other tactics games, I don't think it would be Bethesda doing it. They might oversee it, but they wouldn't probably be the ones making it.
And you know what? Honestly, Fallout 3 needs a remake, not a remaster.
Yeah. It doesn't hold up the best, even though it's
Game from 2008
yeah.
on the creation engine. It's not going to hold up well.
Nope. Few things are
Same
as
thing-
annoying as pointing your gun at someone perfectly and having it just say miss and it doesn't hit them. I don't like it.
Okay.
Goddamn Morrowind thing.
Oh,
Should be
I don't
illegal.
know. I'm not overly interested in Fallout.
Yeah, you got bad taste.
I've never played a Fallout game. I played like 5 minutes of 76 when it first came out, the beta, and the game glitched on me, and I was like, uninstall.
3 would probably be the most up your alley because it's the least RPG, but it's still going to have a lot of talking, so you wouldn't be that into it.
Not 4?
No, 4, they went more back to RPG, but then made it a voiced protagonist, which pissed people off.
Which
So I
is why
bought 4 for nothing.
which is why the Starfield protagonist is not voiced.
So I bought 4 for nothing then?
No, it's an incredible game. You can enjoy it a lot if you had good taste.
I own 3. I don't remember buying 3.
Well, you have Game Pass too. You got them all.
No. I bought it. I own it.
Oh.
And I don't remember buying Fallout 3. It must have been one of those games years ago that was on sale for like $3. And I'm like, oh, $3,
I
I'll
think
just buy it.
Fallout 3 was Games with Gold.
Ooh, maybe.
Because I'm pretty sure I own it as well, and I wouldn't
Yeah,
have owned
it'll
it
have the
unless it
little
was Games with
tag.
Gold.
It'll be in the Games of Gold section if you look.
Okay.
On the for the 360 games, I don't think the 360 ones are in that
Oh, that's right.
category.
Yeah, it's that old. Well, no.
Mm.
If you've redeemed them, don't they go into the Games with Gold area?
No, they go into your library because you always own them. The Xbox
Oh,
One
360
ones
that's
are
right.
in.
Okay.
Xbox One games
I
with
never
gold
play
have
old
their own.
games, so I admit I haven't
Let's-
looked.
Let's do a quick Google search. Let's see. Fallout 3.
It's 360, yeah.
Fallout 3 Games with Gold. Games with Gold. I mean, there's a post here from 8 years ago. Fallout 3 New Vegas free with Xbox Live Gold.
Really? That's probably how. No, I bought New Vegas. That can't be right. I bought New Vegas the other day.
I don't know. I don't see any.
When you buy 4, you got 3 for 3 when 4 came out. Is what chat says.
Full list of Xbox games with gold games. Is Fallout on this list?
There's only one mediocre Fallout game, and that is Brotherhood of Steel. Because it was really weird. Yeah, it's not bad. It's just not as good as the others.
No,
And
Fallout was not a
is-
games with gold.
Yeah, one is kind of hard to get back into, like just to play. It is so very old, but it's still very good. I made a list. I did a listicle for Fallout games. I did it in 20 minutes. And I was like, this is entirely subjective. What else can I say? All these lists always are. Here's what I think.
Yeah.
What are you? Next question.
Next question. Skedaddle. I always wanted to ask Rand, do you ever get the urge to go back and unlock any Xbox 360 achievements? You obviously don't bother with that much anymore, but having the majority of your gamer score from playing 360 games, was there maybe a difficult achievement or completion you wish you had? P.S. Rand, can you help us shame Nick into completing the community challenge we set for him? He has the entirety of 2024 to 100% complete GoldenEye 007, but every month failed carries a penalty of 1 hour playing Sea of Thieves, almost at 4 hours.
I mean, if Nick cared that much about GoldenEye, he would have went and done it. So obviously, he doesn't care.
It came out, and he was like, "Oh, I really was wrong with my praise for this. I don't want to play this that much."
No. I beat it, but my thing is with the multiplayer achievements, I have to sit there and get another controller and boost and muck around.
I mean, hey, you agreed to it.
None of us actually agreed to it. He just gave them to us. I'm not playing
So I mean,
Fortnite.
you'll probably have 12 hours of Sea of Thieves. You'll have to do because
You have to join me and John.
Yeah. Hey, I mean, I gave Jez the whole year to beat Persona 5, and that's even continued on from last year. And who knows if he will beat Persona 5?
It is really fucking long.
It is a long game, but still.
Is it the full completion with the Royale stuff? Because that's like 120
I just told him
hours.
to just beat the game. It doesn't matter. I just told him to beat the game. I don't know if it would include the Royale stuff, but that's the thing, because Jez doesn't beat games unless he reviews them. So it's kind of like there's all these other things happening, all these other games comes out, so he gets sidetracked. But as for the achievement...
Always too many games. Always.
As for the achievement stuff, have I ever thought about going back to a 360 game? Nah, never.
Really?
No.
I want to go back to the club. I want to do the club achievement with my mate.
What's the achievement?
10,001 online kills.
See, those were sort of the ones I always avoided doing because they just took way too much time, and you get people to. So like, no, there hasn't been any game that I was like, oh man, I wish I did it. Like I tried to complete every game I could during the 360 gen and even in most of the Xbox One gen, but sometimes I would just do a thing of like, well, this is to finish this game, it's going to require me to spend 100 hours on. I'm better off spending my 100 hours on other games than spending it on that. So no, I haven't. No, none. Xbox One or 360. Like usually, if I beat a game, even if I don't get all the achievements, I'll move on. Like I thought about getting all the achievements in Suicide Squad, and I was like, no. And then I was like, what was the game I played? Let me look at my list real quick. There was a game where I was like actually going to get all the achievements. Because if I like a game enough, I'll try to get all the achievements, right?
I got them all in Alan Wake 2.
I got them all in Alan Wake 2 as well. But there's a game I played recently where I was like, all right, let me...
Got them all in Prince of Persia.
Let's see. Banisher's Ghost of New Eden. A game I really enjoyed. A game, Jesse, you really liked.
Awesome game.
There was a point where I was sitting there throughout most of my playthrough and was like, I think I'm going to probably try to get all the rest of these achievements, right? But at some point, I was just like, you know what? I'm not going to do this because a lot of it was collectible based. and I just didn't want to have to run, and then would have to run through a game again to pick the other option. So I stopped. Even though I really liked that game, it was just would have been just a whole bunch of extra time devoted to just going around the map and collecting stuff.
When you can't get everything in one playthrough, I have zero interest. If I have to go back and play again, I'm not going to go back ever for it.
But I will say, if Banishers of Ghost of New Eden was a game that had come out last gen or even 360 gen, I would have gotten all the achievements. I would have played it twice. I would have figured out the best way to play it, or the most efficient way to do it before I would play it. So,
but now you can just buy an airy game and get 1,000 gamer score in like 2 minutes.
Or you can buy another game and get 5,000.
Yeah. They have started cutting down on those a bit. I have not noticed them in the ID at Xbox drops. Some can still be very quick, but they can be quick, but they're not normally more than $1,000 anymore. It was very bad for a while. I got a lot of gamer score just doing very quick reviews.
You know what game wasn't half bad I played recently? And we didn't talk about it, but I don't even really need to go in depth about it. But Botany Manor was not a half bad puzzle game.
Mm-hmm. I think we gave it an 8.3 or something. Chengiz really liked it.
It was not half bad.
Okay. Next question. 99 Rukin. Holy shoot, you guys have some long questions to read. So I'll make
Not
this
really
short.
questions, they're comments.
What acquisitions do you see happening in the next 5 years?
None.
I have a couple of examples I see happening. Microsoft buys Middle-earth Enterprise and Friends. Tencent buys Ubisoft. Sony buys Square Enix. Yeah, well, that's the one we think Microsoft should go for. Middle-earth Enterprise and Friends. I don't know if I see anything happen. I reckon ABK has burned them.
Yeah,
I reckon ABK has burned them.
I don't know if a lot of these companies anymore have a lot of interest in M&A right now.
It's like when the housing market crashes, like growth has crashed, and so you're not going to see a bunch of mergers or acquisitions until it starts going up again. Don't know if that'll be in 5 years or not, and these things take a long time.
I mean, I guess you say, like, I still think Xbox will try to buy somebody in Japan. They've been very vocal about that, but I don't know if they will. And I don't know. Like, I would like them to buy Middle Earth and Friends, but I just don't know if that's something Microsoft is even really interested in either, to be honest with you. Right? Like,
I still hold out hope, especially now that Sega bought Rovio, which gives them more mobile stuff.
You think Xbox still eyeing Sega?
Yeah.
What about Square?
I bet you they would keep them multi-plat forever on everything.
Well, everything's going to be obvious.
Just outright
sure.
everything, yeah.
I still think, like, there was definitely a time where they were definitely looking at Square. I don't know if that applies now.
It's still funny to me when, like, the acquisition of Activision Blizzard was announced, and you had legitimate people out there saying Xbox was going to run Sony out of the video game business, and that they had a legit monopoly.
I know.
Right? And as soon as the thing ends, the only thing people can talk about is the fact that Xbox is going to leave.
It's going to go away.
It flipped. It went from, how could you allow this? Xbox will have a monopoly and destroy Sony, destroy everything. And then it ends, and it's like Xbox is about to just leave and give all their games to everybody, and they're going to get out of hardware. And
I've been seeing it in chat. They're going to be third-party box. And it's like, no, they're not.
It's like, wow, man, how did it all flipped, huh?
You know why? Everyone thought that because everyone assumed they were going to lock down COD. Because that would
Well, they came out 2 days after the ABK announcement and said they weren't going to lock down COD, though.
But Jimbo didn't believe him. And then he actually did.
Sony thought they were going to.
He actually didn't, though. He said internally, it's going to be fine, and that hurt him in the
in
FTC
internal
case.
emails, he was like, they ain't going to make it exclusive.
They're not fucking idiots. What are you guys thinking?
They ain't spending $70 billion to do that shit.
Wish they did.
Yeah, well.
Really wish they did. I don't know if Sony would buy Square Enix.
They would not have been able to buy ABK if they did.
I feel like Sony buying Square Enix, Microsoft would see that and be like, no.
Let me ask you this, Nick, and you, Jesse.
Mhm.
Do you think Square regrets signing the exclusivity deal for the Final
Yes.
Fantasy remake
For
games?
sure they do. For
You think
sure
so?
they do.
I think
Yeah.
their
How could they not?
CEO was fired in large part because of those deals, because I don't think any of them worked out. I don't think a single one of those exclusivity deals they really started pushing like a decade ago worked. Like, what was. They put out so much shit just with Sony, and I don't think any of it was a huge hit. Final Fantasy VII Remake did fine. It did okay, but it did like half of 15, and then 16 came out and hasn't set the world on fire. And then Rebirth, being a sequel to a remake, is already up against it. It can be an incredible game, but most people are going to be like, I'll wait for the whole thing to be out if they're going to play it at all. And it's only on one platform. It's not on PC day and date. It's just, I can't see how it ever worked for them, especially because it's probably all numbers that they negotiated a decade ago when not nearly the amount of money you would make now.
Yeah. It would have been
Yeah.
a deal signed ages ago.
Foam Stars was exclusive.
Babylon's
Yeah.
Fall. Like,
Yeah,
they
For
just-
Forspoken.
hmm
yeah.
So many bombs. It's just like, it was a very bad deal for both sides. It did not work out for either of them.
Yeah. There's no way known they don't regret it.
They have a new
Especially
CEO
while
because
all the other Japanese publishers are doing so much better.
Do you
Mhm.
think
they're
Sony
all-
regrets it?
to a point,
No.
maybe. It depends
You
on
don't
what they
think, you
had
don't
to
think
pay.
Sony would?
I doubt they
No.
had to pay nearly as much as it's probably worked out for them in the, come to our platform for these types of
Deals
games
like
market.
that, deals like that only help Sony. Like Sony's very smart and very strategic with those money hats. Like the Street Fighter one is the smartest one they ever did.
Sure, but
I
you could make the argument that with how Rebirth has sold, which apparently is like half of Remake, that whatever money Sony would have to throw their way for the game, that they're not really seeing a return on it because all the people that would have bought into your platform already did with Remake, and now you're even getting less because it's half.
But
But-
I guess it depends on how you view it. If you review it on as direct return on investment, then yes, even the Street Fighter one wouldn't have worked out. But I reckon Sony probably takes a broader approach in how they view it. Like money-hatting Street Fighter turned PlayStation into the default home for fighting games.
Even though it's worse for fighting games that are very
Yeah, that's another
input
argument, though.
sensitive. It
That's
kills me.
another argument.
Oh, no, I'm saying it did it even though it is objectively worse to play on.
Yes. Xbox, from a purely technical perspective, is the better place for fighters. But bad luck. PlayStation is the home for fighters, all because of that one money hat. Even though Mortal Kombat is arguably bigger than Street Fighter. But the money heading of Street Fighter, that's the... So even though Street Fighter directly may not have made a ton of money, the money Sony made was on all fighting fans buying a PlayStation. All those fighting fans having a PlayStation Plus subscription so they can play online. That's where the money was made.
Mm-hmm.
That's the part Microsoft doesn't get that Sony does.
But I'll counter with that and being like, I agree with you that moving the fighting games over is probably beneficial for PlayStation, and that, okay, you get Street Fighter, so everyone then moves their purchases to PlayStation for the fighting games. However, I would say maybe it doesn't necessarily work with Final Fantasy, because if you try to extend it out and be like, well, this is where we're going to buy RPGs moving forward, or Japanese RPGs at least, as a cumulative effect, I would argue those people are already on PlayStation anyways. So you didn't get a mass migration of users who would have left Xbox 360 for the fighting game community because of Street Fighter and then buying their games on PlayStation for them. I would say that those users, that audience didn't exist on the 360 to steal away anyways, because the RPG community was already on PlayStation. So Sony was just spending money, but not really getting a return like they did. Like, Sony saw how it worked for the fighting game community, tried to replicate it, but it didn't get as much of an advantage that the other way.
I understand the logic on JRPGs because Final Fantasy was already associated with PlayStation, so they probably like Final Fantasy 13 was such a big deal when it was announced for 360. but I don't think it disassociated Final Fantasy with PlayStation.
Yeah, because it wasn't
don't think so
exclusive
either.
either. It was just there. Like,
It was just it, like Grand
Yeah.
Theft Auto.
Mhm.
Like when Grand Theft Auto 4 came to
I mean,
360.
dude, Persona's about to be fully multi-platform. I mean, that should say
Yeah.
something, right? Yakuza is basically fully multi-platform.
You know,
and
You know?
it's funny
Yakuza
you reminded
stays
me
on
about
Game Pass
Persona.
forever and left
funny
PlayStation
you-
Plus.
It's funny you reminded me about Persona. One of my sources DM'd me the other day going, why didn't you leak that Persona's theme was green back when I told you back in August? I was like, did you? And they like linked me back to a message they sent me in August last year because my Sony source reached out to me and was like, do you know the theme color for Persona? I'm like, no.
Explain
They're
this
like-
to me? I don't know much about what does it matter what the theme color
Recently, it was leaked that I don't know why. Apparently, Persona has color themes.
is.
or
Is it a
something.
significant thing?
I don't
Like
know.
the color? Because what is
People
Persona
are-
5 red or something?
I don't know why it's a topic of discussion. I just know that I got asked about it back last year,
Mm.
and I was like, I don't know. And I spoke to my Microsoft person, and they're like,
It's Weeby RPG guys. They really care about
It's
like the
green.
main. Yeah.
it's green, and I'm like, okay, that's probably why I didn't say
blue
anything because I
and-
was like,
yeah.
who gives a shit what the color theme is? And then that account that leaks Persona stuff leaked
Midori.
that the theme was green, and it was this massive topic of discussion. I'm like, what does that matter?
It's related to what the game is going to be about in some way, generally.
Oh. I was like, oh, okay. They're like, oh, you missed out. You could have leaked that it was
Because
green.
I think
I'm like,
there are characters who are tied to
probably give a
colors
shit.
and like what is the feeling or the theme of the story going to be around. Like, I don't know. So this one's going to be Xbox themed.
okay. Yeah, Xbox theme, though.
Bill
Green.
Gates is the main
Ooh.
antagonist.
Oh, interesting.
He's trying to get
Do you
everyone
still-
to drink his poop water.
Do you still think Final Fantasy 16's coming to Xbox, Nick?
As far as I know. As far
This
as I
year?
know,
Next
that's what
year?
Oh, I don't know when.
Yeah.
I don't know.
At
timing.
some point.
Yeah. As far as I know, that's what I got
It's
told.
going to be coming to Xbox because it'll hit PC and then you can play it on your next gen Xbox Series.
That is true.
XPC.
I mean, I don't know when it's coming to PC, but I would imagine Square's got to be looking at Final Fantasy
I think-
7
yeah.
Rebirth stuff and being like,
Ugh. we made a
"Ugh."
game that critics loved and it sold like shit. The hell.
Like I said, isn't it funny, though? Like, while we're talking about Final Fantasy 7, what have I always said about Final Fantasy 7 Remake, Jesse? What have I always said? What's my
Ye-
phrase?
A
Don't hold your
phrase.
breath.
Yeah.
Don't hold your breath. Every time people talk about it and ask me about it, I'm like, I don't think it's coming. Like, I'm pretty sure. Yet some fucking dumb fanboy on Twitter edited a tweet of mine to make it look like I said Final Fantasy 7 Remake's coming to Xbox, and everyone's just believed it. So everyone doesn't believe me and says I make shit up, yet you'll believe some random fanboy that edited a tweet of mine to make it look.
When you get into the console wars, logic and
Oh
facts
my
do
God.
not matter. They don't. It's just people
and that-
looking for engagement and to piss you off.
And when I looked at the tweet that they've clipped, it's actually me talking about Final Fantasy 7 Remake coming to PlayStation Plus, which was correct. It did come to PlayStation
Well, Rebirth
Plus.
will probably end up coming to PlayStation Plus too.
Yeah,
as
you'd
well.
imagine they have a
Right.
very similar deal for all of it. Yeah.
I assume it would.
And I
But we
honestly,
need players to make sure they buy the
I-
third one.
I think that they were like, we want the next one out in 3 years because they're desperate to finish the contract.
Yeah, everyone keeps asking me. I get DMs about it every now and again. It's like, oh, Final Fantasy 7 Remake on Xbox. I'm like, I don't think so, man. I don't. All I kept getting told by my Sony source years ago was that don't hold your breath for it on Xbox, man. I was just like, don't hold your breath.
Yeah, that was like they obviously signed a really big deal around the entire trilogy. I would not expect it, and if it ever did happen, it would probably not be until all of them have been out for a little while. All three, if ever.
And by that time, no one will give a shit.
No one gives a shit now.
Yeah, well, that's the other thing. Another tangent. Good Lord.
I know.
Good old Collingwood. Hello, Nick, Jesse, and Rand.
What?
Rand Al Thor? Crap. I'm going to think of a different question and not copy the question I asked in the Xbox 2 podcast yesterday. Is Hollow Knight Silksong going to show up at the ID at Xbox event in a few days?
No.
Good old Collingwood. Probably not.
No, it'd be June.
PS.
That's a June level announcement.
June's showcase.
Yeah, for sure. PS, isn't it incredibly annoying when podcasters talk about sports you have no interest in? PS, Nick, are you in favor of extra time for tied matches during the AFL home and away rounds? Look, we've had, and Brisket for the Biscuit asked Super Chat as well about this. Draws aren't a thing in a lot of sports. I think
The
NBA
NHL
doesn't
used to have
draws.
them and does not anymore. They do a shootout now.
Oh, wow. They do a shootout. Okay. Because soccer still has draws in non-finals and AFL has draws in non-finals. So the last AFL used to have draws even in the grand final, which is like the championship.
What?
Yeah. And if there was a draw in the grand final, you played again the week after. So the last time that happened was 2010, and it was Collingwood that had a draw, and it threw out back in the old days. Like the last draw was 1977, and Collingwood was in that one as well. And back then, I think things were a bit different. But in 2010, I don't think because the AFL just never expected a draw to happen because they're so rare in grand finals. There's only ever been 3. And I don't think they realized the absolute havoc it would wreak on society if there was a draw in the AFL Grand Final. And 2010 was the last one that after 2010, and they saw what it did, they were like, no more draws. No more. If there's a draw, we go to extra time. That's it. But there are still draws in normal matches. So when there's a draw, it's like soccer. Each team gets... So if a win is 4 points, a draw is 2 points. So, yeah.
Yep.
And risk it for the biscuit with Super Chat. Should Collingwood try for the wooden spoon so they can get good draft picks and finally have good players? Eagles for the grand final. Risk it. There's no point in Collingwood finishing bottom because we've given our this year's first round draft pick to Fremantle for Lockie Schultz. So there's no point. It's pointless to finish down the bottom. Collingwood needs to finish as high as they physically
want to be
can.
nice to help the other team out.
Maybe. I don't know. But there's no point in Collingwood finishing low this year because we've given our first round pick away.
Next
I don't know
question.
what's worse, AFL talk or Nintendo talk, to be honest with you.
You should watch
Nintendo.
AFL.
Of
AFL.
the non-US sports, AFLs can be pretty entertaining. Just beat the shit out of each
And there's
other.
an American rant.
No,
There's
I
an
mean, like,
American
not watching.
AFL.
I'm like
But
listening
talking,
to Nick
yes.
talk about it.
Mhm.
You know?
Okay.
Well,
Okay,
Nick's a
fair
part of the team, so that's
Yeah,
why.
I
He
am.
says
I'm
we
a
So
said-
when you talk about AFL and Collingwood, do you refer to them as we?
Mhm.
Like
Yeah.
we did this and we did that. Okay.
Yeah. I have no life.
Okay.
I'm
Hey, you know,
I'm a-
my Chicago Bears had probably one of the best drafts ever this past week. Got ourselves number 1 draft pick Caleb Williams, quarterback.
do
and
you go for the Bulls?
the what?
The Chicago Bulls.
The NBA team in Chicago? Yeah.
Do
My
you,
bad.
man who lives in Chicago, like Chicago teams? Yes.
Mm.
No, not everyone
Are
is
you a-
like that.
Yeah, but
US?
those people are phonies, like friggin' Chris Woeful. I love the Dallas Cowboys and the New York
Dallas
Knicks,
Cowboys.
and yeah, it's like okay,
I'm
yeah,
And the
Okay,
Lakers, I think.
okay.
He likes the Lakers
Yeah,
too,
of
or
course.
whatever.
I'm
Yeah.
Dallas Cowboys.
Maybe it's just like he likes LeBron.
Nobody should like the Cowboys.
No, but
they're
that's the thing.
perennial
I
losers.
don't understand. I kind of don't understand that. I know a lot of people who like LeBron, so then they like the team that LeBron like. They like the Cavs, and then they like the Heat, and then
I
they
don't
like
get
the
that either.
Lakers.
I follow a team, not a player.
Right. So like the example I'll give is I grew up with Michael Jordan, right?
Yes.
And then Jordan went to the Wizards. I didn't give a shit about the Wizards. Even
Neither
though
did
I
I.
still like wanted
Yeah.
Michael to do good, I didn't become a fan of the
I didn't
Wizards.
I live in Tampa, where Tom Brady played and won a freaking championship. I didn't give a shit. I was happy for my family around here that are all like, "Yay, we're good again" for a year. But like, I didn't care. I was like, "Oh, cool, he won another one." Patriots suck.
No, I didn't follow Jordan to Washington. I stuck with the Bulls.
Yeah, exactly.
But yes, Jordan was the reason I initially went with the Bulls.
As I'm sure a lot of people would be, right?
Yeah. Like Jordan made the NBA huge in the 90s in Australia.
Jordan made the
became
NBA
back
huge everywhere.
everywhere.
That's when it started breaking out.
yeah.
Well, it
But
had
do
been
I
doing
admire
well
other
in the
players?
'80s and then really died down because of It
Well,
became
Larry
like-
Bird and the
yeah.
Magic Johnson saved the NBA in the 80s. And then
Yeah.
Jordan just took it to the next level,
To the next
It-
became
it
a global
started-
sport,
yeah.
and then, yeah.
It really started to
Responsible
dip
for Nike
late 80s, early
being what
90s,
they
and then
are.
he started taking over.
Like Jordan is the reason Nike as a brand is what they are.
Yeah.
Like that's how fucking big
Jordan's
Jordan
probably
is.
still the most popular player now, and he hasn't played in 20 years or whatever it's been.
My son. I mean, partially because of me, but even my son, he's got a Michael Jordan poster on his wall, and he's got a Bulls hat, and he loves the Bulls. We're trying to get him a Jordan jersey, but like, you know how much those fucking things go for?
How
Mhm.
much?
Rebel Sport here in Australia sells a Jordan 97-98 away jersey for $400 Australian.
You got to get the red jersey, right? You can't get the white one. Or
No,
the
this is the
black one.
black
What
one.
about the black one? Oh, is
Black
it a
one's
black
nice.
one?
Yeah,
Okay.
this is the black one. It's $400 Australian
Woo!
for the Jordan jersey.
You
at
could
Rebel
probably
Sport.
buy it in the US and ship it internationally for cheaper.
Cheaper. And I go into all these different sports stores and they've got like 91 and they've got all these other numbers. I'm like, they've got 33, Pippen. I'm like, do you have Jordan? They're like, we're not allowed to sell 23. I'm like, why? They're like, there's some agreement with Michael Jordan. Where he's
Yeah,
only
Michael Jordan has
allowed-
his own thing. Remember, before 2014, he wasn't in the NBA 2K games. It was everybody
I
except
know.
for like him and I think Charles Barkley. They had
But
some
why
weird.
can he restrict the number? He doesn't own the number. The Chicago Bulls do.
He might have an
Mm,
agreement with the league.
I don't know. I just know that I think the agreement with Michael's separate. I don't know.
Jesus. Holy shit. How come we're never going to be good again, are we, in the NBA?
No. Well, we were with Derrick Rose for a while,
Yeah.
For a little bit, we were okay.
and then,
he
yeah.
kept doing
You got to
these- he
kind of
kept
luck
doing
out
these-
because you get bad enough, you eventually take one player who turns out to be legitimately great, and then you're on your way. But it's a
Yeah.
crapshoot half the time.
Jaron Jr. says he was in 2K11, so that's when he first came in. It was like he wasn't in the 2K games, and
It
then
was a special
then they made the
deal,
big
yeah.
deal
Yeah.
in 2011 when
Yeah.
he did join, and I think he's been in there ever since. Essentially,
His model looked perfect.
yeah.
came
It
out
was
some
like the
good
Jordan
models.
challenges, and that was the first 2K game I played in like 5 years. It's
Mm.
like, oh, I gotta play this.
They're still
Gotta do
very
it.
good as basketball games, but they push you so hard into my career in trying to get money out of you. If you just play the basketball, phenomenal, look incredible, play great, but then the entire UI is designed to, like lottery or friggin' Las Vegas, pull you into spending more money.
Yeah.
Nick, you just became so much more cooler in my eyes now that you're a Bulls fan. I mean,
Yeah. Chicago Bulls, man.
Do you like anything else from Chicago or just the Bulls?
I love the White Sox.
And-
I hate the Cubs.
Baseball, I never really had a team in American baseball.
That's
In
fine.
NFL,
no
I
one
was-
likes baseball.
NFL, I was Dallas Cowboys.
The Cowboys, yeah, probably because they're on TV during that time in the 90s.
They were just the
yeah.
the big name.
He's a
club
huge
at the
Jerry
time.
Jones fan. Don't listen to him. Loves.
I have an
fracking.
affinity with Chicago because house music, which is my favorite kind of music, basically originated in Chicago.
What about hockey? You like hockey? Any hockey team?
Not
No.
really. I don't
Montreal
think I could name
Canadiens.
hockey teams.
What about football? Like American football?
Oh, that was Dallas.
I said Dallas Cowboys.
Oh yeah, okay, you said Dallas. That's right. I was thinking.
Yeah,
What
Dallas
about
Cowboys.
the USFL, the league Donald Trump destroyed?
I don't know what you're talking about.
The
But
big
yes,
Doug
but
Flutie fan?
NBA I was actually into for a while there.
So how did you watch the games then? Considering I would imagine they're be at weird times for you. Considering
Yeah, they aired them down here.
what
they used
time
to
would they
air
have
the-
been on for you?
A lot of the time
Tape
they were
delayed
on,
or
like,
at the
Nighttime
morning.
would be morning for him. Yeah, so it'd be like this
Oh,
time
okay.
of the podcast.
No, it was perfectly
Okay.
reasonable times for us. So we used to love watching the
Weekend
NBA.
games might have been at like 4 a.m. your
Oh,
time,
I
but yeah,
Great memories of watching the 97 finals series, 97-98 finals, and fuck man, it was so
yeah.
good.
Then those are
Yeah.
late, so that's a perfect time for you.
Yeah, but like I appreciated like once Jordan was sort of on the way out, my next favorite player, even though I stuck with the Bulls, my favorite player in the NBA was Kobe Bryant.
Yeah,
Like,
'cause
I
he was
remember-
Jordan. He was basically a copy of Jordan.
Yes, I remember watching him win the slam dunk contest in '97 or '96 or whatever it was. And I'm like, this kid's gonna be a gun. I'm like, this kid is gonna be a superstar, and then it turns out he was right. I was right. He is a fucking superstar, Kobe Bryant. I didn't switch to the Lakers, but I did admire Kobe Bryant from afar as a Chicago Bulls
Right.
fan. He was unbelievable, Kobe. But yeah, he was basically Michael Jordan Mark II, which is probably why I liked him so much.
Lord Beef
but
just joined the best Xbox community. Hello, Lord Beef.
Hey, Lord Beef.
I think it's a sub. We get a sub notification.
Oh, okay. But yeah, man. Did you obviously saw the Netflix special on Jordan last Dance?
Oh, dude, of course.
Oh, God, that
Man,
was good.
talk about a hit of nostalgia, huh?
Oh, man.
You know, that's
I did.
I had recently just played through Final Fantasy.
All right.
What?
Anyone watching, ignore that it just went to show over. I hit the button on my Stream Deck.
I said when I finished, when I was talking about Final Fantasy VII Remix, I just finished it earlier this month. I said that game is weaponized nostalgia, right?
Yeah.
From the music and everything, especially if you loved that game as a kid, like I did. You know, that documentary was weaponized nostalgia. Because I lived through it all. I sat there and be like, oh my God, this is the greatest thing I've ever seen. You know, like,
Yeah.
oh man,
So good.
weaponized
Magnum.
nostalgia.
Magnum, what Magic TV did you have, Nick, that showed NBA games in Australia back then? Foxtel. I think Foxtel was showing them. I know. I just know that I watched them.
It is funny.
I'm
They had
pretty
such
sure
a
the NBA
great,
games were on Foxtel.
such a great Jordan documentary, and then the one that they just did for the Patriots was so bad. The dynasty. It was just
The Last Dance.
it was the owner spending a bunch of money to try and shit on the coach because he wanted more credit, and it's like, yeah, I just so bad.
The Last Dance was incredible. It was so well done. And just to see so many of those backroom stories and the clashes that were happening behind the scenes and just how much power
And
Jordan
Luke Longley,
had.
wasn't he from Australia? Luke? Yeah.
Yep.
But I don't know if you saw, there's that competing, like Luke Longley, Scottie Pippen, and Horace Grant went on a tour where they just talk shit about Michael after the most recent thing. Like they like some of that stuff.
Oh, I doubt Jordan was liked very much.
Oh, I'm sure he was, not liked at all.
But the problem with Jordan was he was so fucking good. You just have to deal with it through gritted teeth because he was just too good. Like, what do you do? Like, you're there to win. And if you've got
I
Jordan on
remember-
your team, you're going to win.
I was devastated when he retired the first time.
Oh,
I couldn't believe it.
Yeah, I know.
Then he went to play for the White Sox, which is my favorite
I know.
team. You know, but I was like, okay, well, then he came
didn't do much
back.
with the White Sox, though.
Oh man, I was so devastated when we retired the first time.
You know what's crazy, though, about Jordan? If he
What?
hadn't retired, the Bulls would have won 8 in a row.
I don't know if they would have. I think they needed that break.
Come on, dude.
I mean,
Salary
they
cap's a
won
real thing. Did they have it back then?
They
Yeah.
100% win 8 in a row if Jordan doesn't leave.
They
Possibly.
potentially. I would
Look,
never call
they
anything
literally
certain.
Won 3, then he leaves for 2, and then they won another 3 when he came back.
Yep.
What do you
yep.
mean? They
Well,
win 8 in a
But
row.
it lets you reset your. So the way the salary cap works, it really is restrictive in the NBA, and it's just hard to keep everyone forever. And so having a few years to reset
But
things.
they did. They kept everyone except Jordan. And as soon as Jordan wasn't around, they didn't win it.
But they got close though. Remember that they got it was like them versus the Knicks in '94 because the Knicks went on to face
Yeah.
Houston.
And if they had Jordan, they win it. It's
Is-
that simple. If Jordan was there,
Is
they
Jesse
win.
trying to play us off or something? What's going on?
Somebody in chat asked me to.
Yeah. Oh, so we're talking about sports. Okay, yeah.
It was so
Oh, you
good,
keep
come
going.
on.
Just go
Oh,
with the
okay.
music.
How people legitimately think LeBron, like, everyone's like, oh, LeBron has scored 40,000 points. Yeah, but he's been playing for 47 years. Like, if Jordan played, how long? Jordan didn't play for long, man. Jordan actually didn't play for that long. Like, if Jordan played for as long as LeBron has played for and didn't take the break, forget it. It's not even
Forget
good.
what?
It's been says how much you want to bet John will look at this podcast EP and say, yeah, we're not bringing Rand back.
Oh no, he's fine
Like-
with you. It just won't be. It won't. He doesn't want Nick back.
Don't get me wrong. LeBron is a great player. I would never argue that LeBron is not one of the all-time greats. Of course he is. Jordan is the greatest.
Mm.
And he probably always will be. Like, he's just... Fuck, man. Superstar. It's the superstar. Anyway.
40 minutes
God,
later,
what
next
question?
question. Ass4ssin Entertainment.
Oh, yeah. Executive producer, Assassin Entertainment. Oh, my God. It's nearly 12:30 here.
Yeah.
Oh, shit. Hello to Jesse, Nick, and Rand. My question mainly revolves around the Xbox and Square Enix partnership. Over the past few months, we have seen Square Enix recently, I assume he's about to say bringing Final Fantasy XIV to Xbox, and has even given Xbox the marketing rights to Visions of Mana, which is the first time the Mana series has appeared on the platform. The problem lies in the fact that a lot of Xbox gamers just don't seem to care about buying or even playing Square's games on Xbox, despite some of these individuals being the ones begging Square to release their games on the platform. So my question is, do you guys think this partnership will bear any fruit? Will the JRPG community on Xbox grow at all? Would love to hear your guys' take. Thanks for all the hard work, Jesse and Rand.
Yes, in large part if they're able to get them on the cloud.
Again, I'll say the same thing I've always said. It's not overnight. You can't
Mhm.
just expect that, Final Fantasy 16's on Xbox, bang, all of
Attorney.
a sudden all these people. It takes time, and that's why it was so damaging what they did between the 360 generation and Xbox One, because they had spent the entire 360 generation chipping away, and building up that base for JRPG fans on Xbox. And rather than building on that with Xbox One, they just fucking destroyed it and ruined it all. And now they're basically starting from scratch again. So they're going to need an entire generation, just like they did with the 360, building it back up.
They've
up.
been building up the dev side of things with the Southeast Asian program they have, where they'll give you money for ports as long as and you get more money if they're the same time as other platforms. But it's still, even then, you just want to bring stuff over. We've got this whole thing set up like an ID at Xbox just for that region. So from then, it just comes down to people in some way, whether it's a handheld, cloud, or whatever, if they're able to get purchases on the cloud. They have a lot of ingress.
And they're doing it, Assassin. Like, they're doing it. They've got Persona over. They're getting SMT over, Shin Megami Tensei. They've got Final Fantasy. Again, hopefully they've woken up and they've realized, here we go. We've got to chip
Sega
away.
and Capcom love them. Like, Sega does everything play anywhere pretty much. Like, for their, even like Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth is play anywhere, even though it's not on Game Pass yet. Like, it launched to play anywhere. They just do it right off the bat now. Capcom jumps into putting PC versions out for their games when they hit Game Pass and stuff. So, like, they have good relationships now, I think.
Yeah, and just try and repeat the 360 strategy and try other angles. Like, it's got to be a multi-pronged attack, because they're so far behind. They've got to do it in a variety of ways. So get Persona on there. Get Shin Megami Tensei. Maybe try and make sure Final Fantasy 17 day and date with the PlayStation version. Try other things. You see people clamoring. They're always like, oh, what about a Lost Odyssey sequel? What about Blue Dragon sequel? Attend to those things as well. Maybe invest and do a Lost Odyssey sequel, or at least start with the good old fashioned test the waters. Do a Blue Dragon remaster. Do a Lost Odyssey remaster. Like, and just chip away at it. Do you know what I mean? Like,
I'm not a fan of remasters or remakes, but they've become so ubiquitous in gaming lately that I'm like, yeah, just why not get in on it?
I know, but given their situation in JRPGs,
oh no, I'm saying they should. Yeah,
it should be a multi-pronged attack. So get series that never used to be on the platform. Make sure the big name ones come day and date. Maybe remaster some of your classics that everyone loved, like Blue Dragon. Like, do all these things and hit them on multiple fronts and build that trust back up with JRPG fans on Xbox. Do you know what? Like, but this takes time and it takes money. Does Microsoft want to invest that time and money?
yes.
Well, let's hope so. For JRPG fans' sakes, Let's hope so.
As long as those JRPG fans aren't the Stellar Blade ones who are really upset about seeing less vagina bones.
Yeah. Okay. Last couple of questions. Hugh. Hello, fellas. Just wondering, what's your favorite Walton Goggins role is? I think Venus Van Dam has to be up there. Oh, where was Venus Van Dam from? Again?
Venus Van Dam?
Wasn't it from Was it Sons of Anarchy?
I got some Stellar Blade on the stream.
Was Venus Van Dam? Oh yeah, Sons of Anarchy. Hey, I remembered. Yeah, Walton Goggins was in Sons of Anarchy as Venus Van Dam. That was quite funny. What else is Walton Goggins? I keep calling him Walter.
I mean, for me, I first saw Walton in The Shield as Shane.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Shane Vendrell. And he was amazing back then. And I don't know if you or Jesse watched The Shield.
Nope.
On
Never seen it.
FX. One of the
Supposed to be
best TV shows. Maybe it's a little bit dated for its time now, but oh my god, when it was airing, it was so incredible. Definitely up there. But yeah, Shane he's such a great he's so good. Like Walton Goggins is always great in whatever he does, whether it's Shield or whether it's Fallout or whether it's Justified.
Shanghai Noon.
You know, he is
The Crow's Salvation. Major
so
League,
good.
Back to the Minors. The
Why
next
do you
Karate
single-
Kid. He's
Yeah,
been
but
in a
you're-
lot of
you're
he's
biggest
been in a lot of
badass.
bad sequels to good originals. I just always find that
Yeah,
funny.
but that's what happens to character actors.
I
But
know,
every
I
now
know.
and again, these
Wing
character
Commander
actors
4,
find
The
a
Price
role.
of Freedom.
They find a role to break out into sort of becoming leading men almost very late in their careers.
He was a
like-
research tech in The Bourne Identity.
Yeah, he was Aaron Ingram as a voice in Prey. Arcane's Prey.
The first time I really remember him in something was Django Unchained.
Yeah, Django Unchained. He was in The Hateful Eight as well. I remember him from Sons of Anarchy too, because it was a very cool role that he did.
Of course, he was Oliver in an episode of The Big Bang Theory.
Oh yeah, he was too.
Oh, Ant-Man and the Wasp. That was like the second time I was like, oh, Walton Goggins. I know him. Yeah.
Yeah. He's in a lot of stuff. He's
Yeah.
a very prolific character actor. I like him. I feel like the Fallout show now might be his moment
Mm-hmm.
where he starts to get bigger roles. Kind of like Cary Elwes has hit that point now in his career. He's good, Cary Elwes. Always was.
Much better than Errol Flynn. That guy's a piece of shit.
The Princess Bride?
Mm-hmm. The guy from Saw.
Oh my god. He was
The guy
you
from
know,
Stranger Things?
You know Walton Goggins was in Beverly Hills 90210?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god. As Walt Goggins. So he adjusted his name.
Yeah, he's been acting a long time.
Have you watched the Fallout TV show, Nick?
Yes.
What do you think of it?
I liked it.
Yeah. What do you think of Walton Goggins in it? As the ghoul.
He's really good.
In Coop, he's dual role.
That moment though, like there was a moment like maybe it's because I'm a father, but like I get funny about seeing children killed.
Even though we laughed about the idea of just everybody turning their back and letting everybody peanut allergies die.
and I've got a son who's anaphylactic.
Yeah.
You don't like
I'm,
him,
I'm
though.
not one to be like, oh, Rand, that's offensive. Like, I know you're joking.
That wasn't
It's
my
all-
joke. I think somebody
right,
mentioned
I
that was
know.
a
I'm
Louis
just saying,
Louis C.K. stand-up bit or something.
The thing to do today is to get upset at things. That's
Of
the
course,
thing
of
to
No,
course.
do.
it's, not, it's always been the thing. It's not today.
Outrage. Follow my
The
8-step
thing
plan.
today is to forget what life used to be like and then pretend it's worse now. That's always been the thing. Everyone always thinks
You're
my
talking
generation
about a
was better.
generation.
Yeah.
You're talking about a generation raised on Delirious and Raw. Like,
There's plenty of raunchy comedy now too. It's you just
we
see
don't
more of
get
everything.
upset at everything. We don't get upset at everything.
Well, yeah, you didn't have
I-
empathy for
I-
people.
What do
You
you
look at
mean? Like I
empathy as a
said,
negative
Rand
thing.
mentioned that joke, and my son is anaphylactic. That's technically a joke aimed at my son.
Yes, we should kill your
I'm
son.
thinking of
I agree.
it,
I'm
'cause
not
it's a
joking.
joke. What was I going to say now? God, I'm completely fucking lost track of what I was going to say now. Oh yeah, the Fallout show. That moment where he just shot that dude's son because he went to draw on him.
Mm.
Like
Yeah.
that was a moment where I was like, "Oh
The
god,
kid earned it. Kid's an idiot.
He is stupid. He shouldn't have drawn his gun like that." But
It was
Come
Coop
on, man,
Howard.
don't
How do you not know that?
don't just
I
murder
need to
him.
watch Invincible. I never watched.
Shoot him in the leg or something.
Every time I see a clip from Invincible, I'm like, I should watch that.
You haven't watched Invincible,
No,
bro.
I know
Oh
exactly.
my
I read the
God.
comics. I know the story. I just need to actually watch the cartoon. Like, oh yeah, I like that comic.
Good. Invincible is so good.
And unlike Walking Dead, like I think unlike The Boys, I think The Boys comic is not that good, whereas the show is
Boys
incredible.
show.
Yeah, but Invincible, the comic's very good, so I'm imagining the show will also be very good because like The Boys
Show
comic is so rough. It's so different. It's so everyone sucks. There's not a single character you root for by the end. They all suck. Butcher's one of the biggest pieces of shit of all time. Like he fucking
But he's
sucks.
a piece of shit in the show.
No, there's nothing redeeming about him in the comics, really. Though there's like,
No, but
oh,
what I'm saying
really, this thing happened, but it's like, no, he sucks.
No, but what I'm saying
Huey
is,
sucks.
even in the show, technically Butcher is a piece of shit.
But compared to comics, Butcher, not even close.
Oh, okay.
Like,
Watch
spoiler
it.
for the comics, not the show, but in the comics, he just like they all have superpowers. Like they're all taking V to have superpowers. It's not a big plot line. Like they all have mother's milk, all of them, and he just eventually murders all of them. Like just straight up kills them all because he's irredeemable in that comic series, even though they try at the end in some ways.
V in the show.
Yeah, but it's a very different thing. It's not like a big deal. It's just they all just take it and they're all, powerful, and it's a little more boring. Show's a lot better. Show has veered so far off the comics. It's a lot better.
I don't know. Watch Invincible. It's fantastic.
Oh well. I'm
It's
catching up on
fantastic.
shows. I just got Shogun ready to go. I was waiting for the whole
I
thing
need
to
watch
air.
that.
Yeah.
It's really good.
Yeah, I
I
gotta
got
watch
it to be
Shogun.
really-
I like the
I
binge.
still gotta watch the second season of Invincible. I gotta watch that.
I don't
Yeah,
like
yeah.
Weekly. It's been killing me with X-Men. It's like
Weekly
I wish,
sucks.
Yeah.
I know. Weekly.
And I saw Paris posting about Shogun. He's like, hey, it makes you think after every
No, it
episode.
would've
I don't
been
need
great.
time to think. I don't need time to think. I can go, wow, that was great. I don't need to ruminate on this.
Yeah,
I'm just
I
going to
could be
watch
like,
the
wow,
next
that
one.
episode was great. Let me go watch this next one real
Yeah, no,
quick.
I'll
Oh, it's
sit
great
around-
too.
I'll sit
Yeah.
around for 7 days ruminating on a TV show. It's like,
I
no,
really
it's a-
miss those weekly Shogun discussions where everybody said was this show. This funny thing is like when people say, "Oh, we missed the discussions." All the discussion is someone tweets, "Wow, Shogun was really good, right? Can't wait for next week." That's
I
it. That's
know.
the extent of the discussion. That's all it is.
Instead, Fallout was literally just constantly talking about the show because it was there and everyone had binged
right.
it and watched it, and you just
Yeah.
talk. It's
And
like,
you can
no,
actually discuss it because you've
weekly
seen the whole
shows
thing.
should be illegal by law.
Illegal by
No,
law.
look, don't get me wrong. I prefer binge. And the irony of the whole binge versus weekly discussion, what's so stupid about it is that Netflix wouldn't be what they are today if it wasn't for the binge.
Mm-hmm.
The binge is what made them take off, the whole binge format. So people that are like, oh, Netflix should do weekly. It's like, but you're asking them to go against what made them the company they are right now. Like, that's silly. Why would they do that? Like binge, I think binge is better. I prefer binge because then I can watch it as I feel like watching it, rather than being forced.
There's a lot of people
into-
who are the people who don't like binge are the people who are terminally online and are going to get spoiled because they can't stay off social media.
I was about to say I'm terminally online, but I prefer binge.
Yeah, well, you prefer binge. The people who prefer weekly are like, well, I don't want to be spoiled because I cannot get offline, so I'm going to get spoiled eventually. And it's like, all right, just maybe don't be online so much.
But I do understand why companies would prefer weekly to spread it out. Because if you think about it, we've hit that and this is no. I'm not going to get into that tangent.
Netflix has to make a ridiculous amount of content because they
That's
do the
right.
binge. Yeah,
because of binge, and
Yeah.
that's what's driven them to the point where they have to spend so much money to produce so much
Well,
content.
and
If
actually,
they go
they
weekly,
found a way around it because they went to, we supplement our big shows with reality TV, which is all fake,
Yeah.
but it's super cheap, and people love it.
yeah. But that I
Next,
can understand
final
why
question.
companies prefer weekly, though. I
Well, yeah.
I understand because it's cheaper and easier, and it saves them money.
And they're still working, they're making money on the show while they're still working on it. Because, like, a lot of times episodes aren't done until the week they air, when it's weekly,
yeah.
especially anime like Attack on Titan.
So yes, so I understand the argument for weekly. I just think
Nick, I'm
binge
very
is
tired
objectively the better format.
and hungry.
Okay. Voodoopeople. Last question, finally. Hi, guys. Now, I was going to email you about Xbox and the Meta VR partnership, and feel free to comment on that if you haven't already. But having resolved to message you this week, I then listened to your last show just before bed after your Harold Halibut chat. Loved it myself. Which feed into the fully justified Nick Cage appreciation.
Oh, I
Did it-
appreciate him as an actor. I just don't like those movies. I don't like dumb turn off your brain movies the way you guys do. That's all.
Oh, I love them. Needless to say, I ended up having a cheese-infused dream the following night where Nick Cage actually plays Harold Halibut in a movie version of the game, a la him playing Charlie Kaufman in adaptation. But for some reason, this then morphed into him grabbing the fish person from the game from behind and doing the sexy priest dance move on them from the rock, like they were some kind of aquatic schoolgirl. What the hell am I reading? So there's that. Have a great show, guys, and sick. I hope you enjoy the London birthday trip with the mini-me. When my stepkids asked for something similar, it left me with more than a few tears. As such, I've donated to the Gamescom and Summer Games Fest Fund to alleviate pressure on the Hamleys Fund. Oh, thanks for that, Voodoopeople.
Yeah, I'll show it here. If you do donate on that, it does show what we're at. We're at 321 pounds already. It's actually very surprising. Thank you very much. It means a lot. The link is pinned in chat and at the very top of our description.
Yeah. Okay. Wow. That's full on. So that's it. That's the
it.
end
That's
of the
it.
show.
Bro, we're almost at 5 hours. Let's just go. We got
My
15 more
God,
minutes.
Almost 5 hours.
Is this the longest episode of Xbox Era?
No, we've
What?
gone over 5.
Gone over.
We need to keep
before.
on going then.
I honestly didn't think this one was going to be that long.
Nick, you never
Well,
stop
me and-
talking.
Me and you are here, and then you're not reined in by John.
So
You
John,
knew it was gonna go on
John reined
forever.
in more when John had to get up for
Dude.
like work. But now
How
it's
long
just
was
this.
the Michael Jordan Bulls segment?
I tried to play you off twice and it didn't do anything.
Oh man, Michael Jordan's the best. Anyway, thanks Rand for jumping on.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I'm hungry now
making us
too,
up.
like Jesse was saying.
Yeah,
Yes,
starts
I
right at
might.
dinner time.
Getting
Yeah.
past my lunchtime now. Yes, thanks for making the time for us and being on for so long.
No
Yeah, it's
John
always
again
fun.
next week. So we'll
No John
figure it out.
next week?
So
No John next week as well.
or it might. So there's multiple things with John. There was his son's birthday, his birthday, and of course, like having friends down. He wasn't planning 2 of them, but then his son asked, and then his partner was like, "I'm doing stuff for your birthday." So like 3 out of 4 shows he's going to miss.
Damn, you need to dock his pay for that.
What
Well,
pay?
well, then I really need, because I was considering not being on next week because it's Greek
Ooh.
Easter next week. It's Greek Easter.
Hey,
but
take a week
what I'll-
off, bro. Xbox Era, not, sometimes you
Well,
just...
no, I'm not on the week after because it's Mother's Day, and I've got to
Oh.
stop ignoring those occasions to be on the show. So next
day
week
is
is a
that again?
compromise. I'll be on, but we're going to need to make it a quick show next week because of Greek Easter. So we won't have
It's up
Rand
to
on
it
next
is up.
week to
That
make
is
sure
up to
of
you.
that.
You are the one that makes it long. It is not anyone else. Doubly when you are the
I'll be sure to
host.
be on next week. I just can't be on the week after. It's Mother's Day the week after,
Yeah,
so
that'd
I
be
can't
fine.
do that again. So yes. So thanks to everyone for watching. Thank you so much to the chat. You were great. Thanks again to
Mostly.
Rand, Jesse for making everything work, even though YouTube seems to shit bricks all the
Yeah,
time.
YouTube was bad today.
Thanks as always to our patrons. Always to our patrons. Thank you very much. And if you can help me get to Germany, that would be fantastic. Because man, the ticket to Germany is so expensive. But yes, so we'll see you all again next week. Thank you all very much. And ciao for now.
Bye.
Bye.